All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Split Tickets election coverage for the 2022 midterms. We're very, very excited to get started tonight here at a little bit past 5:30 on the East Coast. We've got a long night planned ahead, and we're going to have Lakshya and Armin and the whole crew on later, but very, very happy to have you all with us tonight, and we look forward to just casually chatting about these races and maybe looking at some of the early results we get in from Kentucky and Indiana at 6.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. So is there anything, Claire, that you found interesting so far about today's election that stands out?
I don't think anything being on fire stands out,
Yeah.
Everything's on fire, right?
That's how it goes on election day. I would just say, in terms of the Indiana results, one of the races I'm going to be looking at is the 5th district, because we don't actually get the 1st district until 7, but the 5th, pretty sure, comes in with the rest of Indiana. And it's a new double-digit Trump seat. It's redrawn and redistricting, held by Victoria Spartz. And it'll be interesting to me, after an hour of reporting, what the Republican lead is looking like and whether Spartz is outperforming Trump. That district has Hamilton County in it, the most prominent of the donut counties that's been trending Democratic as of late, north of Marion. But it's no longer a swing seat because they took Marion out of it. So
I'm pulling it up on Dave's redistricting too. Indiana redistricting was funny this year.
It was definitely salutary neglect by the GOP.
I mean,
Use an improperly placed historical term.
well, it looks like a good, map just in general. It's like the platonic ideal of compactness for some of them, right?
That is true. The main thing I'll be interested in there, though, is really, can Spartz outrun Trump's margin in the district? Because it's not really, I don't like to extrapolate from single districts, but it would be a bad sign if, let's say, this district were only R plus 10 in terms of final margin or something like that.
Yeah, that would be gnarly.
It would be. I mean, Trump got 57% of the vote here. It now goes all the way up to places like Kokomo, I believe Muncie as well, out in Delaware County. So it's no longer just a northern Marion County plus Hamilton district. And in terms of Hamilton County by itself, that is about half the seat. So it's going to play a role, and it'll also be a good litmus test of whether or not perhaps Democrats actually will improve their standing in suburbs and exurbs post Dobbs. So it's not a high-profile seat, but what else do we have? I mean, Kentucky 6.
I don't want to talk about Kentucky 6.
We don't have to. Kentucky 6 should not be in question at all.
There is a write-in candidate in Kentucky 6. I think someone finally stepped up and it was like, okay, here's something to do, or some way to fill out your ballot.
Yeah, some way where we can provide an alternative to what is probably the least desirable situation that a party could get into, having an uncomfortable nominee.
Oh my gosh, he's not fun at parties.
I bet.
Well, it looks like Indiana 5th is just by a hair the third most Democratic district in Indiana, which isn't saying much because that's the second, which is 39.2 for Biden, and then the 5th, which is 39.6 for Biden. Everything else pretty, I think that's registration. Sorry, everything else pretty normal.
Yeah, and I'll pull it up on DRA really quick here for the viewers, just so they can take a look at some of what I've been on about here. Share screen. So should be able to share DRA. Everybody see that all right? Yep. Okay, good. So it's working. So this here is the current 5th district. So as you can see, I have the old boundaries placed on here as well. So you can see what was changed. And what really stands out here from an obvious little glance is that Northern Marion, which if you look at the trends, has clearly been trending Democratic. I like to use 2012, 2016 composite because it mixes in a little bit of 2012 there. Trending Democratic. Part of the reason that Christina Hale was given, in some cases, the favorite bet, or I can say that better. It's why Christina Hale was considered by some to be a favorite against Victoria Spartz, Northern Marion, but that's no longer in the seat. Now, Hamilton is still a bomb drop. And if these trends continue over the next decade in these suburbs and as you go further up into the exurbs, again, this district could be more competitive than it looks now. I'm not saying it'll be competitive enough to flip by the end of the decade, but who knows? I mean, it really depends on the trends in Hamilton, but it'll be an interesting place to look because the southernmost part of Hamilton, similar to what Northern Marion was a decade ago.
And then let's see, we have Florida, Eastern Time Florida.
Right.
Yeah, coming in at 7. That'll be some of the first one, but that will come in Georgia at the same time as Georgia 2nd, or that will close at the same time as Georgia 2nd.
And Georgia Senate, right? Or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so, and the first results from Georgia Senate.
Yeah.
Obviously, Brad Raffensperger runs a tight ship, so.
He does indeed. I mean, Georgia is one of the efficient states. I always say with elections, you have some states that are good at counting and other states that are, well, let's just say bad.
Florida, I'm looking at you.
Florida was quick in the primary.
Yeah. What was it in 2018? We had like Broward County, or was it
Broward?
Beach?
It was
Broward.
Broward.
Yes.
Remember what was the oh crap? What was her name? The elections administrator in Broward.
Oh gosh. She just she main charactered herself.
I can't remember her name for the life of me, but that Bill Nelson race was crazy, absolutely crazy. That was a good historical recollection there. Let's see.
What are we looking at in Georgia 2nd?
Yeah, sure. Let's go pull that seat up too. We can talk a little bit about the districts that we're watching. Indiana 5 is safe Republican, so it's not a district I would say we're watching. It's a race we're watching at 6 p.m. solely because there's practically nothing else worth watching in the House at 6 p.m. at all. So have to take what you can get. But for the second, pull that up on DRA here. So of the seats that I posted, Indiana's 1st district and then the 3 districts in Virginia, Georgia's 2nd is probably the least high profile, but it's still worth talking about. So if you can see here, this is the 2nd district. I have the overlay on here as well. You can see a few minor changes, but more or less the seat is still the VRA seat in southwestern Georgia for Sanford Bishop, who is a moderate Democrat who has in the past definitely taken some conservative stands on issues like gun rights, same-sex marriage, definitely touts himself as that type of parochial lawmaker who's out there to fight for agricultural interests. And that's part of the reason why, in addition to drawing rural black voters and drawing from the urban black bases in Muskogee, Bibb, and Doherty County, he's been able to attract a higher than average level of white crossover support over the years. He had a close call in 2010 against a Republican named Mike Keown. And the race was so close, in fact, that on election night, most of the networks mistakenly called the race for the Republican. Now, the seat in 2010 was redder than the one that exists now, which voted for Biden by 10 points. But if I remember correctly, I believe that the new seat here is a tiny bit redder than the current one. It takes in mainly Thomas County over here, where you have Thomasville. But again, this is a Trump plus 20 county, and it's decently populated. It's the most populated Republican county in the southeastern section of the district. So that's part of the reason why the seat, again, I have to double check, but I believe the new seat is a bit redder than the old one. In fact, I'll go check that right now. But a couple things to watch here. We move this race to leans Democratic from likely. Now, most of the forecasters still have it at likely. I just wanted to be cautious because even though Lakshya has assured me repeatedly and accurately that black turnout in Georgia, even in rural areas, is strong as of now, at least in the early vote, and shown great evidence that the black vote is pretty strong in midterms in Georgia. I wasn't sure what Bishop was going to do with white crossover support, and so perhaps he wins by 5 points or so, but this is really not too high profile of a race, and that we see a serious risk of Bishop losing.
It would be different if the Republican primary, I think, had turned out a little bit differently, but that's how it ended up on the radar in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Jeremy Hunt was an African-American candidate, actually, and he was the NRCC's pick, but he lost a close runoff to Chris West, who has since really not attracted many resources. The only reason the seat's on the board is the seat itself and the environment.
Yep.
And yeah, so I was right. Just wanted to check. The current seat without Thomas County voted for Biden by 13 points. The redrawn one only voted for him by 10, so a little bit redder. Do you have anything that you want to talk about? I don't want to speak the whole time. I mean, I want to go over the rest of the races, but I want to make sure that it's a nice balanced conversation if you have some things to bring up.
You are the House expert.
I appreciate that, but feel free to talk about anything that's burning into your mind. Just interrupt. Well, I guess before polls close at 6, we can just finish talking about the other competitive races that we're watching at 7 here for our early viewers. Keep screen share. And let me see here. Go to Chrome tab. It's easier to share the tab. There's less cluttering. So up here we have the first district. Now, this is one of the races that most interests me tonight for multiple different reasons. We actually did a district rundown solely on the first district a couple weeks ago when we moved the race from Leans Democratic to Tulsa. Since then, we've actually picked Jennifer Ruth Green to flip the seat to the Republicans. And that's a controversial call. And admittedly, I could very easily see Frank Mervan holding on. That's part of the reason why Indiana's first will be one of the great bellwether elections of the night, the early night, to tell us how are Republicans shaping up in the House. I feel more confident about Ohio's 9th than Indiana's first, even though both seats have significant white working class bases that have been trending Republican as of late. So a little bit about Indiana's first district. 60% of the district population is in Lake County, which, again, historically is about as Democratic as you can get in Indiana. Miles pointed out to me a few days ago that it's the only county in Indiana that never voted for Dick Lugar in a contested race against another Democrat. The reason why the county is becoming more competitive is because the white working class base has begun to erode for Democrats to their detriment. Now, it's still a Democratic county because of communities like Gary, East Chicago, both of which have high Black populations, and also I believe in East Chicago, a decent contingent of Hispanics. In fact, yeah, that's right. Gary has the African American population. East Chicago is Hispanic. And together, they more or less keep the Democratic weight strong in the district. So for Jennifer Ruth Green victory tonight, we probably have to see, in fact, we would have to see Porter County voting Republican by double digits. And we'd have to see the LaPorte portion. I believe the LaPorte portion actually voted narrowly for Biden in this seat because of Michigan City. Let's take a look. Yeah, so narrow. You'd have to see Republicans winning the LaPorte portion of the seat by a couple points, Porter by double digits, and then for Lake County, I would say it's Biden plus 15. Ruth Green probably needs to keep Mervan like around or under 5 points there. I haven't actually done the math fully on it. We do have a good house projection sheet from Ethan Chen that's useful for rough estimates that we can work on once we get votes in, but it's the type of seat where you have a couple dichotomies. If Ruth Green can continue to pull white non-college voters into the Republican camp that were previously Democratic, so I would distinguish between the white working class voters and voters in, as Armin would say, the Trump landscaping demographic that are already sold on the Republican cause. If she can benefit from those trends in Lake, win some of these soft partisans who have come over from Chicago to escape what they perceive as bad policy in Chicago in the suburban communities of Lake County, and potentially in a close race, if she can get maybe a point or two extra with black voters in Gary or with Hispanics in East Chicago, those could really help in a close race. She's obviously not gonna make the black vote close, even though she is an African American candidate. But every single percentage point you can shave off of the traditional lean is going to help in a tight race. So this is one where I'm not too confident about our call, but confident enough to have made it. What do you think about this seat, Claire? Frank Mervan outran the top of the ticket in 2020, but he did have a very crappy opponent who raised no money. And I know you know a lot about campaign finance, and this is a race where the Republicans have outraised Mervan.
So I believe it's going to be, and I could be wrong, but a lot of that Gary, Indiana is going to be Chicago media market. Hold on. Let me just pull that up. Media markets of Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's going to be Chicago media market, which is just insanely expensive. And you just like, there's no way to like discount that.
Yeah.
And so that means the candidate's not going to get up on the air. So your spending decisions are going to be like a little bit nuanced because you're just like straight up not getting airtime. I'm looking at the population of Gary, Indiana, or I was at some point, or of Lake County. And it looks like it's grown by a little bit, like about 2,000 people, but that's like a reversal of trends. So there have been like spillover into the suburbs.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like nothing significant, right? It's not like the destination. It's not like Boise, Idaho.
Yeah.
So it could stay, it could be stagnant, but it's gonna be a nuanced race.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the key nuanced races. I wouldn't actually be surprised based off of what we've heard in Virginia, which I think we'll touch on last, because we've got 3 competitive races in Virginia. So that one's kind of like a bonus state. But I wouldn't be surprised in the end if Republicans fail to win Indiana 1 but flip Virginia 7. And that would still be indicative of a good night. That's actually the opposite of what we predicted. But there are many things tonight that aren't quite what we predicted, especially in the House, that I could very well see. Let's go look at the Virginia map here. And we can repeat the crystal balls.
Oh, the meme.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not the meme, but that's funny. That reminds me of it. Here we go. Let's go share screen, go over the Indiana districts tonight. and Virginia. So the first seat that we want to talk about tonight is Virginia's 2nd district. This is effectively the Hampton Roads seat. Virginia Beach, very prominent here. Very, very big in general for Youngkin last year, as I'll talk about in just a second. If you remove Virginia Beach from the district, you can see that it accounts for a majority of the district's population and sizable amount of its 2020 votes as well. So I would definitely keep an eye on Virginia Beach, because more or less Virginia Beach, and to a lesser extent also, let's get the exact number, Chesapeake, are going to decide how this race goes. And Chesapeake is even redder than the Virginia Beach. Hold on a second. Yeah, Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, both by Virginia governor standards, fairly Republican. But if you're just looking at pure presidential lean, then the Chesapeake portion of the district is redder than Virginia Beach. But there are more people in Virginia Beach. And as I mentioned earlier in my tweet, if you look at demographics here, you also have the highest concentration of minority and, let's say, minority coalitions, so seats that are plurality white, or precincts in this case that are plurality white, in this part of Virginia Beach here. So that's something to watch, because collectively, if you remove these precincts, they account for about 135,000 people in the total district population. So that's actually a sizable amount. And if, again, Wasserman was pointing out earlier that you had a turnout discrepancy between those voters, or let's just say the precincts with the highest minority populations and counterpart precincts of about 15 points, if I remember correctly. I think that gap has probably narrowed, but again, if there is a significant differential there in turnout terms, that's not going to be good. And why not? Because if you look at a lot of these white parts of Virginia Beach that broke pretty heavily for Youngkin, in some cases, as you can see here, if you look off to the precinct details tab, turnout was pretty much the same in 2021 as it was in 2020. That's how much enthusiasm you had in terms of total votes cast. And if that happens again, or perhaps to an even greater extent for Jen Kiggins, and you've got poor minority turnout, Elaine Luria is going to be having a tough night. And a Luria loss would not be indicative of a wonderful wave night for the GOP. This is an expected pickup. The bigger surprise would be Luria coming close, almost holding on, or winning. Unlikely scenarios at this point in my mind, but if either of them were to occur, we'd be looking at an overestimation of the GOP and potentially a series of confusing indicators throughout the day. So the other seat up here is the 7th. This is the district that some might consider a better pickup opportunity than Indiana 1, even though we have it rated leans Democratic. And if you look here at Prince William County, if you take out Prince William, you see that it accounts for a little under 300,000 people. So fairly sizable amount of the district population. The other counties that are important in the district are Stafford and Spotsylvania. And once you remove those, you can really see that those three counties collectively account for the overwhelming majority of the 2020 population and of the votes cast. Now, this race is between Abigail Spanberger, who's kind of had to reintroduce herself to this new district per se, and Yesley Vega. So Yesley Vega is from the Prince William portion of the seat. If you remember the primary she had against State Senator Bryce Reeves and a couple other candidates, she mobilized that Prince William section to win outright with a plurality of the vote. And if you want to look at demographics too, on precincts, and we want to do Hispanic, you can see that the highest concentration of the Hispanic population is in Prince William County, if you're looking at the district. So the district does have some heavily Democratic precincts that are plurality Hispanic or majority Hispanic. And Yesley Vega has tried to shave off some of that Democratic margin on the campaign trail. And being a Hispanic woman from Prince William, it'll be interesting to see how well she ends up doing with Hispanic voters, especially in these precincts that still are giving someone like McAuliffe, as you can see here, in some cases, high 50s, low 60s, depending on the precinct. Here you can see 71. But if you look here, for example, this is a good example of a precinct with a lower Black population, higher Hispanic population. You can see the Democratic share drop by about a full 10 points between the presidential and the gubernatorial race. So that's one we'll be keeping an eye on tonight. And then the last one is Virginia's 10th district. It includes a small portion of Fairfax. The bigger thing to watch here is Loudoun and also Prince William. This is a seat being contested by Hung Kao, and he's running against Jennifer Wexton, who defeated Barbara Comstock, Frank Wolf's successor, in 2018. This seat's more Republican down ballot. As you can see here, it only voted for McAuliffe by 2 points, despite backing Joe Biden by 18 in 2020. We don't expect it to be that close, but if turnout is abysmal in Virginia and Democrats have a poor night, again, it's early, you still have a little bit under an hour to vote, then this is a seat that could come into contention, if not for a flip, then for being much closer than we expect. So we have it at likely Dem. Perhaps Wexton wins by less than 5, depending on how rough the night is. But if that seat were to somehow flip to the Republicans, given that it didn't even vote for Youngkin in 2021, that would be a sign of an unprecedented wave for the Republicans, at least in recent times.
I was just in the Virginia 2nd picking apples, or the Virginia 10th picking apples. Yeah. Voters are in fact getting inundated by ads. It's great fun. As far as that race goes, or as far as Virginia goes, I think I'll be watching turnout in the metros and like especially the non-white precincts in the metros, because if you'll remember in 2021, there was a huge just turnout cratering, especially in Virginia 2nd, and especially even in I won't say Norfolk, it's Norfolk. Norfolk. So if you drop black turnout by 10%, it gets gnarly, man.
It does.
Let's see.
I think it's a foregone conclusion at this point. It kind of has been for the whole cycle that the House is gone for the Democrats. I'd be very, very surprised if the Democrats even limited the Republican majority to a narrow one, let alone took the chamber, or I guess I should say held the chamber. It's funny, we've been talking about the GOP as if they've controlled the House, because starting to brainwash even me. But no, it would be a flip. And polls have closed, so I guess we'll keep a lookout. We do have some early numbers out of from Dixville Notch in New Hampshire too. Doesn't really count, but
tell me the Dixville Notch numbers. Just fucking tell me the Dixville Notch numbers, Harrison.
And Annie Kuster's up by 4 votes to Bob Burns' 1. That's
wow,
60-point lead right there.
Already projecting. Yeah.
Yeah, so much for a Leans Dem race. 60-point win. We were off somewhere.
I remember looking on Zillow at Dixville Notch, and I'm going to do that right now. Because how cool would it be to have that kind of power?
Well, it's true. People always joke because Dixville Notch is pretty much the definition of New England ticket splitting. You can't really find a better, or let's just say a more quaint New England example than a town with 5 people in it that will simultaneously vote 4-1 Dem and 5-0 Republican, or sorry, 5-0 Dem for Hassan and 4-1 for Sununu, if I remember correctly.
4-bedroom home, $264,000. Ooh, this one's cute. All right.
Okay. I'm going to put up a little brief note on Indiana 5 because what other congressional race is going on right now? Now we wait. Let me put this. Seat voted for Trump by 16 last time. Sparts, if it truly is a good night for ours, they're winning the House popular vote by 4, perhaps more. As Nate Silver was suggesting earlier today, you'd expect them to be winning Indiana 5 by 20 points more, perhaps. Democrats obviously have not devoted resources to a seat like that. Kind of like Georgia 6. It's just good trends to some extent, at least in Hamilton, but not the type of district that's really in contention at the moment or anytime within the next few years. But yeah, stick with us here, and I'll be reporting on the results as soon as we get them.
Harrison, what are you using for, we talked about this, but what are you looking at for reporting purposes?
I am cross-comparing the New York Times and DDHQ.
That's a good call. So
DDHQ has basically projected a few of these non-competitive Indiana congressional districts. Erin Houchin is replacing the retiring Republican Trey Hollingsworth. She won a primary this year against Mike Sodrell, a former congressman from the 9th District back when it was competitive, who ran multiple times. Fascinating guy. You should really read about him. Some other luminaries, of course, Hal Rogers, again, up there for I think Hal Rogers actually is now Dean of the House. That's right, because Don Young, my brain needs to reset. I'm pretty sure. I believe he was elected in 1980, same year as Chris Smith, but he's technically Dean. Let me double check that. I don't want to be saying false things. Yeah, Hal Rogers. All right, good. But again, Hal Rogers has been representing that part of Kentucky for a long time. Originally, back in the day, you had basically the Carl Perkins portion, the easternmost section of southeastern Kentucky bordering West Virginia, very much Democratic, miners' unions, all that type. And then off to the left along the border with Tennessee, you had more of a Republican constituency that you had from the Unionist days of East Tennessee, Western North Carolina, that type of sentiment. And Chris Perkins III, I believe was his name, is the son of Carl Perkins. I might be mixing up the names, but he actually ran against, was going to run against Hal Rogers in a double bunking in 1992, redistricting, drew the two of them together. However, he was involved in the House banking scandal that year, and so he pulled out of the race. And Hal Rogers faced the only competitive race of his career and won by 10 points against a Democratic state senator in a highly regionalized election just shortly before the Republican Revolution in 1994. So yeah, that's really all we have for results right now. We've gone over the first set of competitive seats that we're going to be watching. And so we really just appreciate your patience. We hope you stick around, and we're going to start getting the Twitter feed going as well to keep up with coverage. So you can also, I believe soon you'll be able to find our live stream on YouTube as well as our website. I know it's up on YouTube right now in addition to Twitter. And it will also be up on the Split Ticket website under live stream. You can also access our ratings and articles on the website, which was recently redesigned and looks great by Clare. So thank you again for that. Very smooth. And I'm going to put up a brief tweet about Indiana's 5th district.
I am editing the website right now.
Oh, we have some numbers in from Kentucky 6.
Oh, good. I love Kentucky 6. That's my favorite.
Andy Barr is ahead.
Shocking.
Unsurprisingly.
I have always felt Kentucky 6 was a little bit soft. If I recall, Amy McGrath actually did worse in Kentucky 6 when she ran than when she ran for Senate.
I think so.
The path through Kentucky 6 is to do Andy B numbers in Fayette County. I think Amy McGrath did sub 60%, and then Bashir did over 60% in Fayette County. You can see like the exurban parts of Fayette County. It was actually my birthday map from Drew Savicki. Yeah. So like these bar precincts really flipped like strongly to Bashir in the gubernatorial race, and so any candidate that can pull those numbers out of like exurban Fayette County could probably be really competitive in the Kentucky 6, especially in a good wave year, but it ain't happening this year.
Yeah. Let me see if we have any numbers in for the Senate race in Indiana. Oh, we do have some numbers in for Kentucky from Fleming County. Not important.
Hated Fleming County. Every time school closings were happening, I saw Fleming County, I knew that Fayette County wasn't going to be closed growing up. So a little bit of ire just naturally towards Fleming County.
I see.
They were the sign of my disappointment on snow days. But we can talk about like Charles Booker and Rand Paul. Obviously, we have that seat projected to be pretty safe, but we'll see if Charles Booker can juice turnout in different areas as opposed to Amy McGrath. He's done some pretty good fundraising. I think the infrastructure building is going to be, or at least the infrastructure maintenance is going to be important, especially coming into the gubernatorial race in 2023.
Yes. That's going to be the big contest for next year. So let's see. We have Indiana 5. We have Kentucky 6. All right. Okay. Let's see what DDHQ has for Kentucky 6. I think it would probably be Fleming as well, but let me check.
Hey, DDHQ has Dixville Notch 5-0 for Maggie.
For Hassan, yeah, it was 5-0. Funny that somebody voted for Bob Burns, but didn't vote for Don Bolduc. I would put those two as peas in a pod, if you will.
Well, here we go. We have Anderson County and Laurel County in Kentucky starting to trickle in. It's funny. The DDHQ map has Lexington centered in Anderson on my screen. Maybe it's just a little bit off. Let's see. And then 10-7 p.m. I think we went through all of our 7 p.m. races except for South Carolina 1st, Nancy Mace.
Oh, that's right. So I only did the DRA reviews for the ones that are on the board, but we can definitely talk about some of the safe races that we have here. I would bring the viewers' attention to 3 of those races. none of which we expect to be competitive. The first is Georgia's 6th district. In fact, why not? I can just pull it up on DRA because we don't really have rapid fire results at the moment. But we can take a look at Georgia 6. Because Georgia 6 is the type of seat, especially if you have a President DeSantis or a President Trump, that would be in strong contention for the Democrats in 2026 or perhaps in 2030, given the trends in the Atlanta metro. So it's not competitive this year, but we can take a look at it anyway, because if you're an election nerd, it'll be on your watch list at some point this decade. Let's see. District 6. So here's the 6th district. As you can see, it's a Republican gerrymander. The seat voted for Trump by about 14 points. However, if you look at its 2012 presidential margin, I don't know off the top of my head, but Romney would have been well over 60. Let's see here. It is being contested at the moment by Rich McCormick, who ran against Carolyn Bourdeaux in the swing 7th district. You can see as an outline here in 2020, lost that race. Bourdeaux had nearly beaten Rob Woodall in 2018 in what was 2018's closest House race, unexpected. And then she managed to flip the open seat in 2020. What this does is it takes the Democratic trending portions of Forsyth, one of those exurban counties in the Atlanta metro, that were in the old 7th, and it takes the rest of the county in addition to them, runs all the way north up to Dawson, a little bit of Cherokee. The Democratic parts of this district mostly rest in Cobb and in the northern half of Fulton County, around Roswell, Alpharetta, so forth. Again, what I would really look at here, even though we expect McCormick to win by double digits tonight, comfortable victory, is the swing. Because if you look at how it's changed since the 2012-2016 composite, which I think is probably a good thing to look at, especially if we compare it directly against President 2020, that sums up why Georgia is a problem for Republicans long term, right there. The starkness of those trends, even if you just want to get rid of 2012 and look at President 2016, same thing. It's a pretty clear directional shift, and it's why we expect that seat at some point in this decade to be on the board. It's going to become increasingly hard if the patterns that we've seen in the Atlanta metro continue. It's going to become increasingly hard to gerrymander these suburbs and these exurban counties to be good for Republicans. It's going to be difficult.
Do we want to talk about New Hampshire, since that's going to be one, they count shit fast, and two, it's pretty homogenous, and just do an overview of the geos we're looking at in New Hampshire?
Yeah, of course. That's more important. The other races we were looking at for the first closing are just to state them. Virginia 5, controversial Republican incumbent Bob Good, and South Carolina 1, Nancy Mace, who beat Joe Cunningham in 2020, has a redder seat this time. Safe race. But yes, let's move on to New Hampshire. And yeah, we can talk a bit about some of our statewide races here for 7 p.m. And it appears that the New Hampshire congressional races are, so 8 p.m., but we can talk about it either way. I have to memorize the poll closing times.
Ooh, we have a question on the YouTube stream. Are you going to look at the anti-abortion amendment in Kentucky? From Ender. So abortion is on the ballot in Kentucky. I do not remember the specific question. I think Lakshya is a little bit, has done more of the research into whether or not Kentucky is a pro-life or pro-choice state, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been a whole lot of spending behind it. And it's not, as like compared to Kansas, it's not sort of an election that stands on its own. But I can imagine the amendment maybe running ahead of Booker and not necessarily tracking with him. Might see the amendment running with this year. If I were like targeting those, that's like what I would be looking at. But great question.
I believe the Times has results up for that if we want to take a look at it later in the night. But given abortion is also on the ballot in Michigan, another one of our, in fact, a state that's far more critical to tonight than Kentucky, although we do love the state of Kentucky too. I believe Lakshya will definitely have more to say about that once he gets on here later tonight.
Michigan's going to be interesting just because of the popularity of, well, Dana Nessel, first of all, but also Gretchen Whitmer, especially among women, like white college-educated women, particularly white college-educated women under 40 and 50. She has sort of a preternatural ability to juice turnout. Also, the spending sort of barely just kicked off on that question on the abortion opposing side. So we can sort of like expect abortion being on the ballot to help Whitmer rather than hurt Whitmer. They just kind of are force multipliers.
Yes, and also it's going to be fascinating to see how many voters are going to be voting the pro-choice line on the referendum, but also voting for Republicans for Congress. Because, again, we can expect, given that Lakshya's found Michigan to be a pro-choice state, a lopsided pro-choice vote on the referendum. But some of these congressional seats, like Michigan 7th, for example, we still expect to flip to the Republicans. So you're going to have a decent amount of ticket splitting there, perhaps from voters who are still okay voting for the GOP, even post-Dobbs, but clearly are going to oppose the pro-life side of this amendment.
For context, I believe Michigan has a law on the books dating back to, it might be 1913, if I'm remembering correctly, that outlaws abortion. Right now, that law was sort of stopped by Gretchen Whitmer, but should Tudor Dixon become governor, who knows what will happen? Obviously, she's pretty adamantly pro-life, with the exceptions for the life of the mother, if I remember correctly.
I believe so.
We have another one. Prop 3 in Michigan was abortion plus some other includes in it. Huge turnout today in my red rural township. Very cool. Sorry, I live next to a fire station, guys.
It's okay. I have a cool map of Hal Rogers' last competitive race that we can take a look at here in just a moment. So, just to pass the time.
1931. Rudy says it's 1931, not 1913. There's my dyslexia.
I see. Well, it's close enough. It's close
Yeah,
enough.
right?
The gist is the same. All right, let's take a look here. So I thought you guys would find this interesting, especially Claire, given your Kentucky experience. This is going way back to 1992, and it's the last time that Hal Rogers had a competitive race. It's funny seeing him reelected easily with 85% of the vote. But back in the day, as I was saying, you could really see the divide between their districts, represented by this yellow line. This was the divide between Perkins district, Perkins retired, and Rogers district. So you could see that even though southeastern Kentucky, very much the same culturally in terms of the people in these counties, very, very different political leanings that go back decades, centuries even.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Lee County is freaking the size of Delaware, man. It's a lot about hometown rule and name familiarity.
Yes. And of course, Hal Rogers also notable because he's Dean of the House since Don Young passed away. He'll almost certainly be succeeded by Chris Smith, given that Smith was elected in the same year but is younger than him. But for now, that's, I believe, the first call of the night. And we go back to Election Watch. But let's talk about New Hampshire. You go ahead, Claire. I want to hear your thoughts.
Oh, boy. The fact that those cowards haven't annexed Vermont tells me all I need to know about them. So the great thing about New Hampshire is that they count pretty quick. They have a lot of experience counting with the eyes of the nation on them. I think 538 has that race at 3 points, Democratic on the average. And I don't know, do you want to talk about geography? Like I said, New Hampshire is pretty homogenous. Any like population centers are distributed as they were along sort of just a general interstate.
Yeah, we can talk about that real quick. And then someone also commented about the delegate election in Guam, which was historic today. So we can devote some time to that as well afterwards. But let me pull up New Hampshire on DRA and we can talk about it that way. As you all know, the New Hampshire congressional lines have pretty much been the same for about 100 years. The state legislature did want to change that, but as you know, Sununu was pretty headstrong. No, we're going to keep tradition here. We want to give Republicans a chance to compete for both seats. Again, if they don't win New Hampshire 1 tonight and they lose 2 as well, even if they come close in both, you might have a lot of Republicans looking back at Governor Sununu and saying, come on, we could have had a seat. But hey, that's how it goes. And if the night is big enough for Republicans, theoretically, Carolyn Levitt could win anyway. So we'll see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right, here you go, Claire. What are some things you wanted to point out in particular here?
I'm trying to figure out what animals that first district looks like. I'm really so sort of we can point out if you want to do an overlay for population distribution.
Can I do that on DRA?
I believe you can.
Hold on.
Voting age pop.
All right. Let me see, because maybe you can. I've never tried that before.
So we have a question. How scary is it the way we count ballots and release results could possibly show a red wave that can become a mirage? Seems very crazy to me to count and release results like this. I don't want to go into minutia about election like laws and reporting, but that mostly has to do with how absentee ballots are processed and received, and how they're counted. So I think in Pennsylvania, they're sort of sequestered and they cannot begin counting, versus I think Michigan, and Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, they can begin processing them before Election Day.
I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of up to the states whether or not they want to facilitate a red mirage, or a red wave, or a blue mirage, or a blue wave. And, it seems to me like you would do something to make sure that all of these get dumped at the same time, to mitigate that. But again, like absentee ballots won't be as important as they were in 2020. There was some kind of pandemic going on, I think, in 2020 that made in-person voting a little less appealing than it might be this year.
One thing that I guess we could talk about for geographic region to watch in New Hampshire is the Seacoast region over here. If we want to just think of Portsmouth, for instance, this is actually important to the first district. I know Sam Norwood and Alexander Rao have put a lot of emphasis on the importance of the Seacoast because it voted against Carolyn Levitt in the primary and it's trending Democratic. And generally, their reasoning has been, and we agree with this in narrowly favoring Chris Pappas in that House race, is that if Democratic turnout is good, it should give them a narrow edge district-wide. Armin's pointed out that both seats being Biden plus 6 and Biden plus 8 are not too far removed from New Hampshire's partisanship in 2020. And so it's difficult to see one or both seats, particularly both seats going Republican if the seat is still voting Democratic for something like Senate. So I would watch the Seacoast here. You can see that a lot of these towns are still trending Democratic if you look at them in terms of the state as a whole. Portsmouth and Manchester as well. It's not on the Seacoast because it's not anywhere near the ocean, but Manchester, Concord, Nashua, those are also places that I would watch. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at it on the county level, you can basically look to Grafton, but again, not tremendously populated. Cheshire, Merrimack, Rockingham, also Strafford to an extent. But yeah, again, those are mostly what I would be pointing out if I'm looking at New Hampshire. I'm not the most familiar with New Hampshire's political geography relative to some other states. I'll admit that, but the Seacoast is what I'm looking for because I'm focusing mostly on the first district tonight. Because if Bob Burns wins the second district against Andy Custer, that's Ed Durr.
Can't believe Ed Durr made himself a meme like that.
I know. I don't like to perpetuate memes usually on the stream, but
my little rant about Ed Durr is that the Democrat that he beat had been beat up by I believe it's the most expensive state Senate election in history.
It is the most expensive legislative race ever.
Yes, 18 million or something.
Yeah, teachers union winning hard for him, but all they needed was a education polarization based realignment and a truck driver. That did it.
And him not to spend any money.
2017 was kind of like Armin has phrased this really well, talking about the 2016 election and why somebody like Peterson was able to survive pretty comfortably. Is that the realignment happened before we realized it was happening, and a lot of voters just figured, well, I'll vote for Colin Peterson, I'll vote for Steve Sweeney, even though they were voting for Trump. That got a lot harder to justify and rectify as a voter in 2020 when Peterson lost, and in 2021 when you still had a lot of ticket splitting. I mean, again, there were still Trump Peterson voters, there were still Sweeney Chitterelli voters, but not enough for either of them to ultimately overcome their district lanes. Now, Peterson obviously was in a much, much redder seat than Steve Sweeney, but my point kind of remains the same there.
Looks like. Oop. New York Times was a great interactive this year.
I know, but it doesn't work for me. Something's wrong with my cookies, I think.
Oh no! Do you have ad blocker on?
I've tried in vain to find a solution to it. I've allowed third-party cookies, yet still I can't hover over the races. I have to go into inspect mode.
Oh no! Really?
Yeah. Make it work, I guess. I don't know what else could be causing it, to be honest.
We have quite a few votes coming out of Indiana 3rd. Let's see.
Let's see. So Decision Desk has votes out of Kentucky's 1st, 5th, and 6th. And Indiana's 3rd. So I think the New York Times has, correct me if I'm wrong, the 3rd, the 9th, and Kentucky's 5th.
Yes.
Let's go into inspect mode, as weird as it looks.
All right, let's see.
That was the 8th on the Times. I was confusing it with Decision Desk.
I'm seeing the 3rd on the Times. Let's see.
I see both of them.
Yeah, here we go. It's an R+11. Can't really extrapolate from that, but obviously the population center is going to be Fort Wayne.
Yeah, Allen County. So.
Yep. They do have a DeKalb. No one get excited.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why it's comparatively close so far is because Banks is barely leading in Allen. That's basically why. But as Armin's always mapped, Jill Long Thompson, Democrat who won this seat back in the day, perhaps she can come back and she'll be satisfied to see that, at least for now, it's only breaking for the Republicans by 11 points. Obviously, fairly early. And I mean, Allen County still backed Trump by 11 points in 2020. So at the moment, we might just be getting some of the bluer precincts in Fort Wayne in conjunction with just a little bit of the suburban ring part of the outer section of Allen. That's my guess.
Nothing really great in terms of a bellwether there so far.
No, not yet. It's just, I mean, it would be interesting if Banks underperforms Trump in Allen County, but it's too early. And again, I have to assume that most of these suburbs are just not reporting yet. Times has a cool 2020 comparison feature this year too. That's awesome.
Ooh, is it that vector?
Yeah, with the arrows pointing left and right, depending on the scale of the shift.
I haven't figured out how to. I'm pretty sure that's something you can do in R, and I haven't really figured it out yet.
Yeah. There's a third party candidate in this race named Nathan Gotch, and I swear to God, I read his name as Neil Gorsuch.
Your brain is melted.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Gary Snyder looks like a round tester.
Well, that's the kind of Democrat I'd expect to be running in northeastern Indiana.
Seriously, though.
I'm going to put up a little tweet on Indiana 3.
Time to figure out a pizza order.
Indiana 3 overall was Trump plus 29. So okay, put out this brief tweet here on what we're seeing in Indiana 3, because at this point, with 20 minutes left to go until 7, when we will be getting the rest of the crew on with us, there really is not much else. But once 7 hits, I'll be like a kid in a candy store with the super close house races. At that point, these races like Kentucky 6 and Indiana 3, they go out the window, and I've got more important things to worry about. Because unfortunately, I only have one brain, so I can't watch every single race at once. But we all wish we could. Maybe.
Wait, I have no brains, so.
Oh, don't be hard on yourself.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, we appreciate this because Split Ticket fundamentally is just your sit down with friends, as Claire says, where you get the most compelling analysis. And of course, it is free because it's nonprofit. Coverage here will last. Well, I don't plan on going to sleep, so it'll last for unlimited. We'll just see until we're ready to call a night.
Yep. I think my maybe my wall hitting expectation is somewhere after 1 a.m.
Probably.
I definitely want to see some of the results from Nevada come out. But I think Nevada has a strange rule where as long as people are in line, they cannot report votes. So we shouldn't expect to see anything until for forever.
Yeah, if you guys remember back in the Nevada primary when the nominations were still uncertain, at least for the governor's race, it was funny because they had to wait about an hour and a half or so late into the night to start reporting results, like Claire said, because of one voter in Washoe County in this case. And funnily enough, he happened to be one voter in the same town as my best friend. So I was texting him. I'm like, "Is this you?" He's like, "Nope." But yeah, Nevada, there's a reason. In fact, the New York Times, I know they have a paywall, so I'll show some of you guys that don't have access real quick. They made a fascinating tool based off of how quickly results reported in the primary that we can take a look at here, where we can expect, or rather when we can expect election results. Sorry, this is the wrong article. I was looking for another one. We are looking for the election night tool.
About to eat a cupcake, courtesy of Rooney.
New York Times election. Oh, good. Election results. Oh, crap. I'm trying to remember the name of this article. All right. So I don't remember the name of that article, but what I can basically tell you, as an American election, they're currently living in Germany. Well, I will be living in Germany next semester, so I will also be doing Split Ticket from Germany. So shout out to you, and thank you so much for being a viewer. But basically, the gist of the New York Times article is that by midnight, we should have 95% plus in most of the states out east. Depends on the state. I mean, obviously, you get those late arriving mail-ins. A lot of states, as long as it's postmarked by election day, you have a couple days, maybe up into a week, I think, might be Pennsylvania, for the ballots to come in. But in a lot of these congressional races where we expect Republicans to win by a few points, we should have some certainty. But Nevada, like Claire mentioned, no, we won't know. I'm going to try and see where in Allen County these results are coming from.
That's a good question. From someone just checking in now, what have I missed? Dixville Notch.
Dixville Notch. Not much to update your question here. Pretty much just been following safe races, Indiana 5, Indiana 3, Kentucky 6. Nothing too extreme. Actually, I'm not sure. Claire, do we have any numbers in for the Indiana Senate race yet?
Let us check. Senate, Indiana. We have 2% in, basically from the areas that are, that we know the House race is in, and we have Todd Young up a little bit, 53-45 against Tom McDermott. And I'm not going to try to pronounce this third-party candidate's name, but good for him.
Huh, okay. Bloomington, looks like we're getting some early numbers out of Monroe County and on the Times. Democratic oasis, as Todd Young has described it himself. Mm-hmm. And you probably know this as well, but Todd Young is actually from Bloomington, or he lives there, or at least did at the time of the last Almanac of American Politics. And this too, I forgot to talk about this, but Republicans won a House delegate race today. Obviously, the territorial members can't officially vote, but they are congressional delegates. And as Mighty Mesa here says, it's the first GOP win since 1993 there. So again, don't want to extrapolate too much because Democrats won Guam's governorship and gained a seat net in its territorial legislature. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Claire? I think that's enough evidence for our gain of 100 seats.
Oh yeah, Guam. As we know, Guam is a well-known bellwether in midterm elections, and I think about it often. In Kentucky, we have Jefferson County, which should be county seat Louisville. So that's probably the highest concentration of Democratic votes in the state, reporting kind of early, 12% in. Obviously, that's where Charles Booker is from. I believe that's where he represents a House seat in Louisville in the state assembly, or he did. And that will be a vote well for Charles Booker.
Yes. The Allen County Board of Elections, I'll have to keep working on that. It's not cooperating. But no, I would assume, given the marginal Republican advantage in Allen right now in both the Senate and congressional races, that you probably got some of the more marginal precincts north of the city, or maybe you do actually just have some of the parts of Fort Wayne itself where you have a higher black population, plus some of the Republican-leaning suburbs, and that's making it a 50-50 race, in which case we just have to wait.
We just have to wait is pretty much the story of the night until at least, 8 p.m.
Isn't that the truth?
Ain't that just the way?
Well, in typical election night fashion, we've already gone through 1 hour of streaming. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, so.
They've already got Kornacki up on MSNBC. Poor guy.
Wow. They defrosted Kornacki.
They defrosted. They woke him up from his
hibernation.
Yeah, they bring him up for Breeders' Cup and Derby, and which is fun actually. As a born and raised Kentuckian, that's I love to see Kornacki on Breeders' Cup coverage.
Kornacki's is basically one of those staples of the election Twitter pantheon, although he's not part of election Twitter. But why don't we take a look at these results for the Kentucky abortion referendum while we have 10 minutes or so?
Sure.
Just because it probably will be more interesting than the Senate race.
It looks like
ballot measures. So it looks like 66% no right now, which obviously is because of Jefferson County.
Now, if you want to split screen the Jefferson County and the abortion amendment, like I telegraphed earlier, it's no surprise to see the abortion, the pro access to abortion running ahead of Booker.
What's Booker at right now in Jefferson?
64-36, and then you have no above 70 in Jefferson.
Yeah, I see it at 74 on the Times here. So,
and then I wonder, let's see, how that's comparing with Morgan McGarvey, who is, here we go, he's running ahead of Morgan McGarvey in Jefferson County, who is going to fill John Yarmouth's seat, who recently retired.
Yes.
Morgan McGarvey, of course, is the former minority leader of the Kentucky State Senate, and he is responsible for the KY Senate Dems TikTok. If you have ever seen it, it's a pretty strong one.
In fact, that reminds me, I have to go put up a little thing on Morgan McGarvey. because he's one of the, along with Aaron Houchin, one of the new members of the House this year, relatively youthful candidate coming out of the legislature. Aaron Houchin defeated Richard Young, who is a staple of Indiana Democratic politics in the Butternut region in the southern part of the state. So she had that seismic win in 2014. Yarmouth beat Ann Northup in 2006, and again in 2008, but hasn't had a close race since 2010, right? I believe that's true.
That's true. Yarmouth is a staple. Yes. I believe he is the owner of the Louisville sort of alt weekly, the Leo.
That's right. He was a journalist before he got into Congress. I remember reading about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't actually know if we have results in from Indiana's 9th district at the moment. Let me go check. Obviously, not enough yet to get the good old New York Times needle running, but soon. Indiana is never really a state that is known for rapidity in terms of counting ballots.
Oh, here's a good question.
I will look at it in just a second, but could you, what is it? Let's see.
What do you make of Elaine Luria's focus on the attempt to steal the 2020 election?
Ooh, that's a good one. Honestly, I just am not sure how well it's going to resonate in Virginia too, because you make a good point. I was going to bring this up too. First, in most of these so-called gimme GOP seats, as I'll call them with some slang language, these are the types of districts that Republicans really expect to have in the bag. Virginia 2 is one of them if they're winning the House, if they're amassing a comfortable majority. I'd like to think that in most of these seats, economic issues are in fact going to outweigh not just social issues, but issues regarding the 2020 election in January 6th. That's not to say there won't be resonance for them, especially because you bring up veterans. Virginia 2, both candidates are veterans. I don't want to mix them up. I believe Elaine Luria was a Navy commander for 2 decades in the House, and that Jen Kiggins was not a commander. I forget her rank, but also served in the Navy. That's historically, you have Newport News, the shipyard there, very much integrally associated with the U.S. military, particularly the Navy. So I don't know whether it'll play above average with veterans. I'd like to think economic issues are more important this cycle in most of these swing seats, but we really won't know until after the fact. If Elaine Luria somehow survives, or perhaps survives while Republicans still have a good night, then we'll have to reevaluate that. But definitely a good point, Union Turnpike, about Virginia 2, because that's fundamentally one of those seats that has some of the strongest military connections in the U.S.
If I remember correctly, it might have been the last thing that I saw about veteran vote distribution had Navy as the most Democratic leaning branch of the military.
I believe that would back up my assumptions, although I haven't seen. I trust you.
It was either Navy or Coast Guard or Air Force.
I think that personally, I think that it would make sense that it's the Navy. It's more of just a vibe feeling, but hold on. I just have to post this tweet about McGarvey real quick. They've already updated his Wikipedia page for Congressman-elect.
Dang.
Again, we're not making projections. I don't want to be suspended. So in my tweets for uncalled races, I just say, so-and-so is on track for blank, or so-and-so is in a good place for blank.
I would rather be X.
Exactly. And the other interesting thing here about Kentucky's 3rd, and we've seen this in multiple places this cycle, Pete Fazio comes to mind as well. But Yarmouth is chairman of the budget committee, and we're seeing a loss of Democratic seniority. So both in committee chairs and in members that have been in office for a long time.
Yeah, the thing with Democrats is versus Republicans is they have Republicans have term limits on their committee chairships, which generally, they will time with their retirement. I remember Phil Rowe and I've muted myself. Phil Rowe in 2018 had promised he would only run for 5 terms, and he reneged on that promise and went for a 6th because as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, he wanted to live out another term of his chairmanship. You also have Kevin Brady retiring from the most powerful House committee, Ways and Means.
Greatly hurt the Congressional Republican baseball team too.
Yes, they lose him on the Congressional baseball team. It's a big deal for him.
Ooh. I believe that's the Indiana Secretary of State's race, one of the America First Secretary of State coalition candidates who beat I think an appointed incumbent in the convention earlier this year. I will look at it in just a second, but I did actually write an article about America First Secretary of State candidates earlier this year, and it would have been interesting to me. I hope that's Diego Gonzalez. I hope I'm not confusing him with somebody else. Let me check DDHQ. That's Diego Morales. I'm sorry, guys. I'm confusing them.
2 Diegos.
I was thinking again. Sorry, I haven't followed I followed House, Senate, Governor, but SOS. I followed enough to know about Diego's rise, but not enough to not confuse Diego Morales with Diego Gonzalez. But please give me some leeway tonight for minor mistakes. If it's about the House and I make a mistake, punish me. Okay. Let me see on our board here. If we look at statewide results for Indiana, pull up the Secretary of State's race. Todd Young's at 57%. And Secretary of State Morales is only up 52.44. So, oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't want to point it out. I'm sorry about that. So it turns out that Diego Gonzalez is not real. So Diego Morales, but valid point here about him. He's going to it looks like he's on track to underperform pretty significantly if these numbers hold up. And just look at Allen County for that. Both Jim Banks and Todd Young are narrowly leading in Allen at the moment. And again, we expect all the Republicans statewide to win Allen comfortably in the end. But on the same ballot, Destiny Wells is leading him by 3 points. So I guess this kind of shows that given the controversial nature of a lot of these America First Secretary of State candidates, that they're going to underperform. Mark Fincham in Arizona is another one. Jim Marchant in Nevada, another one. We could very well have Kerry Lake, Joe Lombardo winning, but these Secretary of State candidates losing. Fortunately for Diego Morales, Indiana is red enough that he should be carried over the line, even if he underperforms. Okay.
We also have some significant undervoting in the Secretary of State as far as the reporting. So total reported in the Secretary of State is 93K. Total reported in the Senate is 97K. People fill at the top of their ticket and then just don't want to Google these row offices, which I sympathize with.
Or perhaps people that are just, I don't want to vote for this guy, and they leave it blank.
Yep. I mean, you have besides the 4,000 point differential, you have 48,000 votes for Diego Morales, and then 55,000 votes for Todd Young. And again, that could be a differential in like reporting and how they're counted too. So it's a little too early to start splitting hairs.
Yeah. So apparently, Louis Jacobson, great guy, works on the Almanac of American Politics, has Indiana's Secretary of State race as a toss-up. Admittedly, we don't rate the row offices. I know Elections Daily rates the row offices, and Louis Jacobson's done pieces for the Crystal Ball. Again, I'd like to assume Indiana's red enough for Morales to hold on, and I'd be surprised if a Democrat came particularly close. But who knows? I'd have to bring Armin on, because Armin's followed this race more closely than I have. But it is 7, and with that, we begin the Key House Races watch.
All right.
Now, send that tweet up, and from now on, I will be relegating Diego Morales to the back burner.
Let's see. Show. So we have polls closing in, let's see, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont.
Yes, we do.
And Decision Desk HQ has just called Kentucky Senate for Rand Paul.
That, not surprising. So, Young leads at the moment 57-40 over McDermott. And Morales only leads, let me see, it looks like 53-44. 52-44.
It looks like we have some early results out of Georgia.
Oh, wow. Let me take a look at them.
Yep, we have Richmond County in 37% of the vote. It looks like the first county to report, and it's 75 Warnock, 24 Walker, with 37% of the vote in. Total reported 29,000 votes. In Richmond, it looks like Warnock is running slightly ahead of Stacey Abrams, who's at 73% there. And so there's some ticket splitters going on here.
Yes. All right, let me take a look at these results now.
Ooh, looks like Raffensperger is running at 28%, so that makes him the best performing Republican for statewide candidates in that the county.
That isn't too surprising to me. I mean, Raffensperger, I figure is gonna. It's very, very early. I think, right? It's just Richmond County, right?
Yeah, this is Richmond County, Augusta.
That's right. By the way, Armin and Lakshya will be on soon. Remember, in the grand scheme of things, if this night is like a human life, we're like just coming out of the womb right now. So you guys can all relax. They'll be here. Don't worry. They're summoning Armin to talk about Mr. Gonzalez.
Oh, we have another call. It's Peter Welch, Vermont Senate.
Makes sense. And do we have results in for Vermont House yet? Probably not. It's probably just a call with 0% in. South Carolina. Oh, Tim Scott, another 0% in call. We've got Pierce County, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
That's in Armin's English ancestry quadrant of Georgia, aka a place that you don't want to go.
We have a question if there's anything significant about the Guam results. No.
Yeah, I would be really, really hesitant to extrapolate from Guam. We need more races in the mainland United States first before I'd be willing to predict Republicans exceeding our expectations. And as Miles points out, Pat Leahy is no longer the only Democrat that Vermont has ever sent to the Senate, which is a fun little fact.
Has sent to the what?
To the Senate.
Ah.
So they now have 2 Democrats sent to the Senate in the lifetime of the state.
Vermont is the state with the only state with continuous third-party representation in its state legislature.
That's a good point. That's
My
a good
Vermont fact.
That's a good fact.
Which would is sort of telling as far as how the coalitions are built there. It's basically, do you wear socks with your sandals or no?
Do we have anything out of Florida yet?
Let's find out. Yes, we have. Oh, look, Val Demings is winning in Florida for now.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We've got some Broward numbers.
Oh, look at them go.
Broward, Leon. Unless these are test numbers, because coincidentally, each of the 2 counties shares the same number of votes reporting, 60 and 67. Not sure. I mean, I think they're real numbers. Might just be a coincidence.
In Leon?
Yeah, Leon and what is that? I think Alachua are both 60% in, and then Flagler and Broward are both 67.
Leon County might be telling for Georgia second because of the bordering or the Florida-Georgia line.
And also for how much Al Lawson loses by against Neil Dunn.
Good question. Who's next off the Vermont politics bench if Bernie retires?
Wouldn't it be Becca Ballant?
Probably.
I mean, that would be my my guess, because she's gonna almost certainly be the next congresswoman from Vermont.
Yes, and she'll be the first woman elected to Congress from Vermont.
Yes, exactly. That's a good point too.
Because men love to die in that seat.
That's true. They love to serve too long in that seat too.
The last state to never elect a woman to Congress. Very progressive, Vermont.
Well, that'll change tonight, which is good.
Yep.
Okay, that's actually, I mean, seems like a lot to be reporting in, because Florida's 23rd is already showing 49% in because of Broward, but I don't know. Decision desk, surprisingly, a bit behind the times here, as a pun. Would Phil Scott have any shot in the Senate race this year? That's a tough one. I personally believe that nationalization is too great for even governors like Phil Scott and Larry Hogan to win Senate races, but definitely make it competitive. Florida's going to be whack this election.
Florida's a big state to run a campaign in, man.
Yep.
We saw the early ballot returns from Miami-Dade. Apparently, there's just been a paucity of campaigning there by Democrats. Big media market, big state, real expensive.
Yeah, I think Democrats kind of just gave up in Florida, save resources for other targets. And I don't blame them.
Hard to oust an incumbent governor, and DeSantis' approvals have been pretty high. He's a very visible guy.
Yeah, and I feel like we've all expected Florida to shift further to the right than the country as a whole this year. Broward. All right, here we go. Put up something about Florida 23. We rated this seat likely Democratic. Voted for Biden by 13.2. At the moment, we only have the Broward County portion coming in, and that does account for a majority of the seat's population, but not its entirety. It's also by itself the more Democratic part of the seat, so that helps explain at the moment why Moskowitz is leading 58.6 to 40, so 18-point lead. Biden won this part of the seat by 16.4, so Moskowitz at the moment is running about 2 points ahead of Biden.
We have a little bit more from Georgia. Let's see. We have Warnock at 70, Walker at 28. Obviously, this is just 7% of the votes in. And we're starting to get some results from Fulton County. Fulton County has 56% of the votes in, and Warnock is doing 75% there so far. To Herschel Walker's 23. Let's see. And yeah, we have Stacey Abrams like trailing Warnock in a lot of these Democratic strongholds. I mean, Fulton County shape's so funny, guys.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, Florida 23, and then also Florida 2.
You want to talk about redistricting in Florida, Harrison?
Oh my. Well, I feel like that's too controversial of a topic to really go into in depth at the moment, but we all know from what we followed that Florida's redistricting was a hellscape in terms of discourse. I'd recommend DDHQ and New York Times. Okay. Al Lawson with an early lead thanks to Leon County, but unfortunately, that is highly unlikely to be a Democratic victory in the end. Seat voted for Trump by, I think, about 11 points, fairly inelastic, and most of the Democratic base there comes from black voters in Tallahassee, so again, it's not exactly the most malleable seat in terms of trying to appeal to Republicans in Bay County, which, again, Al Lawson didn't even represent under the old district that stretched between Gadsden through Leon, Tallahassee, all the way out to Duval and Jacksonville. So,
and he's running against, I believe, his colleague, Neil Dunn.
Yes. One of two races tonight where incumbent representatives are running against each other, the other being Texas 34, where you have Myra Flores running against Vicente Gonzalez. So, yes. And by 8 o'clock, we'll have nonstop dialogue, hopefully, because we'll have enough results coming in. As soon as I get these House updates out, I'll take a brief look at our Senate stuff, see what's going on there. We get a little bit of time because a race like Pennsylvania, Georgia, those types of contests, as you mentioned earlier, Claire, are going to take a long time.
We have 71% in Florida 13th. You want to talk about Florida 13th?
Yeah, I'm going over there now. Okay. So Florida 13, I don't actually see on New York Times. Is on decision death. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Wow. Interesting. That's got to say Florida's quick. So that's actually pretty good for the Democrats in that seat, I have to say. We had that seat at a likely Republican. There was actually a push to move it to safe, but I did not want to move it to safe because I felt that Eric Lynn still had a shot to make the race close. It's only Pinellas County, and at the moment, he's winning in Pinellas by 2, and he's up by 2 district-wide. I would be quite surprised if the Democrats ended up winning this race. But he's over 50% right now, even with a Libertarian candidate on the ballot. Anna Paulina Luna lost against Charlie Crist in 2020 and is now making a comeback. And really, she was seen as, or is still to this point, seen as a candidate who is taken for granted. So if she ends up not winning the seat, that's, again, that's not good news for the GOP in Florida or even nationally. We'll see. Could be a mirage. We've still got 30% of the ballots to come in. Let me load up the Pinellas BOE and see if I can see where in the district they're coming from. Because this district, the 13th, the reason the 13th district voted for Trump by just shy of 7 points, and again, I should reiterate, this is a Trump plus 7 seat, it's because they took out half, if not 60% of St. Petersburg, where you have a sizable black population. Now you only have the western half of St. Petersburg at the southern tip of Pinellas County. And so mostly as a result of that, you're left with marginally Republican to comfortably Republican communities like Pinellas Park, Largo, Palm Harbor, running up the coast of Pinellas. But this is not a district that would elect, in my opinion, or let's just reword that. It's not a district that should be particularly close if the Republicans are sweeping Congress. Again, I want to see more, but definitely keep an eye on that race. Let me go check Virginia 7 because we're getting some results from Virginia 7. Virginia 7 and New Hampshire 1, it looks like. So the Virginia districts, Jen Kiggins right now is ahead narrowly, with Virginia Beach reporting in 8%. She's leading by 12 and 13 district wide. First things first, I want to go take a look at Pinellas and see where the votes are coming from. And then I'll take a look at Virginia 2 and see where they're coming from. And of course, the Board of Elections doesn't.
We're getting their data from Decision Desk and the New York Times.
Yeah, so Decision Desk is a bit behind at the moment on the House races in Florida. Eric. Okay, and then I should be able to put on the district map there as well. Okay, put that out. So Florida 13, keep that on the back burner.
Spending some time checking in on the brewing mess in Arizona, Maricopa County. My mother has told me that she sent me an email regarding her election experience.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to clarify the seat was Trump plus 6.7. It was a Biden seat, but they took out the eastern half of Petersburg, removed a lot of black voters as a result, and made the seat effectively Democratic. Well, I've got to say, I reiterated this in the tweet, but I'm glad that we kept this race at likely because there was an impetus to push it to safe. And I think most of the forecasters did decide to keep it to likely because Lynn, unlike the Democrats running in the 7th district where Stephanie Murphy's retiring, and in the 4th district, Lynn actually was getting outside money and in general spending and getting on the airwaves. So I guess it's good that we didn't completely write the seat off, even in a year that was expected to benefit Republicans, because 70% in, if Paulina's down by 2, even if it's a mirage and she wins, and I still expect her to win, she's not going to win by high single digits or even double digits like some people expected. I think the general expectation would have been like maybe 8-point win.
In a Trump plus 6.75.
Yeah.
He's high uniform swing, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have some more results out of Georgia. Oops. I'm trying to split screen this with my pizza order too. Let's see. Things are looking good in Fulton, with 56% in. Warnock is at 75. So that's like a huge tranche of votes for Warnock, or yeah, Warnock. And it looks like he's running just slightly ahead of Biden.
Yeah.
Claire's Pizza is too close to call.
Now we wait on the Florida Election Day votes.
All right, hold on. I have to address my pizza situation.
Okay. And in Virginia, too, we have some early numbers. Jen Kiggins is leading Elaine Luria right now, 58-42. Very early, only numbers out of Virginia Beach. Just an early lead to note. Of course, you still have to look at postmarked mail-in ballots. It'll probably break for the Democrats that can be counted until November 14th. And also, it's obviously not advisable to call a race with only 9% reporting. So, all righty. So, let me go check. Virginia's 10th, also very, very early. Hunkau is up right now because of Rappahannock and Fauquier, and both of those are the two rural counties, or I guess you could call them that, at the southernmost end of the 10th district. Obviously, the key county to watch here is Loudoun, and also the western half of Prince William. So neither of those is reporting yet. So again, very early leads in Virginia's 2nd and 10th districts for the Republicans. And also in the 7th district, where Yesley Vega is ahead right now, with Spotsylvania coming in. That's the biggest county reporting at the moment. But Prince William is still out, and Stafford is still out too. So we've got a long night ahead of us, and I would just say that we need to not get ahead of ourselves here. So. Okay. So let's go look at some other states, because unlike Florida, where the tally is probably going to almost certainly will improve for Republicans in the 13th district and statewide as more votes are counted. In Virginia, we can expect Republicans in the 2nd district to start with a large lead, and then to have that shrink down as the district becomes closer as we get more ballots counted. Let's see what Decision Desk has. Decision Desk, still no results on Decision Desk for the House, but the New York Times does have numbers in for North Carolina now as well. And in New Hampshire too, Chris Pappas and Carolyn Levitt. Chris Pappas has an early lead. Let's take a look at North Carolina first. Go to North Carolina's 13th district. All right, North Carolina 13. So we have some early Wake numbers reporting in, and some numbers from Wayne County. Wake is obviously the population center here in the Democratic base. And Nickel is leading there by, at the moment, 35, which is giving him an early lead over Bo Hines. But again, I would be very cautious when looking at these percentage of the vote reporting figures on the Times or really anywhere, because you don't want to extrapolate things, and you want to make sure you're not second guessing or skipping ballots that are going to come in later, or rushing to judgment. Yeah, we have that. And then let me see where the votes in New Hampshire won and 2 are coming from now. Okay, so we have some early votes in from Portsmouth. Hold on, let me give Lakshya and Armin a stream invite. Then we'll finally have somebody to do laser focus on the Senate. And I'll keep going with the House here. So, New Hampshire 1, Dover. North Carolina 1. So the board's starting to fill in here. Oh, some early Georgia 2 numbers. Chris West is ahead. None of the 3 Democratic counties there, Bibb, Dougherty, they're not yet reporting. So we're going to wait on the 2nd district. But at the moment, Chris West has a slight lead. There we go. Welcome to the stream, Lakshya.
Hello, hello. Looks like we got started with an absolutely grim night for Florida Democrats. I'm not sure anyone expected anything different, but it is insane to see a Florida county that was Clinton plus 30 go probably for Rubio and DeSantis by double digits. But I think Virginia is of more interest right now, and so is Georgia.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to point out about Georgia is the thing to focus on. We all knew that there's going to be a big delta between Abrams and Warnock. We just didn't know how big it was. 2 of the biggest questions in our mind was, what's the share of the Libertarian vote going to be? And how much farther ahead of Stacey Abrams does Raphael Warnock run? If that delta is around 8 to 9 points, Warnock probably wins outright, I would say, from what I've seen. If that delta gets to be less than less than that, if it's around 6, 7, then it comes down to what the Libertarian polls. This is my general rule of thumb. Then, if it's any less than that, then Walker probably wins outright. So those are just my rules of thumbs for watching it. Obviously, it's too early to say anything. With that said, it's probably okay to benchmark right now between the governor and the Senate. So let me actually pull up the governor races for from the New York Times.
Very early in a lot of these House races, depending on the state, of course. Florida, waiting on the Election Day vote to finish off a lot of these races.
So in the Senate, Abrams right now, and these are early results, so they will shrink. Abrams right now is a 55.4 to 44.1 lead over Kemp. That's not going to hold, and these are numbers with which Kemp should win because the remaining vote is so much more Republican. But what we can get as value out of this is what's the gap between Abrams and Warnock. Right now, Warnock is leading Walker by about 19 points. Abrams is leading Kemp by about 11. So that's an 8-point delta. So this is going to come right down to the wire. Interesting, the Libertarian is pulling 1.5%. So there's a very small window in which this could go to a runoff. I don't know that this is the most likely scenario right now. I know that was our prediction. Oliver has been inching up in the vote share as the vote's getting reported and as more Republican areas start to vote. But I'm right now thinking one of the two wins outright between Walker and Warnock. And who it is really depends on well, we can't really tell until we know whether Abrams just absolutely collapsed and is losing by like 13, or, you know, whether it's more close. And I think it'll be more close than that, obviously. Sorry to cut you off, Harrison. Go back on.
Oh, no, you make some great points about Georgia, which people are far more interested in. I was just pointing out that the 3 House races on the board in Florida on the likely are column, districts 13, 15, and 27, we're still waiting on, at least in the 13th, the election day vote to shore up the Republican position. But I'm glad that we kept the 13th at likely are instead of moving it to safe, because even if you account for the presumed strong election day vote in Pinellas, it's hard to see Luna exceeding Trump's margin in the district by a lot. Right now, she's down 2, and Trump won the district by 6.75. So we'll have to see how the remaining 30% of votes do there. But no, at the moment for the House, Virginia is certainly the main point of interest with the 3 races. Republicans lead in all of them with very preliminary numbers. And DDHQ is finally up to date here for the House as well.
Looks like we have Biden or Warnock outperforming Biden just a little bit in Fulton County. He's running 75% with 56% of the vote in. In 2020, Biden won 72.6% there. Ohio in.
How's that looking?
Let's find out.
I see Ohio's 13th is in, so we probably have some stuff from Summit County.
No, we have stuff in from Stark, actually, which is a little bit more conservative than Summit. That's, sorry, I live next to a fire station. That is Canton rather than Akron. And
there we go. Florida, it looks like I was right. So the election day vote came in 13, and Luna is slightly underperforming Trump's margin right now with 93% in. So it looks like she's just about going to hit it. So a modest victory.
Speaking of which, can we let Armin in? Hey, there he is. Armin, turn on the light.
Hey. Yeah, Armin, Jesus.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, just continuing to track these Georgia numbers more, I am finding it somewhat unlikely that there's going to be a runoff in a Senate race right now, unless it lands exactly in that Goldilocks zone. Oliver is just pulling way too little of the vote share for any of this. You know, pre-election polls suggested Oliver would probably get around 3%. He's getting 1.5 right now. And so, frankly, we could end up in a scenario where one of the two wins outright. Right now, the delta between between Warnock really and Abrams is, I think Abrams is ahead by what, 9.7, and Warnock is ahead by about 17.5. So it's about 18 points, or sorry, 9 points. Unless, oh no, vote just updated. All right, 8 points now is the delta between them. See, this is the problem with reporting New York Times results, is that every time I say something, the numbers change.
Yeah,
It just depends on the count.
that happens every time. I'll take a screenshot to post too, and then it'll change.
Right? It's just like, oh man.
Is there another relevant independent in Georgia, a green, or et cetera?
Okay, huge drop just dropped in Georgia. Right now, we are at Brian Kemp trailing Stacey Abrams 53.5 to 46. So again, Kemp is well on track for a victory. The most interesting thing for me is that Warnock leads Walker by over 15. So that delta is actually still hovering at around 8 points. And if that delta stays at that level, well, it becomes more and more plausible that Warnock could win outright. Again, I want to stress these are really early numbers, and it is possible that Walker wins outright, especially because we don't know what the Republican vote share is going to look like, especially in these super rural counties. The thing is, in a runoff, half of these voters typically don't remember that there's an election. And this helped Democrats a lot now because they used to vote for Democrats. Now they vote for Republicans. So going to a runoff probably advantages Warnock unless he manages to win outright here. So the GOP probably will want to see Walker just clinch the deal here because I don't know a single person in Republican politics or in Democratic politics who believes that that runoff actually starts as 50-50, even though I kind of said it did in the article because I didn't really know what the environment would be like. And I think part of the problem is just that, like, the coattails from Kemp and turnout really do help. And Walker is, not a strong enough candidate, doesn't have enough campaign info to do this on his own.
Yeah, sorry, Lakshya, you're making great points. I am heeding all of them. There are just many things going on.
Oh, don't worry. I'm tracking 7 different races at the same time. We all know that the minute the the minute that the Pennsylvania results drop, we'll all be focused on that. But that will probably only happen, as I understand it, 7 or 10 Pacific time or 10 Eastern.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Because there was that extension that we had for Luzerne.
Yes, that's right.
See, the thing with the extension for Luzerne is that a lot of those voters who got turned away just aren't going to come back. It's the same thing with Maricopa. Part of the problem with the Republicans consistently putting all of their eggs into this basket is that it's extremely difficult to extremely difficult to guard against these external events that tend to happen, right? Technical difficulties or weather or delays, long lines. And fact of the matter is, as much as you like to focus on elections, people have better things in their lives to do than go vote, which sounds dark coming from someone who literally monitors elections all the time. But like, if you ask the average person on the street, how much do you care about the election today? They'll say like, oh yeah, I mean, I want my party to win maybe, but like most of them will probably care more about the football game that's going to happen on Sunday. And so flatly, that's just something, it's like a wholly self-inflicted wound for the Republicans. I mean, I think they can still win both Pennsylvania and Arizona tonight. It's just, why make your task more difficult than it has to be?
A banked vote is a banked vote.
Exactly. It's why it drives me crazy when young voters say, I'm going to go vote in person. I'm like, until you go vote, you haven't done it. And your expected value for a vote is not 1.
Looks like in Henry County with 67% of the vote in, Warnock is outrunning Biden pretty significantly. It could be sort of the nuances of who's reporting and where, but we have him at 67%, and Biden 100 county by 59%, 59.7. So the Atlanta suburbs are certainly something to watch.
Warnock is holding up pretty decently in rural Georgia, I think.
See, the thing is, it's really hard to say how he's actually holding up because it's just we don't really. Part of the problem is that if these areas cast a higher share of the vote than they did in 2020, which I don't think will happen, but it's definitely plausible, then we could be in for something a little bit different. Part of the reason I'm skeptical is I actually went back and reprojected every single midterm electorate or the presidential election onto every single midterm electorate between 2010 and 2018, 2006 and 2018. In every single case, the suburban counties turned out more than the rural counties did. And the rural counties where the Republicans rack up solid like 75% of the vote. The places, the sundown towns where Ossoff outran Warnock, so to say, which I have my hypotheses as to why that happened. I won't say.
Yeah, we can let the intelligence of our viewers figure that out.
Yeah, I think our viewers can figure out what exactly happened there in the minds of those voters. But the point is, those areas don't vote. They don't vote very often. So Republicans, if they're going to win tonight with differential turnout, would probably have to come with like Black voters just not turning out enough in Atlanta. And that's possible. I mean, we haven't seen enough yet, but.
Kemp also had, to use Armin's term, Assad level margins in the rurals and Assad level turnout in the rurals. He has this preternatural ability to.
He's so conservative, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's that conservative, baby.
No, I mean, the reason I bring it up is because, I mean, if you look at, say, Pierce or Brantley, those are basically 80% in, and Warnock is sitting at a solid like 10% of the vote, which is pretty good considering that Biden got 9 in both of those counties or thereabouts. So as long as he's not slipping.
We got the drop in Georgia too from Muscogee County. So Sanford Bishop is back in the lead now with that coming in.
Oh, okay. Do we have any how are the New Hampshire House results looking?
Democrats have very early leads in both races. Moore's in New Hampshire won, but the Democrats, Pappas is up there by 23 points. I think you have some of Manchester, Portsmouth, and Dover reporting right now.
That's a pretty good start for Pappas, actually, I think.
Yeah.
The Seacoast is expected to bail him out in that race, if you look at Sam Norwood's analysis.
So the thing is, right, if Pappas is ahead by that margin, I want to take a look at Hassan because my thing is it's really hard to tell right now. But in New Hampshire, basically, what I want to look at is there's almost no evidence I can find of differential turnout right now between the Republicans and the Democrats. It's just too swingy of a state, though. So if Bolduc starts Bolden starts outrunning Trump by about, I want to say, 2 to 3% on vote share, then this starts to get really, really dicey for Hassan.
Based on what Sam has said, Hassan's flipped a Trump town or two. So, yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
okay.
she flipped Bristol, which voted for Trump by 7.
What? Are the results in though? Like fully?
Yeah, it's New England, dude. They just do one and done for most of the towns.
Most of them, but not for all of them. Like Manchester, for example, is only
for the actual cities they do. It's more segmented. But Bristol's not a very big town, but it's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
At the moment, go ahead.
If Hassan won Bristol, then this is near impossible for Bolduc. I'm just going to say it. like, I'm sorry, but if Boulder can't win that town in this environment, he has won a hell of a task up against them. And that's the type of place where you would expect him to start making more of the inroads. Armin, do you know what Bristol's education rate is?
I have the Q scores. I can look this up right now.
What's Bristol's Q score?
Darkness.
Deathly Q.
It's
Deathly?
definitely not deathly Q. I know that
For
for a fact.
New England.
Is
Well,
it lowercase q?
Yeah, it's just lowercase q. Okay, my Excel is loading.
23% bachelor degree attainment rate. If
Yeah,
Boulder
that's
flip
bad.
that,
That's very bad.
it's almost over. So let's see what happens. I mean, it's definitely still plausible that Bolduc wins, but yeah, that is an early dagger for the Republicans. And probably one of the few bright spots Democrats have on the night. Actually, there's not too much else for them to look forward to today. But I'm going to briefly pop in with another Warnock-Abrams Delta report. So as of right now, Warnock is running ahead of Walker by about 17.3. Abrams ahead of Kemp by 9.7. These will obviously narrow. Right now, the delta between Warnock and Abrams is about 7.5. So that's getting into runoff territory here.
We have Ohio kind of racking up their votes. Mostly Columbus, it looks like. Let's see what votes are left. And then still a big tranche out of Cleveland we're waiting for.
So according to Sam Norwood, Pappas is actually outrunning his benchmarks in one of the Portsmouth wards from 2020 by 6 points. So good early sign for him there, even though we have a lot of votes still out. Manchester Ward 9, Portsmouth Ward 5. And in Virginia 10, we just got the first drop from Loudoun, and that's placed Jennifer Wexton back in the lead with 52.6% of the vote. So 63% of Loudoun reporting at the moment is Wexton plus 14. So 57-43 there. So Cow above Trump, obviously, in Loudoun, but underperforming Young Kim slightly, I think. And apparently there are votes reporting from Lake County in Indiana's Senate race, although we do not have any of the numbers yet in the congressional race, according to the Times. So we're just going to have to be patient there and wait.
It is now 8 p.m.
Yes.
MSNBC is projecting Marco Rubio as winner of the Florida Senate race. Congratulations, little Marco.
Okay, so let me post that update about Virginia 10. What? I can't hear anyone.
I'm talking to other people in the room here.
Oh, okay. I thought Armin said something and then.
So Virginia 10th, what is the update?
The update is we have Loudoun County reporting, which again accounts for the vast majority of the district. You okay, Armin?
Yeah, you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And
Yeah,
63%.
I was just noticing if Lake County's early votes are only 60-39, yeah, this is not going to be pretty for Frank Mervan when they.
Yeah, no, the election day vote. I was about to say the same thing if that's the case, but those were the Senate results. Oh, no, they weren't. They were the House results, which apparently are not in the Times yet.
Wait, where are you on Politico?
No, I'm on New York. Oh, here we go. They finally put them up.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, considering the county was Biden plus 15 as a final last time, and Frank Mervan won it by way more than that. Yeah, no, it's not good to be only at 22% with the earlies.
Yeah. Now, most of New England should be closed right now. Connecticut, they called for Blumenthal at poll closing. Rhode Island, we should be getting from too soon. Do we have any results out of Ohio's 9th district yet?
No.
Okay. Oh, we actually do. From New York Times, there's 3% of votes in from somewhere with Marcy Kaptur at 69-31.
There are too many races going on now. I have to get to it. Let me see.
Oh, I know. We just have that one high up. Oh, it's from Wood County. It has to be early.
Yeah, and Wood is not a significant part of the 9th district either. So, and it's also a Republican portion of the seat.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, let's tweet that out about McAuliffe. No, sorry, not McAuliffe.
Okay, well, at least I'm not going to look like an idiot by by saying that Hassan was favored in New Hampshire, because going into tonight, I was actually worried. I was like, I do not trust that state one bit.
See, I was like, there's no good reason to God's green earth to put Bolduc up ahead when there was not a lot of data to support it. Wait, Palm Beach County just flipped? Christ.
Oh, shit. No way.
Yeah, apparently Palm Beach County just flipped for governor.
I should not find this humorous, but at this point,
Florida is
I mean,
Armageddon for the Democrats.
Yeah. That'll make for a hell of a map, no doubt, after all this is over. Yeah. Yeah, DeSantis has like a 1,000 vote lead in Palm Beach County. He'll probably keep it, honestly.
Armin, correct me if I'm wrong, but there does not seem to be much of a lane for Bolduc at the moment, correct?
No, but it's one of
Still
those. Yeah, it's one of those. If this current trajectory holds in about 40 minutes, like this would be callable. But
I will say Democrats are holding up better tonight than I thought across the nation, with the exception of that one state, which is going to get hit by a different blue wave in 10 years.
Well, it's getting hit by one tomorrow.
Well,
Okay,
I hope everyone stays safe. But
It's Friday.
With that
Friday is landfall. Thank you.
With that said, if you had told Democrats that this is what they were going to get tonight 1 year ago, I do not know a single Democrat that would have declined the offer. Because right
we
now,
have a drop from. Go ahead.
What's going on right now is Democrats are not cratering in vote share. They are absolutely not winning. And I would be very surprised if they held the House, because that is, suffice to say, I think a little bit far-fetched.
That's really far-fetched.
Yeah, well, I was trying to be polite. The Senate
with you.
The Senate is a little bit of a different story. I did not think, frankly, I had it told to me by a couple of Republican pollsters that Warnock was actually doing better than they expected. I do have to say, the New Hampshire returns closing that fast offer an interesting signal for Pennsylvania and for Wisconsin. And let me explain why. Secular whites, full of them, New Hampshire's full of them. If Hassan is outperforming against someone like Bolduc with that, in those types of towns, if those state correlations hold, all of a sudden you start looking at scenarios where Fetterman could conceivably pull it off in Pennsylvania if he has this type of overperformance. I don't think it's safe to say.
I think Oz is a bit. I mean, Oz is not amazing as a candidate, but he's definitely better than Don Bolduc.
Well, that's correct, but the top of the ticket in
we have Pennsylvania results already?
No, we don't.
We do now. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Allegheny drop. Oh, and Philly drop.
Pennsylvania 17 coming in.
Oh, Jesus. Here we
go.
go.
Welcome to hell, everybody.
Are you sure it isn't just Luzerne that's delayed? I didn't read into it.
I think it's just Luzerne that's delayed. Yeah, the rest of the state should report normally. Yeah, so I think we have Pittsburgh, which is 84-15 for Fetterman.
So his distribution should look, well, the geographic distribution of the ticket on Democrats is a good balance, because you have Shapiro, who hails from Eastern PA, and then Fetterman, whose stronghold is going to be Western PA.
Okay, those are good early numbers for Democrats in Pennsylvania, but I am not going to actually say too much, because we don't know, firstly, what precincts turned out heavily election day wise, and how much of the election day vote is out still, et cetera. So I'm just not going to say anything for now, because I don't want to give people the wrong idea and have them think I'm projecting something. I will say it would be perfectly on brand for me to have predicted Pennsylvania going Democratic, Nevada going Republican up until 2 weeks ago, and then switched at the last minute. I mean, that's just, what are we doing here? But anyways, and yes, comment, y'all are way behind the curve. We've had Allegheny and Philly for 5 minutes. I apologize. We can only go as fast as the New York Times.
There's so much stuff going on too. We're trying our best.
No, yeah, but also just think about it like this, right? Like, how many people are on the New York Times election page right now? There's going to be some lag for some people. That's just how it goes.
Oh, apparently, according to Ethan, in Fulton County, Ohio, Marcy Kaptur is outrunning Tim Ryan margin-wise by 18.
By 18?
By 18.
This is what he says, so we have to investigate it.
Jesus.
He's up by 8 right now.
Who, Majewski or Vance?
Kaptur is winning the county by 8.
Okay, that definitely is not going to hold, right? Fulton is one of those ultra-red ones.
It's one of the counties where Trump either got high 60s, low 70s.
Yeah, well, okay.
I want to pivot over to Ohio just for a second. I realize there's not a single one of us that thinks Tim Ryan is going to win this race. But again, I keep coming back to this thing of talk about the delta between these, between these candidates. Tim Ryan is running well ahead of Nan Whaley right now, and he's not going to win. But again, the question for me is, does Ryan come within 7 points? Because if he does that, then Shabbat's path becomes maybe not Shabbat's, but Sykes' path becomes easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on how well he does in Summit County.
I'd also like to see the numbers from Mahoning.
Yeah, those aren't in yet, unfortunately.
Yeah. So like Summit County, obviously Tim Ryan's stronghold, and then Youngstown or Youngstown would also be his big spot.
Oh, according to Stephen Fowler, Herschel Walker is running 6 points behind Brian Kemp in Hall County with most of their early vote in. That's
not
Gainesville. That's dark MAGA country.
That's not good, because that's where you expect Herschel Walker to actually have the lowest delta between him and Brian Kemp. That's the type of place where, yes, it has swung to the left, but frankly, Hall County, Georgia is a type of place where if you go there with a Biden-Harris hat, you'll walk out without a hat.
Well, which is better than you could say for, say, Rabun County, Georgia.
Yeah. So to my eye, and just saying right again, just to my eye, I think a lot of us really, really, really bought way too much into the media hype about Joe O'Dea from the start, because if this is the type of swing Hassan's getting, it tells you a little bit more about, like, how college educated voters are staying with the Democrats, then what's Joe O'Dea's lane?
Right.
What is he going to, how is he going to,
I mean, to be fair, everyone I talked to in Colorado from the get-go was kind of skeptical always about how much he would actually get, but Colorado polls don't close for another 2 hours, right?
No.
Yeah. I don't want to say anything about North Carolina yet, though, but well, let's see. There's a surprising strength there shown by Sherry Beasley. I've got to say, I think I still expect Bud to win, but Bud right now only has about like a 2/3 chance of winning. I would say I would have expected the early returns to really hit Beasley a little bit harder than this, but so far she's doing quite well. Like, I'll just say, for example, like, take a look at Graham County, right? That was Trump plus 60. And that's a very Republican area, the type that you expect, Beasley to kind of crater in. Beasley's actually almost matching Biden's vote share. So, she's not going to win probably, but it's close.
Right.
I would draw your attention to Buncombe County, which the county seat would be Asheville, in which they have a drum circle in the center of town every Friday night. If you need any indication of like what Buncombe County is like, Biden pulled 59.9, so basically 60% of the vote there in 2020. And right now we have Beasley at 67 with 63% in. Now, I don't know the nuances of when they report votes and how. But that's a solid firewall for Beasley.
Right. Josh Shapiro is straight up getting 95% of the vote in Philly right now, like actual Assad margins.
I
don't think Vega's on track to win the 7th, by the way.
Who? What?
I don't think Vega is on track to win.
No, she's running even with Trump and Culpeper, right?
No, then she's probably going to lose it.
Okay, I was going to say that with the current results, she's running ahead in Prince William by a couple points, but there's still a lot outstanding, and you have to remember that mail-in ballots that are postmarked by election day can come in till, I believe, a week from now, or at least this weekend in Virginia, Yeah, November 14th, it says on the Times. So she's up. I still think it's a toss-up race, but we're going to have to see how she ends up finishing in Prince William, because it's Spanberger plus 30 right now. It was Biden plus 34 in 2020. And she's kind of staked a big amount of her campaign on this race and being able to bring some of those Hispanic voters into her coalition this time, many of whom still voted for Terry McAuliffe in 2021. So I'm curious where she ends up finishing in Prince William. Also in Spotsylvania and Stafford, where she's currently ahead. Of course, both those portions of the district, if you look at them and compared to 2021 Gov, Glenn Youngkin won Stafford by 10 points, actually 11 points, and he won Spotsylvania by about 20. So if you compare those benchmarks to where Vega is at by now, similar margins at the moment, but with 68% in. So again, overall, this is the type of district where we're expecting Spanberger to outrun McAuliffe, and I believe that's kind of consistent with what we're seeing right now. So I would still be Spanberger in the end, although I would say it's going to be a tight race. I would not for sure say that at the moment that I would go with Spanberger.
So I just looked at Indiana 1, and LaPorte County earlies came in, and they're actually pretty decent for Mervan. So we'll be monitoring that one. He's winning the county by 16 right now with about a third in. And it's a pretty red county these days. So
the LaPorte portion voted for Biden by 2 in 2020. It's primarily Michigan City, also Republican trending, but yeah, those
even
numbers
more so than Lake.
I don't think this particular portion of LaPorte is, though, Armin, in this district, because it did vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's primarily Michigan City. It was 50-48 Biden. So 58-42 Mervan. Not bad, but I think that kind of aligns with what we're seeing in Lake.
In Ohio, I think we can probably say it'll take a hell of a lift again for Tim Ryan now to win this. But once again, I keep looking at these results, and he's consistently outrunning Whaley by 20 or so points. So, I mean, I think he should outrun Biden, which will be a huge thing in this environment.
Yes, particularly in the Summit Mahoning area.
Yeah.
Apparently,
go ahead.
We have a first batch from DeKalb County in Georgia. It was Biden plus 67 and Warnock plus 68 in the runoff. Now it's Abrams plus 69 and Warnock plus 77.
I would be skeptical of that. I think that will narrow. If that is the case, Warnock wins outright. Like, I mean,
well, let's see what percent of the vote is in.
No, that's the thing, right? Like, I think it's just too early to say that, because if Warnock is actually getting those numbers in DeKalb, he'd win outright, like at the end of when the county's complete. And I don't think that's going to happen.
So he won't win the county by 75 or whatever, but winning it by 70 is very reasonable.
Right. And then that puts it into the ballgame of, could he win outright? But like, you know, if the county was complete and Warnock was winning it by 77, that's ballgame. I mean, there's not really an argument to be made for Walker at that point, because then he'd be getting 89% of the vote, and that's just insane.
You can see a pretty big hometown boost in Johnson County for Herschel Walker. He's winning it by 448.
All right, we have some preliminary returns from New Jersey's 7th district.
Do tell.
Union and Hunterdon, and at the moment, Malinowski's up with 69% of the vote, which makes sense because it's Union. But if you actually compare, if you look under the surface in the district at the Union portion, which in my opinion is more instructive, you can see that the Union section of the new 7th voted for Biden by 26 last time. And at the moment, Malinowski's winning Union by 38, but it's only 11% in. So I would assume could be from Linden or Rahway, some of the really, really Democratic towns with higher than average minority populations, offsetting the margin there. Obviously, if Tom Kean is not outperforming Trump in Union County, that's a very, very, very bad sign for his chances. But I expect him to outperform Trump in Somerset and Union pretty convincingly. So we'll see. New York Times needle has it at leaning R. And one more thing also, in Texas 15, we have some very early results.
I was just going to mention that, yeah.
From Guadalupe County, up in the very northern part of the district. So this was big Michelle Vallejo. Sorry, no, other way around in the primary. But Guadalupe, Trump plus 32, 12% of the district. So it is comparatively the second most important part of the district in terms of 2020 vote. But this seat will really be fought and won in Hidalgo County. And the portion of Hidalgo in this seat was Biden plus 14.5. So it's going to be big to see if Republicans can gain in Hidalgo and Cameron County, because those are going to be critical to winning the 15th, and more importantly for Mayra Flores to win the 34th. It's basically impossible for her to win the 34th if she's not winning Cameron County. So that's something to watch as we get results from there.
So I'm going to stop for a sec and just bring up that in North Carolina right now, I am kind of surprised, but Beasley is actually still holding up decently well. And it's getting to the point where the vote is, it's not representative, obviously. But it would be a surprise for me to see Beasley run significantly behind Biden at this point. She's putting up good margins in areas that you would have expected to swing more. Early batches of vote right now. So counties basically almost completed, like Graham, for example, no swing from 2020. You look at more of the rurals, and she's not massively underperforming Biden or anything like that. You take a look at places like Wake County, their early votes being reported, and it's actually looking quite decent for her. So she's, again, very much still an underdog. But if things, she's definitely still in the race. And that is more than I would have said. I would say she's on track to lose by about, let's say 2, maybe. Pessimist in me says that like her floor would be losing by 5, which, by the way, would be insanely good for her. But if I'm just taking an objective view of this, I think Beasley ends up losing by 2 or 3, which frankly is really good for her.
Yeah.
What is up with Cuyahoga's first batch having Republicans at 55? Does anyone here know how to parse the Ohio website? Because I don't.
Oh, Cuyahoga County?
Yeah.
Claire does have Ohio source that can help, I think.
Yeah, apparently Magaziner is up by like less than a point over Alan Fung.
Yep. It depends on what you look at. Decision Desk has
on the state of Rhode Island's website.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, Trafalgar, one of their polls just turned out to be completely damn ridiculous. The Welch +6 poll.
Yeah.
Oh, in Vermont, did they do that?
Yeah, they had a summer Welch +6 poll. By the way, that race got called at poll closing time, so I don't think anyone ever expected anything differently, but yeah. I would say, okay, so I'm just going to say this right now. On the early returns that we have, unless Democrats crater in Nevada, which is very, very, very possible, unless they absolutely botch Pennsylvania, like there is a very decent chance that Democrats could still win the Senate, and it's looking better for them than I would have expected. I would not say, again, to be clear, I would not say that they're favored to win the Senate right now. I would say there's still 45% odds of it, but by this point in the night, given all the dooming everyone was doing on Twitter, you would have thought that like Hassan's within 2 points of losing, that Warnock's going to be more and more in danger, just losing outright from the start, and it would be clear. Now it's not so sure, but let's see how it goes. Yes, I know the needle says 62% Dem in Senate. This is just my estimation. I'm a little bit more bearish than the needle right now.
Ooh.
I personally happen to think the needle is slightly overestimating Dem chances because I still don't see the Democrats winning North Carolina. And if you preclude that, then it shifts to be more Republican. So,
Yeah.
and again, right, like right now, we're not in a state where we can say confidently that Herschel Walker cannot win outright. Like, he's running well behind what he would want to run at, but we are absolutely not at the place where we would say that, like, Walker can't win outright. I think right now Warnock leads by about 9.5. So he's outrunning Abrams by 7.5. And that puts you in really dicey territory for either party, right? Because like I said, now it depends. What does Brian Kemp get? If Brian Kemp ends up hitting 54%, you're probably seeing Senator Herschel Walker. But essentially my Mendoza line for Warnock is that, or I guess maybe we should talk in terms of Herschel Walker's vote share. Walker is underrunning Kemp by about 4.3. So if Kemp gets above 54.5%, that's my line for you pretty comfortably seeing Senator Herschel Walker. If he gets below that, if he gets 53 or if he gets 52, that gets a little bit different.
I just want to report briefly that in Texas 28, we also have some results in from Guadalupe. This is actually a bigger portion of the 28th district than it is the 15th district. The three big counties to watch in the 28th district are Bayard County, which is the most important county for the Democrats, counts for 33.6 of the 2020 vote in terms of percent, back Biden by 20. Followed by Webb, where both Henry Cuellar and Cassie Garcia are from. That's Laredo. Very similar, accounted for slightly less of the 2020 Biden vote. But after that, one of the big stops that the Republicans need to pull out to win here is Guadalupe. It accounted for 20% of the presidential vote in 2020 and voted for Trump by about 20 points. And at the moment, with 63% in, Garcia is up. Garcia plus 25. We favor Cuellar in this seat. So it'll be curious, or I'm curious rather, to see how the swing applies uniformly throughout the district. I don't think we're going to see uniform swings in the Rio Grande seats from county to county. I think we're going to see them in similar counties from a demographic standpoint. But I just wanted to bring that up because the 28th is attracting a lot more attention than the 15th.
I just want to say, can we all have a big laugh at Rick Scott because the dude actually invested in Connecticut?
Oh, well, how's the Senate race? I haven't even paid attention to that.
That was Insta-called. What are you talking about?
Oh,
what
well,
unit is Connecticut close to?
Donong Dick is only up by 12 right now. I guess we probably thought he could only win with the in-person votes or something.
Harrison, I want to point you back to New Hampshire once again. I'm thinking this is more and more looking like Pappas's race to lose. I know you had it Aline's Democrats. That'll probably be a relief in terms of calls, right? But increasingly, I am finding it harder to see a path for Leave It to win that race. It's still early, to be clear. She could absolutely end up coming back, but that's not the type of scenario we're seeing right now. Pappas is outrunning Biden significantly in some of these areas. And like, once again, I keep coming back to this fact, secular areas, white secular areas with inexperienced nominees, so to say, with a lack of a brand, they're not really doing that well. And, Republicans aren't doing that well in that. That's what they needed to flip in New Hampshire, but that's not happening. So that was part of our benchmark for, like, are Republicans going to have a good night, a great night, or like a tsunami or a bad night? And like, I think the results so far basically say we're not getting a red tsunami, not on par with 2014, not on par with 2010. Let's see.
Yep. I was just going to add about New Hampshire. We kind of saw this coming. It was part of the reason why I decided to throw the race to Pappas anyway. I know we had that tight UNH poll literally right before the election at the final hour, but ultimately I stuck with Sam Norwood's Sam Norwood's analysis about the Seacoast, because a lot of those southern towns along the Massachusetts border, as Lakshya mentioned, again, secular, college-educated area, or sorry, no. Basically, you get what I mean. What I'm trying to say is that we expected these towns to break for Pappas to a certain extent, and that drove us to pick him against Levitt. It's still early, but again, as Lakshya mentioned, good sign for the Democrats in the 1st district and also for Senator Hassan. Remember, these places also largely voted for Matt Mowers in the primary, and so they were never really tied to Levitt in the first place.
Right.
Why are people on Twitter saying that Sherry Beasley is on track to beat Ted Budd? That's just not true.
It's Twitter. Ooh, we have results from Kansas. Let's see what's happening in the governor's race.
Let's see what's happening in the 3rd district.
Well, it did seem like we did get a mini red wave localized in Florida.
Well, this is what I've been saying, is that Florida is what happens if you like titrate all of the Republicans from all of the other states and you put it in one place. But it looks like Derek Schmidt is up by 6, but with just tiny amounts of votes in from some very rural counties. So
we have a call in Florida's 15th. Laurel Lee wins that seat. Open district, Scott Franklin left it to run in a safer district. Voted for Trump by 3 points, I believe, in 2020. Laurel Lee beats Alan Cohn, who lost against Scott Franklin in 2020. This is the type of district that, even though it's not close at all now, again, it was rated likely Republican. Turns out it was more like safe, given this microwave we've seen in Florida. But this is the type of seat that, under a Republican president in 2026, theoretically, unless Florida completely goes off of a cliff, could be a viable Democratic target. Also, just while we're on it, I'll go over 2 other House races. We're getting some early returns from Michigan's 7th district. It's going to be interesting here to take a look at voters who are splitting their tickets for Republicans in Congress and for a pro-choice vote on the abortion amendment. Tom Barrett is up right now, 57-40. You have Eaton County reporting in. This is one of the counties in Barrett's Senate district. And then you have a small portion of Oakland County, which is currently in Slotkin's district, reporting very early there. And then the other seat that I will use this time to mention is Maine's 2nd district. And again, barely anything in, but just so we know what's happening here, Bruce Poliquin has 56% of the vote. Generally, I think the expectation is for Jared Golden to get about 47% of the vote and lead with a plurality, and then have Tiffany Bond's votes mostly be reallocated to him via second preference in the ranked choice instant runoff. So we still favor Golden to win, and the New York Times Live forecast seems to agree with that. Again, Golden's going to be outrunning Trump throughout rural northern Maine and many of these small towns.
Okay, we should be getting Kansas and Oklahoma soon, right?
Oklahoma, yes. According to Blake, Joy Hoffmeister is at 52, but I'm not sure. Huh?
What's your early share right now, Hoffmeister's?
Let me see. Blake said 52 somewhere. Let me pull up the tweet. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Florida 27. I was just about to say it. Should be getting called soon, and there it is, called for Maria Salazar. So
I'm checking the Oklahoma State Board of Elections right now.
So my benchmark there is same as Blake's. If Hoffmeister is at 53 on early returns, you know, she's really got a shot.
Yeah. Okay, state results. For governor, Joy Hoffmeister is at 50.13 right now. But there's a decent amount of election day votes in, which is non-trivial.
I've got people yelling at me now saying that I am apparently discarding the fact that Sherry Beasley is over 50% of the vote. I'm like, yeah, with 54% of the vote in, what is this?
Well, that's like saying if you only counted Tallahassee, then Ron DeSantis would lose, right?
To be fair, if you ran another election in Tallahassee today with Andrew Gillum as a candidate, who knows what would happen?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, apparently there's no mail ballots in Rhode Island, so Fung's not completely one and done here, but he's in a very good position.
Oh, really? Fung looks like he could
Yeah.
win this. Wow.
Yeah. Basically East Greenwich is like the quintessential, like affluent, well-educated white suburb, and Fung has, as of now, won it, which is a pretty big coup for him, considering it had a gigantic swing from 2012.
Yep. Although it also, as you mentioned, Armin, had one of the higher rates of reversion among working class white voters between 2016 and 2020, despite the large swing from the 2012 composite to
Right.
2020.
But Fung seems like he's keeping Trump's margins in many ways, doing what's the Ed Durr and improving on him.
Yep. With 60% in, it's definitely clear now that these districts are going to be at least somewhat more malleable to their statewide partisan, or rather their district partisanships than I thought. So that's a good sign for Fung. Part of the reason that we picked them. So we'll see.
Okay, so can we take a quick look at Michigan, for example? Actually, wait. Before we do that, I'm going to do one last update on Georgia for now, unless things change. So as of right now, Kemp has taken the lead, right? He's up against Abrams by 2.1. Looking at Warnock, though, Warnock is ahead of Walker by 6.4. So the delta between Abrams and Warnock is actually now, it looks to me, unless I'm doing the math wrong, the delta between Abrams and Walker is again over 8 points. I hesitate to say too much here, but again, if you're trying to look for a Herschel Walker victory outright tonight, that is not the benchmark he wants to be hitting. He is consistently running behind Brian Kemp by well over 4%. It is extremely difficult to see a Georgia Democrat getting below 45.5% of the vote today. There's just floors for both parties and ceilings for both parties that neither of them cross right now because of elasticity. Yeah, that's a race where Democrats are holding up a lot better than some people would have thought right now.
Guys, I have to interrupt because you'll find this interesting. Still early, but it appears the mules are coming in Webb County because Cuellar is outrunning Joe Biden by 22 points.
By what?
By
22 points.
Jesus.
LBJ, you called.
So Ethan says Biden plus 17, Suffolk County, Virginia, not looking good for Luria. 95% counted. She's only up by 10. Yeah, I think we kind of had that.
Luria is one of the casualties we expected.
Yeah, she had a very big target on her back.
So Michigan came out just now, a little bit. And looks like Whitmer is running surprisingly strongly. I mean, surprisingly strongly, even by pre-election expectations. So in 2018, Chouette won this town, Rose Township. This is from you, Mish Voter. Chouette won this town by 19. Whitmer is losing it by 15.5. And if anyone's curious about the Trump-Biden numbers, Biden lost it by 27.
is this in like the more lower education northern part of Oakland County?
Yeah, Rose. It's an excerpt of North Detroit.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean,
basically,
looking at this, yeah, she's winning the Alger early vote. Yeah, she's in a pretty good position. Although, funnily enough, Tudor Dixon is winning something in Washtenaw County.
Ooh, interesting. We also have. Okay, yeah. Either this is absolute mules or, yeah, Jim Hogg.
More mules.
Well, Clare is winning Jim Hogg by 60 points with half in, which would be like
Mules.
40, which is like, for reference, Biden only won Jim Hogg by 18. So again, these numbers are probably inflated for Cuellar, but I wanted to tweet it anyway because I mean the numbers look good for him. Like again, that would be a bit shocking if you were to outrun Biden by that much, but we'll see. Sometimes I also don't know whether to trust the New York Times figures on amount reporting, but generally, if you work backwards from the total, Connecticut 5.
Ooh, what do we got? By the way, the absentee counts in New Britain are apparently really bad for Johanna Hayes.
So we have Warren and Morris. Armin, you know the towns better than I, but Logan's up 57-43.
Yeah, that sounds about right for a tied race.
Yeah, I think those numbers personally look like good for me.
Very, very. I think the New York Times says it's leaning
down.
Oh wow, they have a needle for each house race. I'm very impressed.
I know Ethan Shen. I feel bad. He built that entire thing to predict house races, thinking the New York Times wouldn't have a needle, and then they put the needle in.
you know what's surprising me right now is that I keep coming back to this, but third parties once again get really damn overestimated in every poll.
Yep, they do.
Like, for example, right? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, are we talking about like Georgia and whatnot?
Well, yes. I mean, like, there's very little of an undervote, so people clearly just voted for Warnock over Walker. But like, I'm thinking now about Oregon, right? And I'm wondering if maybe Kotek might just end up doing better if this type of. Generally, what we see is that people say like, how can you extrapolate one from the other? What we generally see is that, to put it bluntly, these election trends aren't independent, and they typically reveal a little bit about voter sentiment across the nation, right? There are correlations that exist state by state. And they show you a little bit about where people are in terms of, partisanship and vote switching and whatnot. And it's, if third parties across the nation underperform a little bit, it gets a little bit harder for me to see Betsy Johnson outperforming her poll numbers. And then that would open the door a bit more for Kotek.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we went with picking Kotek in the end.
Yeah.
The case for Dreslin was always rooted a little bit too much in vibes, I think. Also, what the heck is this Kansas split? We have
what on earth?
Moran plus 7 and Kelly plus 19. Yeah.
Or more than that, I guess.
I mean, a lot of this is early vote, but I mean, still.
So looking at these numbers for Fung, I think it's pretty clear that Gilbert is getting less of the vote than I thought he would as a moderate party candidate. And it also proves that Fung is not stuck at 44-45% of the vote. He's winning Warwick. He's winning Cranston. We expected that. Both Biden towns. So he's getting the ticket splitting that he needs. He's obviously doing well out west near the Windham border with those white working class voters, those towns where the trends between 2012 and 2020 were most well defined. And even in Providence, he's trimmed up the Democratic margin. And I'm curious to see once we get the final results, if we can. I want to do a demographic comparison to see how some of these Republican candidates did with Hispanic voters. One of my article ideas. And there's a significant Hispanic population in Providence in this portion of the district. However, it's still heavily Democratic. It's a Democratic anchor, and 67% is reporting, but we've still got quite a lot outstanding at the moment. So I am not sure Fung is going to end up winning here. I'll be cautious, but he's putting up a good performance. Honestly,
He's doing a very good. I mean,
better
Fung
than
is the,
I thought.
what I'd say about Fung, right, is Fung is the type of candidate that a lot of college educated whites who would vote by mail, in these days more proportionally Democratic, Fung is like the one Republican that they would consider voting for. So, he's doing what he needs to do in the in-person vote very much. But we'll just have to see how much mail is left in Rhode Island.
Yeah. I think that ultimately, I kind of have a hunch that with the remaining mail votes, Magaziner will overtake him, but it's going to be a tight race. And to be honest with you, I think that Fung has surprised some of us in our guts who picked him because of vibes, but it's clear that the vibes were justified to some extent.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I want to take a look now at Pennsylvania, if we can.
Go ahead.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, is there any other race you guys would like to cover for the moment?
Nope, just waiting.
Well, keep going. I mean, I think just before we should just mention that Hoffmeister is still leading somehow with 20% head. But do continue.
Yeah. Well, let me pull up the governor's forecast again because I just lost it. All right. So Shapiro currently outrunning Fetterman in the early votes by decently sized margin, I've got to say. Fetterman leads the early vote by about 57 points, and Shapiro leads it by about 64. So, yeah, I mean, that's about a 7-point delta, which is on track with, pretty much on track with what we expected. I think we had Shapiro winning by 7 as our projection, right?
I believe.
So high single digits, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, bluntly speaking, I would be more than a little surprised if Mastriano kept this within 5.
Well, yes.
These are not the numbers he would, these are just atrocious returns to start with.
He is outperforming Oz in rurals, Doug Mastriano, to credit where credit is due, I guess. Still nothing out of New York. We have more from Connecticut 5. Let's see what else.
And Connecticut 2.
Ooh, what do we have in 2? How close is that?
Courtney's up by Courtney is up by 14 now.
Let's see what towns he's winning. He's got any of that crossover left. Okay, so Roxbury is Hayes plus 12. Yeah, I think she's actually doing pretty decently, but again, still very early because that's a small town. Joe Courtney is outrunning Lamont considerably, but he's losing his crossover. Preston, Canterbury, those are towns he used to routinely win, but he's now down by he's getting only mid 40s, and Lamont is not even getting that in some of these, but things to note.
Just a brief update about Virginia 2. At the moment, if we're looking at this race from a coalition level, it's eerily similar to Glenn Youngkin's victory in the district back in 2021. We still only have 60% reporting in Virginia Beach, 35% in Chesapeake, but the Chesapeake portion was actually slightly redder than the Virginia Beach portion, and Suffolk County is over 95% in. So really what I'm trying to say is the results here pretty much confirm our assumption that Luria is on track to lose. Obviously, there's potentially still a large amount of mail-in ballots in all of these districts that could inflate Democratic margins that is allowed to arrive after the election up to November 14th. So final margin might be closer, but as the New York Times reiterates with its live forecast here, Higgins is favored to win, and it looks like Higgins will probably win by a comfortable margin in the end. So just something to keep an eye on there. That would be in line with our forecast.
Can you imagine the memes if Henry Cuellar wins tonight, by the way, and Alan Fung also wins?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
And Mary Peltola wins too, yeah.
Oh, never mind. They deleted the results in Texas 34. Oh, no.
Someone asked where we got the delta in between Fetterman and Shapiro. We were talking about margin, not about vote share. It's about 7 points on margin, 4% on vote share. Now it's 3.
Right.
Actually, no, it's still 4. Times just updated.
Below 7% are walking as free people, as some might say.
I cannot believe there's actually in rural counties, Fetterman is literally outrunning Shapiro. This is the funniest thing I've seen.
This is what everybody said was going to happen, right?
Do you remember the Winnie the Pooh meme with the suit and the teeth?
Yeah.
Shapiro versus Fetterman Mastriano.
You guys are funny.
I know some Fetterman Mastriano voters myself.
Can you imagine? They're about to send a guy who literally used to identify as a socialist a few years ago in the Senate because the other dude running is a Muslim.
Yeah, I actually can.
I mean, I'm brown, so I can actually imagine that completely because I've seen some of the shit that people say, but you know.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Let's see. We have. Oh wait, Lamont won Preston and Courtney lost it. Okay. Courtney's winning North Stonington too. Yeah, he's a lock for re-election.
I feel like that was a foregone conclusion at this point.
Well, we didn't because everyone was talking about how terrible the early votes were for Democrats and whatnot.
Lakshya, what's your Delta heuristic for Tim Ryan outrunning Mike DeWine?
Tim Ryan outrunning Mike DeWine? What?
Tim Ryan outrunning Nan Whaley, excuse me. Yeah.
Oh, no. Ryan would need to outrun Whaley by like 25% to have a chance at this race. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
Armin?
Whitmer, meanwhile, in Michigan, Whitmer continues to outrun her 2018 margins. So again, if you're looking for a red wave, this is not what the indication of that is tonight. Like it's, for sure a night where Republicans are expected to pick up the House and still comfortably on track to do that. But definitely not the night that they envisioned about, getting 54 Senate seats. It's not happening. And Michigan's going to be pretty hard to flip Republican right now.
Wait a sec. Yeah, Hayes won Kent by 30. So I think she could narrowly win based on what's happening. But if the turnout just craters in Waterbury and New Britain, then that's how Logan wins. Wait, Capter is still outperforming Tim Ryan by double digits district-wide. Okay, now I actually have to watch this.
Yes, this race is. I'm like laser eye focused on Ohio 9 now.
Split ticket in Ohio's 9th district.
I told you.
Well, look, there's just.
It's still too early. It's still.
I'm kidding.
The vibes are just on point with J.R. Majewski. Just credit where credit is due.
Also, the Times just redacted its leaning Captor and is back to no estimate.
Oh.
No. That's because they have an issue with the precinct returns in Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, I'm not comfortable making a decision at 38%. So
no, don't.
Plus, again, the Ohio, the North Carolina races are still low enough in terms of total votes reporting that I'm focused still on Virginia, Rhode Island 2 at the moment. And then I'll shift over to those races.
Yeah, I mean, we should have election day in some of these. Yeah.
Also, early in New Hampshire, I know it's looking good for the Dems right now, but none of us expects Pappas, for example, to win easily. I think we're still. I'm personally.
Oh, Fung is now down. Okay, interesting.
Well,
Yeah,
there's mail left in Rhode Island, actually.
Okay, well, let's check what the Secretary of State's office says.
Either way, Fung's going to finish well above the benchmark that people who pick Magazine or had him at. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, Fung is outperforming every Republican by like 25 points on the ticket. So.
Yeah, I'm about to post a table in Providence, Warwick, and Cranston, 3 most important sections of the district to show the different margin here.
Yeah, Magaziner. Yeah, the mail-in vote discrepancies makes this annoying as hell. Michael, Ohio 9 is basically the test for what's the lowest a Republican can get in a competitive House race. Well, we'll see. I mean, Harrison and we picked Majewski to win because I mean,
to be
trends
fair,
are still not great.
Sound, but also the case for Marcy Kaptur was also a good case too. So it's not like I was precluding it. Again, I think I was pretty open to all the possibilities in the toss-ups in the article. Plus, if Majewski loses, he can just be picked as Trump's VP nominee.
All right. Warnock has now finally had his vote shares come back a little bit down to earth. Right. Again, still early, but looking less likely that he wins outright now. It seems like the later vote that's come in for him is a little bit less favorable than we would have initially thought. Right. So right now, I think there's about 50% of the votes in. He's at 49.5%. Again, I'm not looking so much at the gap between them, looking at the delta. It's about 7.5% now between him and Abrams in terms of margin. That probably doesn't get it done. Like I said, it needs to be above 8 for Warnock to feel comfortable in margin. It needs to be above 8 for Warnock to feel comfortable and have a chance of, really winning outright, unless Abrams is putting up a much stronger showing than expected. To my eye, this is going to end up being a very, very close race, but I think this is going to go to a runoff. It is increasingly likely to do that. Oliver's vote share is up to 1.7%. And, that might not sound like much, but in a race like this, I don't see either candidate now pulling 50% of the vote if Oliver's vote share doesn't drop below 1.5.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to also note just the split in a lot of these rural black counties between Kemp and Warnock. Because Warnock is winning places like Clay and Randolph and all, and Abrams is doing much worse than them. And I mean, as we said, college-educated whites and African Americans, especially African American men, are the key swing demographics in Georgia, and they seem to be aligning with what we had predicted. So.
Well, also that third-party vote share is just something to straight up keep an eye on, because if it clocks over 1.5%, then that's the runoff game, right?
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Fung's momentum right now, he's okay. Well, I should say Fung's credible performance, unsurprisingly, coming from Cranston, primarily. But I do not want to say momentum, because if anything, as the mail-ins have come in, he's been moving in the opposite.
He's only winning it by 4 now on the state's website.
On the state's website, how many? What's the reported vote share on the state website?
51 to 47, with only 1 precinct left, with some amount of mail-ins left.
Really? Then why is New York Times off?
What do they say for him?
They have Magazine are up by 0.1%.
I don't know where they're getting that from. Yeah, I mean, East Greenwich is blue here, which is definitely not true. 11-13-037. Yeah, I think they just might be behind on a precinct or two. That's probably what it is, yeah. Oh, so apparently, according to John Ralston, whatever mail has been dropped off today will not be tabulated in Clark County until Thursday, perhaps.
What?
Yep.
You kidding me?
So we're gonna have to bring back the Brian McKnight memes about back at 1 for counting the ballots.
Oh my God! What a waste of time.
These ballots.
Oh,
Gosh.
there we go. Magaziner is now up by about a little less than a point.
I think Magaziner holds on or wins.
Or wins, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Magaziner winning and Logan winning, I think, is the modal outcome based on what we have. Because Hayes is running a couple points behind Biden in most of these towns. Oh yeah, now the state has Magaziner up by 3, so the mail is coming.
Feels like New Hampshire's counting a little bit slower than we thought they would.
A lot slower.
Yeah, they
I was
tend
trying
to
to be nice to them.
remember in the primary they took an inordinate amount of time for the Senate race. I mean, because each town has their own localized counting authority, so it takes forever to do. At least you don't have mail election day splits though, because everybody just votes and they just count it at once.
Again, Walker has just taken the lead, but again, I would not focus too much on things like that right now, mainly because it really depends on what area reports votes when. For example, DeKalb has 6% of votes in, so you can almost certainly expect that a lot of Democratic votes are still out there. Cobb has 51%, Fulton has 59%. Again, like I keep coming back to, this is still on track for a runoff at the moment, which, dear Lord God save me, because I do not want to deal with that. Oh, DeKalb just had a massive vote drop. So why did I talk?
Are the Republicans in Dunwoody voting?
Well, Warnock's ahead by 75 at the moment, which is actually quite good.
That's really good.
That's all of the votes, is like, not all of the votes, but that's 68% of DeKalb County.
I have a small update for you guys that you'll find interesting. And I want to preface it by saying, again, that mail-in ballots in Virginia have until November 14th to arrive. And given the precedent with mail-in ballots, it's fair to assume that they're going to break for the Democrats. But at the moment, Jennifer Wexton is leading by 2 points, so pretty much mirroring McAuliffe's margin in the district. And Loudoun County is over 95% in. Prince William's only 57% in, and Cow's winning there by 7. So you have, according to the estimated votes on the New York Times, 28,000 votes outstanding in Prince William compared to 6,000 in Loudoun. And I still expect Wexton to win this race, but it's looking like it's going to end up closer than we expect. So yeah, I just thought you guys would find that interesting. It appears that, again, still lots of mail that is potentially unaccounted for, but on its face, it appears that Republicans are having a decent night in Virginia.
Let me go back to Indiana 1, see how things are going there.
Nothing new.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Lake County is notoriously slow with their ballots.
Yeah, Indiana is one of those states.
Oh, it's 9, so we should have results from like New York and stuff, right?
Yep, should be coming in.
Oh, man.
Now we've got Now we've gotten to the point where I have to track like 70 House races at once.
Yeah. I'm low-key mad at the New York Times for not having a dedicated
Ooh.
governor's page.
Ooh, wow. Look
What?
at that.
Ooh.
Okay. 7. So Virginia 7, this is a big update for Spanberger. So you got more out of Prince William. And okay, there are a couple things I want to note about this that are important, first off. So 95, or I should say more than 95% reporting in Stafford and Spotsylvania right now, according to the New York Times. Vega is winning by less than a point in Stafford and by 8 in Spotsylvania, which would be underperforming Youngkin, especially in Stafford, by a couple points. She is, however, outperforming Trump in the Prince William portion where she's from. It's only Spanberger plus 28 right now, and it was Biden plus 34. So she is making up a bit of the gap there, and you still have 40% outstanding in Prince William. But given that she's underperforming in Stafford, I would say that it's 51-49 race right now. But because Prince William is still going to lean pretty heavily Democratic in the end, I would rather be Spanberger. So it's going to be interesting. But at the moment, I think I would rather be Spanberger. Not sure what you guys. Yeah, and Miles
There was
literally.
just a drop in the Virginia 7th.
Yeah, I know. It's funny because right after I said I'd rather be Spanberger, literally 5 seconds after, Miles pops into my DM, looking good for Spanberger.
Miles?
Yeah. Well, you know Miles. Spanberger's okay.
What's the county in North Carolina that Miles likes?
Robinson.
Robeson, yeah.
Oh yeah, how is Charles Graham doing? We have to check that out.
I wouldn't check Armin. Actually, he's probably doing fine because Dems are up big in most of these North Carolina House races early. Right.
I want to see whether he got the Lumbies to vote for him, even though he's now basically just a liberal Democrat.
Probably not, but I want to go put out some Virginia.
Oh, holy crap! Graham plus 16, but it has to be early vote.
It's early because Madison Cawthorn 2 is down by 10 points, so it's early, definitely.
You mean Edwards?
What?
Chuck Edwards.
No, Bo Hines.
Bo Hines.
Oh. I was like, wait, Cawthorn is not on the ballot.
No, Bo Hines is actually just Cawthorn 2.0.
Yeah, Armin, how did you not get that joke? I expect more.
Well, because I have not thought about Bo Hines because he hasn't said anything idiotic recently.
To be
he
fair,
had that mailer that said he was for record inflation and
to be
graphic
fair,
design award winner right there.
On another note, though, I don't think I've seen a party do worse in a state than Democrats just did in Florida, like worse in a swing state than Democrats just did in Florida since maybe 2014. When Tom Corbett made the Pennsylvania Republican name so toxic that if you mentioned it at Thanksgiving, you'd be a stranger from your family forever. So I don't
take a
what
second,
Florida
but
reminds
I think,
me of
turnout is maybe the name of the game here, and Dems just sort of cratering.
Oh, they just gave up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Florida reminds me of Washington in 1994 when the Republicans just flipped basically every House seat.
So we have some of Colorado coming in.
That's in another hour, right?
No, we have 4% in
a
little bit of Denver County.
That's true. I guess it is a county these days. Colorado will drop quickly. So,
yeah.
Colorado primary night was one of the easiest spaces we managed because everything was over in an hour.
It was almost as easy as the Maryland primary night.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let's see. Rio Blanco, Bennett's at 19. Honestly, that's not bad. These are all really tiny rural counties, so. 82 in Denver. Yeah, okay. I buy it.
Dems won the Rhode Island seat. We have a projection.
Oh, AP
Rhode
called
Island
it?
second. Yeah.
For a Magaziner?
Magazine.
Oh, Ted Nesi called it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. All right. Well, it's we didn't call it that way, but we said it could absolutely happen.
Well, my gut prevailed over my head, so I should have listened to it.
No, it's okay.
It's quite possible we get no Republican pickups in New England tonight.
Well, if the environment, I mean, it seems to be tracking towards an actually neutral environment, right?
Yeah, I'm glad at this point that we went for the lower end with the House projections.
Yeah.
Personally.
Who is Ted Nesi? He's basically like the John Ralston of Rhode Island. Except no one cares about Rhode Island as much as they do Nevada, so not as many people know him. No offense, Ted. I love you.
We don't matter.
We don't matter.
I'm convinced that Rhode Island has 12 people in it, and they just like rotate taking row offices each year.
No, that's Hawaii.
That is Hawaii.
Like that actually is Hawaii. It's like all the same 5 people. Maybe that's what they named Five Guys after. Was the Hawaii, executive slate. Oh, okay. Holy shit. Early vote in Arapahoe County, Polis plus 30. And keep in mind the redshift is not going to be as bad because Colorado is a universal vote by mail state. So, yeah, Polis is thumping, the only statewide Republican in Colorado who made the centerpiece of her campaign about litter boxes in children's schools and that thing. And it's 61 to O'Day is down by 24.
He's outrunning in Arapahoe the litter box lady by 3 points.
Litter box lady. Teller County, in Teller County, which is kind of like a suburban exurb area around Colorado Springs, Polis is only down by 9. So, what you said, Harrison, about how this election might just be a continuation of longstanding trends, there might be something to that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling. And I know Miles, people at Crystal Ball also were looking at that, even though consensus missed Rhode Island too. Generally, I think, again, we look at the fact that polls and just general conventional wisdom about momentum underestimate statewide and district partisanships or underestimate the majority party. So I think that's something we'll have to keep in mind in future election cycles.
We have Douglas County in Colorado, and
it
is like a lot of Douglas counties. So 60 Michael Bennett, 38 O'Day, and then in litter box lady again. O'Day is only outrunning litter box lady by 3 points.
Wait, is this on the New York Times?
New York Times.
Why am I not seeing it?
I don't know.
Strange. Very strange.
Do better.
Yeah.
I remain so irritated that everyone.
We have Jefferson County in too. Yeah. Bennett plus 22.
These are not returns consistent with the red wave.
Well, I mean, we've been saying it's not a red wave for like a couple months now, right?
We have to cross the coals for saying that. Like every time I'm like, it is not a red wave. I don't know what Data for Progress is doing, but I do not see a world in which Herschel Walker gets 21% of the black vote. This is ridiculous.
Big night for Trafalgar.
Okay, that's not even a red wave. That's just dumb. No offense.
No, it's just asinine.
Like 21% of the black vote basically means that in order for the GOP to message properly to do that, they would have to give up, like the Dems would have to get to like 35 to 40% of the white vote in Georgia for that to happen.
I really do not know how you get to 20% for Walker of the black vote in Georgia. I don't know what kind of weighting you do to get to hit that. I mean, Echelon had it at like 18. Wexton just won Virginia 10th. Who's calling that? NBC.
Makes sense, but the race does end up closer than we expected. So I'm just about to get to that. I have like a backlog of races I want to comment on now. The the one downside of the House.
Okay. Well, let's see. Someone just told me most rural counties are 100% in. No, they're not.
In where? Georgia?
In Georgia? That is not true. It's preposterous.
Wait. Polis is winning Douglas County early vote?
Oh,
Okay,
God.
that is unprecedented. Like,
No, this
you
is
guys
gonna
have
be
no
close.
idea.
Polis is
This
about
is
to
on
post.
track to win by over 20.
Yeah,
That's right.
Polis is
Whoa,
about
wait.
to post their-
Wait, Polis is down in Mesa by 7 with 85% of the votes in.
What was that for
So
Trump?
Trump plus like 28.
Yeah. Jesus.
So unless
is-
all of these are Lauren Boebert's mules in the last 15%, I do want to go check the congressional races to see what's
I do,
going
because
on.
Frisch has a shot here.
Well, he does. Yeah, I mean, Galen was the first one to get on that train.
Caraveo is also probably going to do better than expected too.
I mean,
Judging
we'll
by the
see.
moment, we have to wait though.
Eagle
New York
County
Times.
D plus 40. Yeah.
I'm not seeing New York Times report the House races at the same pace as the governor and Senate.
They're a little bit behind, but
Yeah.
I'm just going off of that for consistency because I've been using them for results. But no, Vega's outperforming everybody in Prince William. Unfortunately, the county is just too democratic to crack into. So even if it ends up being like Spangenberger plus 25, bringing the rest of the 40% of outstanding votes, and you get a Spangenberger victory because she's underperforming Youngkin by 9 in Stafford and by 12 by 12 in Spotsylvania. So now
Were we thinking that a lot of people considered the baseline or this incorrectly considered the results to be closer to the ceiling as Youngkin voters, or the Youngkin vote share being the ceiling, and they're not scraping that?
We have New York.
Okay, just a brief comment on that. I think it depends what you're looking at, because right now in Virginia Beach, Kiggins is actually ahead of Youngkin's margin in Virginia Beach barely, and Vega is ahead of Youngkin's margin barely in Prince William, which makes sense, but behind in Spotsylvania and Stafford per my math, which I have to double check. Point is that Youngkin's baseline pretty representative of where the Republicans are ending up now, depending on the county. But it's not something that can be uniformly applied, I found with the results tonight, because I believe Hung Kao slightly underperformed Youngkin in Loudoun. I'm about to go finish that on the 10th district here.
So apparently we have Lee Zeldin winning Staten by 30 with about half in. Does anybody know whether they count the Democratic ballots last in New York State? I know they did last time.
They do. I remember this because Swolsey at one point was only up by 2.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can safely say Zeldin will not be winning in New York.
Other words, we're not going to get any Nevada news tonight, really.
We should just ignore Nevada. Yeah.
Yeah, Nevada. We have more important things to worry about at this point.
Hashtag we matter.
Well, they matter so much. They're dragging the rest of us on for 3 more days.
I really wish they didn't matter. I'm so sick and tired of this ridiculous shit.
There's just one person in Washoe that is the line, or there's just one guy in Nye County.
So has the 7th been called yet? I know Connor just said that. I would assume
in
Higgins.
Virginia.
You mean the 2nd? I don't see it on the Times yet, but I assume a call is coming because, again, Kiggins is outrunning Youngkin even in Virginia Beach.
Right? Oh, I misread Connor's comment. He actually said the 7th was called for Spangenberger. Okay, good. Okay, so if that's called for Spangenberger, the 7th, then again, you're looking at a Republican pickup, I would estimate, based on what we're seeing right now. And Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just looking at demographics of the areas that are completed and doing an internal gut check. if you're seeing that, you're on track for a mid-teens Republican House gain, which is not, it's definitely an underwhelming night by their expectations, because the national GOP expected to gain about 22 seats tonight. So to my eye, it is more likely that they will end up gaining about 15, unless Nevada and California end up being really good for Republicans, which, hey, it's possible.
We'll see. It's too early for me to say that definitively, but I will say that given the fact that the Times hasn't called Virginia 7 yet, but as I mentioned in my tweet, I expect Spanberger to win, like you said. So I would agree in general that I'm glad that we went on the lower end for pickups here, because I think that while I was previously thinking that 234 would be undershooting the GOP, it looks like we might now hit it on the mark or slightly overshoot them. So again, if that comes to pass, very possible, and I see the tweet calling Virginia 7 independent of the New York Times, then yeah, if Dems are winning a close race in Virginia 7, that's a decent night for Republicans, but not a wave. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, I mean, hey, like Max said, right? Like, Republicans don't need a red wave to flip the House or the Senate, which is a good thing because they're not getting one right now.
Also,
I love when they called all the Florida House races right now. It's just hilarious.
I just wanted to point out that the interesting thing about hold on a second. So yeah, so Hung Cow is actually more or less getting Youngkin's margin in Loudoun right now. Problem is there's just not enough out for him to win in Prince William. I don't believe there's enough left. It says 56% on the Times, but I'm not sure which number is more accurate. We'll see. I'm just going to stick with the Times for race calls for now, to be consistent. Yeah. But Lakshya, I'm not trying to undermine you at all here.
No. Don't worry about it at all. Like, I agree with you. It's too early. I'm just saying based on initial returns. And to be quite honest, I'm looking more at areas with competitive races, right? Like, the thing is, right now, Florida is very heavily skewing basically every analysis, including like, the New York Times needle and everything, because you can only infer from results that are out yet. And my only point that I want to make is currently there's two things that I'm observing. Number one, there is a very, very high rate of split ticketing in governor's races. So let's take, for example, Pennsylvania, right? Mr. Walk is Free People, Doug Mastriano, trailing the early vote by about 32%. Fetterman winning the early vote by about 24%. So there's a 8-point gap in margin right there. Frankly, I don't see a way for Mastriano now to win this. I'm comfortable saying that. I'm not going to post it on Twitter because I have
guys, Jared Polis won Conejos County.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God. Wait, you want to explain to everyone what that is, Armin? Because
so Conejos County is like, everyone talks a big thing about working class Hispanics leaving the Democratic Party. Conejos has a lot of those, descendants from the Spanish explorations and whatnot. There are also a lot of very Trumpy white people and a lot of very Trumpy Mormons in Conejos County. And it was Obama wanted Conejos, it's Spanish for rabbits. Obama won it very easily. It's historically been a very Democratic county. Trump won it twice. It actually swung right from 2016 to 2020. But Polis here has won it by 1 vote. So, yeah, he's holding up very well. I really wish we had the congressional race in District 3 on New York Times to see this.
Is it not? Yeah, it's not up yet. Right.
We're getting dumps in from Pennsylvania right now.
I know, yeah, that's what I'm looking at, and oh my holy God, this is going to be one close race.
Yeah,
it is. Oh God, I mean,
to be honest, guys, it might be a bit early, but I feel like if what we're seeing right now points to like a modest Republican night, again, I don't want to, like as they say in German, Hochmut kommt vor dem Fall, which is basically like you don't want to be too arrogant. But I feel like we pretty much hit the nail. We could hit the nail relatively on the head if this is how if what we're seeing now.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Rhode Island too, our ratings are.
I should have used a tracker as a model. Ah.
No. I don't. I don't think the congressional ballot. I don't think the generic. You know what I mean.
Well, Harrison, what I'm pointing out, though, you do know the average completed county in a competitive district, you know what the average shift right from 2020 is?
What?
1%.
Yeah. That's fair. I didn't see that yet. I've been looking at the individual districts.
In vote share. So that would imply right now we are actually having a neutral year. Like, this is literally what a neutral year would look like.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
fair. I just
I mean-
where is that? Where's the swing for the average? Where's the statistic you were just talking about, Lakshya?
Oh, Kabir kind of posted it, and that's outside Florida, by the way. If you include Florida, it's closer to 3% in vote share, but once you exclude Florida, it becomes a bit.
Bennett is carrying Kuneo's by more.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what it's like when the rest of the races are counted. But
Wow. Warnock might actually win this outright. Oh my goodness.
Oh, what's happening?
Okay. So, once again, I have to emphasize it is very early still. There's only 59% of votes in. Stacey Abrams currently trails Brian Kemp by about 4.5%. Warnock leads Herschel Walker by a bit over 3%. I still think a runoff is the most likely scenario. I do not see a Herschel Walker win outright unless something massively changes. These are not the margins he can afford to be getting, because every single place that I'm looking at, Walker just underruns Kemp, and it's only getting worse. 4.5% delta between Walker and Kemp. And you cannot afford to do that in Georgia because Brian Kemp is not getting more than 55% of the vote in this race.
Correct. Yeah.
So once again, we're in this position where the Republicans have just about seated Pennsylvania governor. Senate is, I don't want to say anything about Senate right now because I have a hint on how it's going to go, and I don't want to say anything. Georgia Senate should have been an outright victory for them. This is not what's looking likely to happen, and I have no idea why this is happening, but in North Carolina, Beasley is still running respectably, considering that most of Wake is still out. And then, still Mecklenburg still has a lot of votes to come in. And, in general, a lot of votes still to go in some of these bluer areas. So Beasley will keep it close. She'll lose by about 2.5, I think 3.
Yeah, sounds right. Now, in case you were wondering, John White is losing by 40 points in Arkansas's 4th district.
That can't be good.
Well, Westerman is the moderate, so to speak, there. So
that is true.
Yeah, we don't have Washita County in, which is where White is from. So. Yeah, I'm not going to pay attention to New York because it's just too big of a state, and just the vote counting stuff just makes no sense. Gosh. So apparently we have Colorado 3 results from Garfield County, 70% of the votes in, and Frisch is up by 18. Garfield County has never liked Boebert, but that's still just worthy of a chuckle.
They never like Mondays either.
So a lot of the Black Belt counties in North Carolina have completed. And I think, once again, rural Black turnout has just been through the gutter.
Well, there are just fewer of them each cycle, right?
I mean, they're literally dying. It's just
dying or moving or yeah.
So I have a brief point, but ultimately I think this whole time we've kind of put an incorrect bellwether status on Virginia too. because honestly, I really don't think you've seen much reversion, if you will, back to what we saw in 2020 since Glenn Youngkin won Virginia Beach. So even once we get the rest of the mail-in votes, I think you're going to end up seeing Kiggins running even with Youngkin or performing a few points worse than him, but still winning comfortably. So I think using Virginia 2 potentially as a sign of a good night for the Democrats, potentially it was one of those things that in hindsight we realized might have been a bit misplaced, and that some of the other districts in the country might be reverting back a little bit more than our expectations would have placed, if that makes sense.
Harrison, I want to point something out. These initial Pennsylvania returns, it's okay. So there's two things I want to bring up here. Number one, Colorado, there is virtually no chance for Joe O'Dea right now unless some major changes would occur in how votes are getting tallied here, because this is just not the margins you can afford to hit. But Pennsylvania, this is exactly what Democrats want to see, actually. And I mean exactly. Like, these are exactly the type of numbers that you would want to hit if you're John Fetterman. This is going to be very close. And I mean, this will probably be decided by less than 2020 was. But there's two things I can say. Number one, Doug Mastriano is done. You can
stick a fork in him
race because no one's going to do that, but this is over. This election is over. The second thing is that Shapiro is on track for a 12-point win right now, as things stand. It is bad for Mastriano. And obviously this can change, and this will change. I don't expect that to hold. But I'll give you an example. He is running about 10.5% ahead of John Fetterman right now in margin. And Fetterman's hitting the margins you need to win by about 1 point in Pennsylvania at the moment. So let's see.
Thank you. That's pretty interesting, Lakshya. And I'm curious, in the end, the effect that has on the congressional race in District 17, because I think that's the race that stands to be most impacted by the Senate top line, potentially. Although I still see a decent amount of ticket splitting potential there for Schaffer, Oz, Shapiro voters. We'll have to see.
It's
Schaefer, sorry.
They have a type up there, and it's a boring, skinny white guy.
Okay. So we have some good news actually for Frank Mervan tonight in Lake County. And his leads, actually, no, I'm sorry. I was reading that wrong. So his lead has fallen actually from 22 to 19. I said the exact opposite of what I wanted to say. So at the moment, it's too early in Porter. Green's up by 23 points. Now, to win, Green needs to win Porter by double digits, but you only have 3% of the county reporting, so it's way too early to extrapolate anything. LaPorte is voting similarly to how it voted in 2020 at the moment, with 74% in. I think I'd rather be Mervan right now because 37% in. I think I'd rather be Mervan, yes, but he's going to underperform Joe Biden's numbers, which is in line with their expectations. And this call was definitely one of the ones that I was less confident about per se, but we'll see what happens here. There's still a lot of vote out, a lot of election day vote, and yeah, I want to see how Mervan ends up. But he's down from 22 to 19 in Lake, which was Biden plus 15. So.
Armin, keep an eye out on Boebert's race. I have a feeling something very weird is going to happen there. I think Boebert wins still, but that's going to get uncomfortably close.
It's these rurals, man. I mean, the Trump explosion in the rurals is not maintaining in Colorado.
Yeah, and I mean, I also I'm going to just Harrison, is it okay? Claire, is it okay if I just talk about the Senate briefly again, because there's a couple of things that I wanted to update people on.
Go.
Okay. So in Pennsylvania, as I mentioned, I would rather be the Democrats at the moment. Georgia, I see it very likely to go to a runoff. I'm going to advise people to keep a very, very, very close eye on Wisconsin, because that is that is ground zero for a race that could get weirdly close. I said I expect Johnson to win. I still expect Johnson to win. But whereas in North Carolina, now I think Beasley's going to lose by 4, maybe 5 points. North Carolina is a state where, or Wisconsin is a state where abortion is much more popular, and it's clearly made an impact if we're looking at these races and looking at swings. And this is going to be tight. Report returns haven't closed yet, but I think this is going to be tight. I would keep a very, very close eye out on it, because I don't think Dems have the environment needed to unseat Johnson. But if there is a localized heavy swing happening among certain demographics, that's where it would happen.
So Boebert, interestingly, won Conejos by 4.
That's low.
Well, I mean, you'd expect
Trump won it by 7, right?
Yeah, about that. I mean, so she's underperforming, right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Which I guess is just ancestral Dems and all that.
Listen, I was there were a lot of reasons that you pointed out, Armin, plus also Lakshya's article before this election cycle began in earnest about controversial Congress people paying penalties for being recalcitrant, per se. And that was all of those kind of contributed, plus what Galen was saying to moving Colorado 3 to likely R instead of safe, because I figured, and rightfully so, that the race is competitive.
I talked to Galen at 2 a.m. this morning, and we basically confirmed that the data was pointing to like a 6-point win for Boebert.
Yeah, so I'm glad I put that back on the board.
Okay, so something just moved in Georgia, and Walker picked up about a point.
I mean, yes, but again, that's not the relevant thing to look at, right? Like, the relevant thing to look at is a spread between Walker and Kemp. And again, Walker is now running 4% behind Kemp. So he's closed the gap, probably because there are areas where he's underrunning Kemp by much less. But this is still probably on track for a runoff.
Yeah, agreed.
Max Rose absolutely annihilated.
Well, yeah, because Nicole Maliotakis has got like a moderate-ish profile, which is great for all the people in Bay Ridge and in Bensonhurst.
Yeah, the district only voted for Trump by 7.6, but we know that Maliotakis overperformed in 2020. Lakshya proved that in his WAR model, so it's not a surprise to me. Still votes outstanding, but she's winning with 64%, 77% in. So that's one of the will be one of the bigger overperformances tonight if it holds.
Will be interesting to see how Hochul does, just compared to Schumer even in Western New York, because that's, you know, her home turf.
So, interesting discrepancy here. They say only 62% of the votes are in for the governor's race. They've tallied. I don't think that's right. I think New York Times just has a weird estimate. But yeah, in either case, once again, delta between Warnock and Abrams is narrowing a little, but to my eye, not enough. So let's keep an eye out.
We check Maine. Apparently, we've gotten some vote counts there. I think Mills is on track to win pretty comfortably.
Seems so. Golden's on track to win an instant runoff. Last I checked.
Yeah, so right now it says R+7, but that is, I mean, that makes sense. There's just town by town. It'll come in very slowly.
So,
hey, Captor is looking likely to blow Majewski out of the water.
Well, maybe he should have been campaigning instead of, being on Twitter making rap videos all the time.
Armin, we have some returns from Mesa County.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I spoke about those already, but are there new ones?
Now we're at 81% of the votes in.
Yeah, no, I mean, because Obama got 34% in Mesa in 2012. Biden got like 35. So, I mean, if Adam Frisch got 45% in Mesa County, he'd win. Like, that's how good of a performance that is. But my guess is that the last 15 or so percent of the vote there are the darkest of the dark MAGA on the western slope. And so I'll believe it when I see it for the third. But it's definitely a district that with like a good candidate and some good investment, you can take out Lauren Boebert.
Now, Armin, this is one district I've been following pretty closely, especially given the Paulus top line in Colorado, the 8th district. And Caraveo is actually in the lead right now with 53% in, but it's one that I'm watching that I think could be closer than expected if our priors were a bit further to the right than the actual results are indicating. And right now, Caraveo is underrunning Biden slightly in Adams, and Kirkmeyer is actually outrunning Trump in Weld by pure margin, but very early. I'd still rather be Kirkmeyer.
That's a recipe for a Kirkmeyer win very narrowly.
Yeah.
Hochul underperforming Biden by 5 in the Bronx with 39% of the vote in. That's still not enough. That's still not enough for New York to actually be won by a Republican. Because Trump got, 15% in the Bronx or something like that, right? Zeldin would need to get 25 to actually win statewide.
Yeah, honestly, given how things are going tonight, I would keep a close eye on New Jersey 7 too.
If Kane actually loses.
Yeah, Kane right now is losing every single county portion, but it's also very early, and the way New Jersey counts its ballots is pretty circuitous, but we'll keep an eye on it. But if at this rate, given how the election's going, I'm gonna have to buy my sister and Ethan Shen dinner for being wrong on 4 House races.
Kane, it's like raising canes or something.
It's Kane. It's not Keen. I know it looks like Keen, but it's not.
Yeah. Bennett at 63 in most of La Plata County. Yeah, no, I think they'll carry Colorado 3. Or at least they'll come very close to it.
So I'm glad that I picked Cuellar because it looked.
Oh, did more mules come in Webb County?
No updates yet. However, in Jim Hogg, if this tells you anything about the Armin, you're gonna make me laugh. It's just so kind of okay. But if this tells you
such a stereotypical Southern county name.
I know. So Biden won Jim Hogg by 18 points, and we got more of the vote in. It's at 83 right now, 83% reporting, and Cuellar's winning it by 52. So we have some mules in South Texas. So
wait, how is Beto doing there as compared?
I haven't looked at any senator governor's results yet. Sorry.
I see the New York Times makes this really dumb because I have to go look at each state. Also, holy crap, Frisch is doing better than Bennett is, and doing better than Polis is in Durango.
Michigan being slower than Christmas to report anything.
New Hampshire is also still stalled. It literally hasn't updated in about an hour.
Oh, also from Ryan Matsumoto, we have 2 very small rural counties that are fully in Pennsylvania. Forest County was Trump plus 44. It's now Oz plus 34. And then Elk County was Trump plus 45, and it's now Oz plus 37. So those are your Fetterman, Mastriano voters. Beto plus 20. Oh, okay. So I guess, we can take that as a dub for my theory that, the realignment is typically not fully linear and it kind of proceeds in segments. And right now, the baseline for Hispanic support is the 2020 number.
So, sorry to interrupt, but we do have some numbers coming in from Texas 34. And at the moment, the problem for Flores is twofold. On the one hand, if you look at Hidalgo County, the Republican margin there has not improved at all from 2020. If anything, Gonzalez actually expanded it by a point. We still got about 30% out. But more worrying is Cameron County, which is much closer. It was Biden plus 13. Currently, it's only Gonzalez plus 4. But as I mentioned, given the nature of this district's design, it is impossible. Well, theoretically not impossible if she were to come close or win Hidalgo. But given Hidalgo is Gonzalez plus 23, it is mathematically impossible for her to win without carrying Cameron County. There aren't enough votes. So keep that in mind. But that might be another one where we ended up missing, which again would point back to the shift, the special election shift of about 8-9 points, with a few more points subtracted from that for what is looking like more of a neutral environment from the Texas 34 special election in the Biden plus 4 seat in June. So to Lakshya's theory about fundamentals playing more of a role potentially than vibes, that this can be more evidence. So we'll see how it shapes out.
That special election too. I mean, that was 15,000 total votes.
Yeah,
and she spent around 1.1 million on it.
Yeah. Yep. So that would be another race where we were off from the consensus. So yeah, it's just evidence again that, as we say, trends do not work singularly and in a linear way.
I think maybe someone has tried to turn New Hampshire off and turn it back on again because we finally got more votes there.
Yeah, New Hampshire's having a bit of a moment. Well, Al Lawson is done. He had the twin benefit. Sorry, no. He was cost by being A, in a very inelastic seat, B, being in a gerrymandered Trump plus 10 seat that ruined his base, and 3 being
on
in
the same
Florida.
ballot as Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, being in Florida, where the red wave has truly happened.
So, geez, my Pennsylvania call ain't looking too good right now.
What? Imagine if we actually just underestimate Dems across the board.
I think we it's better than overestimating them.
Agreed. All of our ratings were done under the idea of an R+2 environment. But if this is D plus 0,
okay,
hey, our tracker's gonna look amazing.
Then yes, Lakshya, you get to go to talk to the New York Times about the tracker.
No, I'm just gonna laugh at Data for Progress. I'm sorry. I am absolutely gonna dunk on them if this happens. Who the hell puts out a poll with Herschel Walker winning 21% of black voters?
Okay,
Yeah,
also
that's got to go up there with D plus 17 Wisconsin.
Also, though, if you're just looking at it from a standpoint that our ratings were formed with R+2 in mind, I mean, I think we were honestly more middle row than a lot of other forecasts. So I don't think it's the end of the world. I think honestly, it was, given the mentality of the forecasting world, I think we were within the range of acceptable predictions.
So apparently Michaels is underperforming in Winnebago, Waukesha, and Ozaki, running at least 3 points behind Johnson.
Watching these results is just like giving me a million article brainstorming ideas.
Yeah, I mean, we won't know the full ramifications of what's happening for a few more days.
Yeah, probably by the end of the week.
Yeah, but I mean, this is interesting to follow along with for sure.
Also, internal polls, I'm never trusting again because Pennsylvania 12 is not close at all. Not at all. And Lee's honestly holding up with, I mean, it's only 15% in, so I still expect Doyle to win Westmoreland handily, but in Allegheny, at least, she's.
I just laughed because when you said Doyle, I thought of the Democrat Mike.
Okay, yeah, Armin, I don't blame you.
Just because
also,
whenever I think of Southwestern Pennsylvania and Mike Doyle, I think of the congressman and not the dude.
Oh, my sister's sending me something about Tom Kane losing. Fascinating. Very interesting results, I have to say. If only John White had won.
Well, I should have given him some more money.
I think the Democrats need to find a new internal pollster.
NC-13, is that the Wiley Nickel Bill
goodness.
Hines one?
I cannot tell you how many horrible polls I have seen for Democrats internally. And I was just like, I think Harrison, I was telling you, I was like, I don't buy any of these, but like.
So to answer, yeah, Lakshya, that's a good point. So to answer North Carolina 13, I would still rather be Hines because of Johnson County and the fact that Wake has tightened since the initial returns came in. But the Hines thing on the New York Times Needle is also probably being swayed by Florida. So if you remove the Florida effect, it's going to be a very tight race. So yeah, I would just keep a lookout at Wake there and Johnston. I was about to look at that seat. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. I'm in the middle of writing about Texas 34 here.
Hey, are we sure that Democrats are out of the running completely in the House just yet? I don't think so.
I mean, we don't have enough races that
we
are
don't have
called to
enough
make
seats.
that. I don't think we can say conclusively, but I mean, it's not a red wave. We know that much.
No, it's looking like a neutral year for sure. But I think still all the analysis that we did for neutral year possibilities generally resulted in Republicans getting a small House majority just because they're close enough to 218 as it is.
Wait, Forsyth County just dropped?
But no, Lakshya, at this point, we have to up the Democrats' chances, statistically speaking, given the results we have. And Spanberger has officially taken the lead. Sorry, Claire.
Oh, unless we cross the Mississippi and things just go south for Democrats.
Well, I mean, it's funny because it looks like Florida, they had the red wave, but. Right. Well, clutch call, keeping Spanberger at Leans D. Good.
Yeah, we don't. Let's see how Wisconsin governor is.
You see the problem, Lakshya, that I wanted to mention to you at the moment. The only gimme seat, as I call it, that we really have in and are pretty confident that Republicans will carry is Virginia 2. But some of these other seats like New Jersey 7, Pennsylvania 7, if Democrats are going to have a better night than we expect, those seats are very much in contention for them. But we simply don't have enough votes yet to divine the outcomes in those seats. So if we had more races like Virginia 2, and I have a list of the gimme seats that I'm looking at, hopefully as the hours go by and we get more results out of those districts, we'll have a much better idea of just how much the Democrats' chances of holding the House change. Because if they're winning multiple of those districts, then as you can see on the New York Times Needle, you're going to see Republicans falling precariously close to 218 probably pretty soon. I don't want to speak too soon, but in that specific scenario, that's probably what we'd see.
Also, Lakshya, I just want to say with South Dakota, we were completely right about Nome underperforming the rest of the ticket because Thune is winning by 43 and Nome is winning by about 24. So, yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether Thune can actually win. Zebach and Corson and Dewey and Todd and Oglala Lakota counties. North Dakota has an independent taking 17% of the vote. What?
Is it the House race?
No, the Senate race. There's a Democrat and an independent, but the independent has 17% of the vote.
Whack stuff, Armin. Could you do me a favor, Armin?
Yeah.
Could you go check Texas 34 on New York Times? Because the results keep disappearing for me, and I want to make sure it's not just my computer.
It says D+10 right now.
Click on it, though.
Vicente Gonzalez.
Click on it, though, and see if the results disappear when you...
Oh, yeah, they do disappear. That is weird.
Yeah, and DDHQ doesn't have them, so I'm going to refrain from commenting on Texas 34 right now until the results stop disappearing, because I don't want to post something that doesn't exist.
Let's take a look at Ohio's 9th, because this is...
Yeah, Majewski's going to end up losing at this point. So I completely.
Wait, yeah, Captor lost Fulton by 18. Yeah, she's winning.
Yeah, no, because here's what I'd like to say. If you look at Sandusky County right now, 95% in, and that one's interesting because Captor here is losing that county by 10 points. But Sandusky voted for Sandusky gave 28% of the vote to Trump. So
to Trump or to Biden?
Sandusky to Trump.
Wait, it only gave 28% to Trump?
No, by margin. Sorry, it was
Trump plus 28. Okay.
Yeah, it was Trump plus 28, Majewski plus 10. So, yeah, no. I won't blame anyone else. It's my fault. I was overcooking trend.
No, I told you to pick Majewski as well, so it is low-key my fault as well. She also won Erie County, which is a Trump county as well,
too. See, my problem... I was overcooking the trends and underestimating Captor's brand. So that's an honest mistake for me. And this is the biggest L of the election in terms of my calls for the House, even though overall I still think we did pretty well so far. I have to see. But hey, I said I'd eat my words if I was wrong, and I'm about to go tweet that now because I'm not afraid of being wrong. I made my case. But yeah, this is fascinating results. Just really interesting.
This is a genuinely interesting election because
I know we've got actual interesting stuff here. Like Captor,
it's not just trends, like on speed.
Exactly right, because it's interesting to see Captor being able to get this much crossover appeal in an even year in a Trump district. I mean, that's fundamentally interesting.
I think the name of the game, Harrison, is voters, are partisan, but they get a lot of their partisan cues from elites. In the party. Yeah. And when all of the elites basically are like, we are not going to support our guy, whether it's Majewski lying about how he didn't have water for 40 days or whatever, or Mastriano, needing the help of God for 40 days. A lot of 40 days things going on here.
Oh, God, that's true, Armin.
It's a biblical thing.
Exactly, right? Voters can pick up on that, and they're like, okay, we're Republicans, but this guy is not, he doesn't share our values. And in Oklahoma, you saw that too, but Oklahoma is an R+30 state, so it was not enough.
So,
your tweet, Lakshya. No fucking way.
Yeah, I can't. That's just unbelievable. But okay, so what I wanted to bring up is take a look at Cherokee County in Georgia right now. Okay. Cherokee in Georgia was a Trump plus 39 county. Anyone want to take a guess as to what Walker's margin is there?
Well, he's getting 67 right now. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, he's underrunning.
You were supposed to guess, Armin.
Well, I had it open. I was sorry.
What's your take on that, Lakshya?
I don't. It's going to be very tight, obviously, but God, that's not good for Walker if he wants to win outright tonight, because he's running 2% behind Trump in vote share. That will probably end up ticking up to about 1%, but you can't afford that if you're Walker and you're trying to win outright. Trump didn't even get 50% of the vote in Georgia. Trump got 49. So also in Pennsylvania, I'm getting more and more confident in saying that John Fetterman is clearly favored at the moment. It's still early, obviously, but if you ask me to pick a side, I would very firmly be on the Democratic side right now. Going to do a quick roundup again. Okay. Colorado, done. Democrats hold it. Washington is not finished, but at this rate, it is.
Well, Washington hasn't
It's
closed,
done.
right?
If this is the condition, it's done.
Yeah, exactly. New Hampshire, Hassan is up by about, I think Hassan's going to take it pretty easily. I think she's going to take it by 6. Nevada is interesting now because the turnout signals that we see and the signals we see across the nation are not consistent with the Cortez Masto loss in Nevada. So this is going to be really interesting. This is going to come down to the wire. That race we're not going to know the outcome of for 3 days, which is annoying because I really want to see whether my prediction's correct. And I also cannot believe Adam Laxalt is about to be elected to the Senate. So I really hope he's not. But, that has less to do with Republican versus Democrat, more to do with the fact that I don't think someone should be lying about things like what Laxalt lied about. It's just not just like on a human level. I don't like that. Arizona. Hopping over to Arizona for a minute. That's not finished yet. My question is, turnout clearly looked great for the Republicans tonight, but that's it only if you look at registration splits. What people forget in Arizona is that Republicans very frequently, it's the opposite of Pennsylvania, and that there's much more attrition from Republicans than there is from Democrats. There's many more registered Republicans than there are Democrats in Arizona, and there's much higher attrition rates among them. So in Arizona, what you see is secular whites and college educated whites basically going for candidate quality and for incumbency. It gets very difficult to see a Blake Masters win. Again, this is not over yet because votes haven't even finished reporting. I am just saying simply that this is you'd pretty clearly rather be Kelly entering this. Today I wasn't sure whether I should have picked Masters or Kelly, but right now I think it's pretty clear that Mark Kelly is going to be favored at the moment if you just do extrapolations. Kind of embarrassing, honestly, for Republicans because none of their candidates except for Ted Budd are on track to overperform Trump right now.
My God.
What happened?
I guess both might be.
I'm posting a thread on Ohio's 9th, and I'm just realizing just how horribly Majewski is underperforming. His average underperformance in the portions of the district currently represented by Bob Latta in the West is 20 points, 20% county difference in margin. For example, if we want to look at what's a good one? Fulton County was Trump plus 40, Majewski plus 18. So that pretty much sums it up. And a lot of portions are, yeah. Well, I hope you guys don't hold this call against me too much. I mean, we're going to be wrong.
No, of course. It was a toss-up.
Indiana 1's going to be wrong too at this point. For the same.
I think all of our calls are a tad too pro,
I think we're going to have overestimated Republicans, but I guess, hold on. I'll say it's not called yet. It's going to be a single-digit race, but at this point, with the way Majewski's underperforming across the board, it's pretty much done, and it's not going to be particularly close either. I don't have a problem saying that it's done.
Yo, guys, Frisch.
Hey, Lackawanna just dropped. Oh my goodness, that is embarrassing for Republicans.
Wait, what just dropped?
Lackawanna. You want to take a guess as to the margin, Armin? If you look, I will get really angry.
I'm not looking, but I'm going to say what, D plus 20?
It's D plus 16 in Lackawanna with 92% in.
Yeah, that's good for Cartwright. I'll say that.
That's amazing for Fetterman because that county was Biden plus 8.
Well, yeah, that was Scranton Joe right there. Guess Michael Scott flipped his endorsement.
And we've got Cartwright, just to add to that, he's winning by 18 points in Lackawanna. So that's, I believe, up from 2020. And the new district is bluer than the old one. I have to double check that. But
also, guys, Frisch is up by 12 in the earlies in Pueblo County. So
all right. Well, I'm glad we went with at least one Democrat in Pennsylvania in the House and competitive district because it is looking good for Cartwright early. I mean, he's even winning Pike County with 42% in. I don't expect that to be maintained, but we'll see. Fascinating. This is the most interesting election night that I think I've ever covered or taken part in. Honestly, is in terms of results. and Spanberger has more or less got it in the bag, although Vega is going to post a decent overperformance in Prince William, but not enough to change the outcome of the race. I mean, it's fascinating to me when we can see incumbents like this actually overperforming, because to be honest, as an election analyst, I prefer the way it used to be with the old coalitions where you have ticket splitting. I mean, there's a reason, besides the fact that we're not all registered under the same party, that we're called split ticket. Like, it's fundamentally interesting to see Captor outrunning Joe Biden by 20 points in parts of the district that she's never represented before. I find it fascinating. Totally understandable, but fascinating.
Yeah.
So Kelly's up by 15 with 40% in. All right, let's take a look at that.
Guys, what if Tom O'Halloran wins?
Okay, if Tom O'Halloran wins, then
that would be the
Mark
craziest.
Kelly is winning by 15. No cap.
Although, given how Majewski has done now, I think Eli Crane might do a little bit worse than we expect.
Hey, guys, if you're listening, can you put in a comment if you can hear us, by the way? Just want to see that, like, audio is actually working.
Please look. Maricopa, have the polls closed in Arizona?
What? I don't even know what time it is.
It's 10 o'clock on the East Coast here.
Okay, great. People can hear. That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you, guys. All right, Maricopa has not closed yet. So let's just focus on the East Coast for now. Oh
yeah, we do have some results from Arizona now. Mark Kelly is up by 20 with half of Maricopa in.
Oh, okay. No, he needed to be up by about 10 in the early returns.
And let's see what's up with governors of Arizona.
Yeah, Mark Kelly is quite clearly favored right now. I think I'm pretty comfortable saying that. Okay, once again, I'm going to pop right back on over to the delta between Kemp and Walker. That is sitting at 4.7% right now. It is getting harder and harder for me to see a Walker win, but it is getting very possible for me to see an outright Warnock win.
So just a brief thing. I was talking about earlier how it looked like Vega was going to outperform Trump in Prince William County, and it was Biden plus 34. It's actually Biden plus 32 now, presumably because we're getting more of these Democratic-leaning mail-in ballots coming in. And she's no longer overperforming Youngkin and PwC, and I don't expect her to overperform Trump either necessarily, given the way the ballots are going here. I expect it to be pretty close to 2020 president in Prince William, but the final margins on these races are going to take a couple days to get fully sorted out. But I'd expect Spanberger to end up maybe around 51.5, 52 when all is said and done.
Wait, Bennett is ahead in both Pueblo and Las Animas County. Yeah, he's going to win the third, I think. Yeah, I mean, Arizona is a very slow counting state, so we'll put that one on the back burner for a bit.
Yeah.
Malinowski's up by 12 now.
Yep, I'm about to hit that race. I have some things to say about it.
I'm going to laugh so hard if Kane actually loses again.
So Shri asks, is Luria going to survive? I would say yes. She's up by 10 right now, and I think you have about 10% of the vote outstanding there. However, as the days go by and we get more of these outstanding mail-in votes, I expect her lead to fall into the mid-single digits. And I expect her to do better in that seat than other gimme seats like Pennsylvania 7. In other words, if Susan Wild loses, I expect her to lose by less than Elaine Luria in the end. So I think Republicans will come out with success in Virginia too, but in the grand scheme of things, if we adjust for the fact that Republicans are doing better in Virginia too than we expected, given how they're doing nationally, I would say that a mid-single digits margin in Virginia too now correlates more closely to like 220 House, low 220s for the House, something very small, or potentially, given how the rest of the seats go. I mean, it would be ridiculous if Democrats held the House, given everything we've been saying this cycle. But again, too many of the seats that we need to look at, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, just not called yet, and not enough data to make good calls. But I'll be keeping an eye on these races for you guys, and I'll let you know about the developments we get.
Lakshya, is it fair to say that with Fetterman running 5 points behind Shapiro, like if you think that Shapiro clears
5 points
over
in vote share, right?
55%, what?
5 points in vote share, right? Not margin.
5 points in vote share.
Yeah. Go on.
If you think that Shapiro will do more than 55%, then that tracks Fetterman.
Yeah. Fetterman's on track to get about 51% of the vote.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is going.
People are going to be so salty tomorrow if Fetterman wins, talking about New Jersey and crudité.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna get raked over.
It's gonna be crazy.
Oz. I cannot believe I did that. Okay.
Well,
okay, but
look, all the data pointed. Well, okay, actually, no, none of the data pointed to it.
wait, that's not true. That's not true. Hold up.
That's not true.
I said Oz would have to have the biggest underperformance of any. Fetterman would have to have the biggest overperformance of any successful Senate candidate in the last, or Senate challenger in the last 6 years to win that seat. Is that something you would have banked on? Because it's not something I would have banked on. Like, the amount of candidate quality work that I did basically showed Fetterman had a very tough task. And I mean, he's clearly doing it very well, and props to him. Oz is a terrible candidate, but a lot of the Pennsylvania Democrats I know were thinking that they were going to lose tonight.
Oh yeah.
Remember, in Pennsylvania, part of the problem was that not only did polls overestimate Democrats, we've said that before, but one of the big problems for Dems in that state is that, like, you know, the suburbs are way more elastic than a lot of the rural areas are, and that goes against the Democrats. So, you know, I was okay with my call picking Oz. I think I made the defensible call on data. I should have trusted my aggregator more, frankly, instead of trusting everything else. But yeah, I guess
we can't judge ourselves too harshly for the decisions we made before the election, so it's okay. But I think, as you said, there was definitely data evidence pointing to the call.
DDHQ's called Pennsylvania governor for Shapiro.
Yep. So there goes 40 days of mourning. Also, what have we heard about Wisconsin? There are really no interesting House races in Wisconsin except the third, potentially being closer than expected. But I was wondering, Lakshya, because I was reading today about Madison turnout being crazy.
Yeah, I've got to say all bets are off. That's a toss-up. That's as pure of a toss-up as you can get.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Can you imagine
read on
Ron
Minnesota
Johnson?
first?
What?
What's our read on Minnesota first?
Oh, Minnesota first right now is way too early to make any declamations. It's 6% in. Finstat is up by like 20 points. So we'll wait and see.
Sorry, Lakshya,
Wait,
what were you
Frisch
saying?
is at 45 and Mesa too. Holy fuck, he might actually do this. And
Yeah, it's going to be close. People said I was wrong for moving it to likely. And I'm just like,
No, you are 100% correct.
Look at what Armin and Galen are saying, guys. I think it's pretty compelling.
Yeah, although the fact that Caneos went red is proof to me that I need to call Donald Valdez and see whether he was doing his job for Adam Frisch.
Also, for those looking at Tennessee's 5th district being close right now, expect that to change when Williamson comes in.
Yeah, what a weird election this stuff is.
But isn't it fascinating?
No, I mean, it's actually like cool.
Yeah, Don Bacon is in a race for his life right now. I'm going to have to buy Ethan 2 dinners. I'm going to tweet about that one. For Christ's sake. Miles is going to bother me to the end of time now.
So the Trafalgar Group's A- rating. You want to talk about that? Absolutely.
I wanna tag them in a tweet so bad, and I've been like holding off, but like
it's gone.
So also just looking some more at Pennsylvania, this is looking more and more like a multi-point Fetterman win. He's
yeah,
outrun Biden.
Yeah, he's outrunning in Lackawanna. He's doing okay in Northampton. Luzerne is probably just Wilkes-Barre that's in right now. This is going to be hilarious if the polls just underestimate
This is so funny.
Armin,
yeah.
I tell you so Miles and I were joking about Ohio 9, and he said now that he's gonna, if Majewski loses, he's gonna send me the projection screenshot every day, forever. Oh, wonderful! I don't regret anything that I wrote. I don't. I mostly just find it fascinating. I'm more so, rather than regretting what I wrote, I'm more interested in writing about what has happened tonight in detail. I mean, there's so much stuff. I want to write about how RGV appears to be a bust this cycle. All kinds of things. Is Golden going to hold on in Maine from Evan?
Yes.
I would say
I'm pretty sure he will, yeah.
Golden is going to hold on.
Golden is going to win in a ranked choice instant runoff.
Let's see. I'm just going to scroll through some more. I really don't think Walker has it in him now to win this, clearly. Ah, Jesus. I think we're going to end up missing one race tonight, and it's going to be Pennsylvania. Sorry, guys. I really should have picked Fetterman. I had that until 2 weeks ago, and then I was like, maybe the environment.
No, it's okay. I mean, we were with you, honestly. We all had a gut feeling that Oz was going to win.
Yeah, it's just I just didn't think it's a wise thing to bet against the challenger party in a Republican-leaning state when.
No, that's totally okay. Yeah.
I should have just gone with my with the data that I made, which actually showed a Fetterman win instead of looking at the other aggregates, which showed a Do you remember I showed you like the generic aggregator, right? I was like, if this is the case, Fetterman wins, but I don't think it's going to be right.
Yeah.
Okay, so start making the dinner plans with Ethan. Honestly, it's still way too early, but it would be hilarious if Jared Golden managed to get over 50% and just avoided a ranked choice election, even with Tiffany Bond getting close to 7% of the vote. I don't think that's the most likely outcome here, but the fact that he's above 47 right now, great sign for him, especially if
Fetterman is winning Chester County election day votes by 9.
That's not good.
What?
Fed is winning the Chester County election day votes by 9.
That's really good for him.
Yeah, that is. I don't see how Oz has a path if that kind of a margin holds.
Yeah, you might be toast.
I'll make crudité for dinner tomorrow.
Should have a split ticket crudité meeting.
Okay. So based on what we've seen today, I would rather be Cortez Masto because there is almost no chance that Democrats all just uniformly sat that race out.
Well, I mean, yeah. And also remember, Harry Reid summoned the snow.
No, that didn't make much of a difference.
Yeah,
I'm joking. Although Victory fans tweet about Harry Reid being Saruman was pretty good. Wait, Clark. So Athens is fully in. It was Biden plus 42. It's now Warnock plus 44.
This election is just.
This makes no sense.
I know, but it's this. This is the most fascinating election I've ever seen. Gotta say it. Really, really, really interesting.
Yeah, let's see how Mr. Van is doing. Wait, Polis is up in Archuleta County too? Okay,
dude, Polis is just going to do Ed Durbin for a Democrat.
Democrats would be very wise to run Jared Polis for president. I'll say that much. Let's see. Indiana won. Oh, it's actually kind of close now. It's 52 to 48.
Very good night for Democrats overall, I'd say, looking at these House results.
Yeah. LaPorte County is only R+2, and there's only a few townships left. And I think Mervan's pretty close to done in terms of winning it.
Steve Shabat's in trouble too. I think Steve Shabat is going to go down at the end of the night. He's outrunning Trump in Hamilton County, which is a given, but not by enough to win.
Shabat's going down. Majewski's going down. I think Sykes might have a path to win.
Yeah, I think she's going to win too.
Okay, so question, Matthew on the chat. Well, I'll first address some of these. Okay, so Richard says, what percentage chance do you think Dems have of holding the House now? I would say based on these returns, we really don't know because we have to wait for Oregon and we have to wait for California. If Dems have this type of night in Oregon and California, it gets close to like a 40% chance, but I don't think they will. Mainly. So Harrison, I would say Dems probably have a 30% chance of the House right now. What do you think?
I'd say that's fair. However, I would note once again that until we get certainty in some of the other give me districts that they expect to win, we won't know for sure. But But yeah, I'd say that's a fair estimate, Laksha, from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah. I think I think the next question is, do you think national generic polls are, one, accurate, but two, regional variation was driving it, or were they also off? So this is a tough question. National generic ballot polls were actually much more, it depends on who you ask. So the partisan pollsters were complete junk. I will just say this. They were actually objectively complete junk. The web panels that everyone criticized, YouGov, The Economist, CBS, NBC, that's Sly Phone, actually. Fucking Big Village had a better night than Rasmussen. Can't believe this.
I'm sorry, you could never say Big Village without me laughing.
Big Village. Guys, Big Penguin's rating is going to...
Oh, Trafalgar's ratings are going to be in the shitter right now after all this.
They're not going to exist anymore, Armin. What are you talking about?
But to answer the question, national generic polls were largely fine. The generic average was R+1 in 538. Ours was a tie. That's basically what we're getting. Harrison, Armin, I think this is on track to be basically a tied environment, maybe R+1 based on the returns we're seeing right now.
Which,
yeah, that's fair. That's
up for you and your aggregator. That was definitely not a model.
Should have fucking been a model.
Okay, don't be hard on yourself, Laksha.
That's okay.
At the time,
that's okay. That's okay. Anyways, yeah, I'd say the generic ballot polls were actually fine. Overall, if you excluded the junk data for, so let's see, what are the junk polls here?
Wait,
so,
Chris Kobach is losing?
What?
Yeah.
Also,
okay, wait, hold up. Wait, Armin, let me finish this one, and then we'll get to that.
I'm looking.
I would say generic ballot polls, so like the live caller gold standard ones had a mixed bag. So YouGov was good. These other ones that I mentioned, NBC, ABC, they were good. What wasn't good was the partisan one. So Trafalgar had a horrible night. Rasmussen had a terrible night. Coefficient basically did the equivalent of contacting old people in an airport. Moore is an embarrassment. Data for Progress. I'm not sure what progress they made, but it wasn't in polling. So yeah, I mean, basically I think like nonpartisan pollsters had a pretty good night, and that's all right. Okay, pivot over to Kansas, where somehow we've got a major upset brewing because Chris Kobach is down.
Yeah, and it's with like half the vote in too. So I mean, no one really talked about this race as competitive. I mean, we know Kobach is a serial underperformer because he's just, I mean, for lack of a better word, crazy, right? Like he went to Yale Law School and a judge told him that he needed to take remedial constitutional law classes because what he did about one of the draconian things he did against immigrants was apparently very obviously illegal, and apparently he didn't know that. Needless to say, he might have worn out his welcome a bit. I mean, 61% in. And I mean, these numbers out in Western Kansas just aren't cutting it. And funnily enough, Kobach is losing by more than Derek Schmidt is, I think.
I know some people are commenting, but when I say someone seems done, it's just because I don't want to actually project a race. Because I'm not a projection outlet. So if I'm saying someone seems done, and then I put in the comments that Shabbat is actually not really outperforming Trump's baseline at all, he's effed. Let's put it that way. But I just have to word it in a polite way. So yeah, he's gotten practically no crossover support. I mean, literally, Biden won the Hamilton portion of Ohio won by 27.8. And with 81% reporting in Hamilton, Shabbat's losing it by 26. So, I mean, even if he gains a few points, that's not much. That's not as much crossover appeal as we expected when we picked him to win. So we're looking at I would say I'm okay saying it now. We're looking at a pretty good night for Democrats in the House, given expectations.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Mike Garcia, David Valadao,
I think they might
all these other guys are going to be, when California rolls around in about 2 hours.
Wouldn't it be funny if we ended up having the Pacific Coast, which obviated the Republican waves in 2014 and 2010, somehow having a good night for Republicans?
Hey, Harrison, by the way, who do you have favored in the second right now? I'm thinking Luria might hang on. I don't know.
Luria, I actually feel comfortable that Luria will win by probably like 3 or 4 points in the end.
Yeah. House majority is on track to be in single digits at this rate.
Listen, I can't call someone in a race. I'm not the New York Times. I said he's practically done. So I'm sorry, Marcus. I apologize. We're not trying to upset you.
Race got called against Luria by CNN. That seems wrong.
No, I mean, she's up by 10.
No, against Luria. They called it for Higgins. That doesn't seem right.
But Higgins is up by 10 points.
I know, but you think Higgins just ends up winning by 4?
I do. I just said this earlier, but I think that Virginia 2 was a bad median seat, if you want to think about it that way, because it technically is the median seat. But listen, I think ultimately the results are going to be more similar to what we saw in the 2021 gubernatorial election in Virginia 2 specifically. That's my one thing. So basically, I'll just say this quickly, but basically what people were thinking about with Virginia 2 was this will be a pretty good gauge of how the night goes. But ultimately, Democrats are on track to have a good night in the House without Luria, which leads me to believe, and Miles has suggested this before, that some of the change that happened in 2021 for Luria, some of the Virginia Beach change that was favorable to Republicans that happened in 2021 has stuck around to the point where this median seat is on net redder than other similar districts in a similar category elsewhere in the country. So we'll see. But it should tighten because they keep adjusting the number downwards, and we have mail-ins outstanding. So I'd say that Higgins wins only narrowly in the end, even though she's up by 10 right now. I would be cautious still.
Yeah, it just struck me as a race that was a bit too early to call. That's all. But let's see. Pennsylvania is very likely going Democratic at this rate. I am comfortable saying that there is the path for Oz is closing very, very rapidly. So, okay, just looking at it some more now. The split between Kemp and Walker is now approaching 5 point in percents. Hey, by the way, I just took a look at Colorado's third again. Yeah. I actually have a feeling Boebert might be in a very, very, very tight race.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What? I mean, you're seeing.
She could actually
wait.
She could lose.
What are we talking about here?
Frisch is up right now, so I think Rom just mentioned Frisch is up 52-48.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have to say, if I'm Adam Frisch, that is a disaster of a start for Lauren Boebert and a brilliant start for him, because here's the thing. The votes that are going to be counted more are probably going to be not as Republican leaning as 2020, correct?
No, and also because Colorado's universal vote by mail, so you're not going to have the
So
Pennsylvania level redshift.
So Boebert has a bit of a path to close here, and I don't know if she can do it. I don't know if there's enough votes. By the way,
no, there almost certainly will be, because the splits in Mesa should bail her out, as well as Delta and Montrose.
Here are my thoughts on the race, and this is in conjunction with what I'm seeing with the results and what Galen and Armin and you, Lakshya, have already said. I would say that at the moment we're looking at a low mid-single digit Boebert victory, probably like low single digits, my guess. But again, I'm really, really glad we didn't have this at Safar, because there is an upset potential. There's definitely an upset potential. And yeah, I'm glad it was still on the board at the end there. Okay.
Honestly, if Boebert wins, this is something that redistricting might have saved her in, because they took out Routt County, which was Steamboat Springs, extremely Democratic, and they replaced it with Las Animas and Otero counties, which, I mean, they have some Hispanics, but these days they tend to lean more Republican. So that's one of the many slights I can talk about in a discussion about the Colorado Commission when I have time for that.
I'm gonna have enough House article content for like the next 6 months. This is ridiculous. It's just such an interesting election. It really is a joy to follow. Still too early in New Jersey 7. All right, let me shift my viewpoint westward here and cover some of these races.
Oh, and in other news, I think the wealth tax amendment in Massachusetts looks like it's going to fail pretty handily.
So, guys, at the moment, it looks like Zach Nunn, who is a state senator, is he actually managed to win Dallas County by 4, which is more than Trump did. So that's important, and it also looks like he's running ahead in Polk by 2 points on net with more than 95% reporting. Now, the swath of rules on the border with northern Missouri are largely not yet reporting, and Axne's up by 4. So in my mind, again, too early to call, but this would track with a narrow Nunn lead. So the rules will bail him out, and he managed to, it seems, elevate his floor enough in Polk and in Dallas County right now to have a respectable performance. Have we talked about Arizona yet, or is it too early?
Too early, but I would very much rather be Mark Kelly.
Yeah,
that's what it's looking like, given that the night is breaking for Dems, it seems.
Now, yeah, the biggest reason I don't think Boebert actually loses is that Frisch doesn't have the same Hispano support that Polis and Bennett do, which is what you need to actually close the gap. Like, he's winning Canaris, but he's also winning Las Animas by like 3, and he's winning Otero pretty convincingly as well too. Or he's not winning Otero, but he's coming very close to it. So, whereas Frisch is down in Otero by 12. So. I just saw your tweet, Lakshya. Pennsylvania Republicans will have plenty of time to walk as free people, but it won't be anywhere near the governor's bench. What's your analysis on Barnes? I haven't checked on him in a bit. Let's see.
So the thing is with Barnes, I'm just hesitant to say anything right now because it is way too early. I want to see what more of the margins in Milwaukee look like. I want to understand how he's doing overall in terms of absolute vote share. Like Dane looks good for him, but here's the thing: at the end of the day, I would still have Johnson winning. I think Johnson would probably be favored to win this thing by about, I want to say, oh God, looking at this, it's kind of tough. I'm going to say Johnson by 2.5, maybe 3. I don't think Barnes has a juice in him here. I think it's too early with all the votes still in, but I would think you want a little bit more in Madison. He's only winning Dane by 54. You need a little bit more than that. Biden won Dane by Biden did win Dane by 53, but that's not, but that was like at the end, and you're going to expect a slightly more Republican set of votes coming in. So, yeah, I think he's going to underrun Biden ever so slightly. And then I think what it comes down to then is I think Johnson will take it by 2.5%.
Yeah, so it looks like, and this is a common theme, but judging by what I'm seeing in Iowa 3 at the moment, it seems like once we get the rest of the late mail-ins in Virginia 2, even though I still think ours will probably end up with a better than average result in that seat, it looks like ours are going to be narrowly winning Virginia 2, Iowa 3, still too early in Pennsylvania 7, and in New Jersey 7. But if they win those two narrowly, then we are looking at the minimum scenario, if you know what I mean, in terms of Republican gains in the House. And that would be good for the Democrats. So that's generally what I'm seeing looking at the chamber right now. Iowa 3, still too close to call. But I think ultimately it will end up in the same boat as Virginia.
Oh, they
2.
called New Mexico for Dems already? Well, that was
So.
quick. I mean, honestly, if the environment is like this, Gabe Vasquez has a good shot of winning.
Yeah, he does. I actually think that we could very well miss that one at this rate. And I would point to the South Texas seats. Democrats appear on track to have a close loss in Texas 15 and win both 34 and 28. So, again, another place where the trends were overcooked. I take full responsibility for that, but I'm glad we picked Cuellar in Texas 28. Also, Wisconsin 3. It's one we had it likely are. Still pretty early if we're looking at a county map, 44% in. We do have numbers reporting from Eau Claire, La Crosse, and Portage, but Derek Van Orden only is up with 50.8% of the vote. And there was a poll, I believe this morning from the New York Times, two different samples that had Barnes, I believe, even or winning the 3rd district. So it'll be interesting to see how that ends up. But perhaps that'll be another race where candidate quality plays a role because Derek Van Orden, generally perceived as an underperformer. Actually, I have to check that one on the WAR model, but I think it's true. Definitely doubted as a candidate. Could have a closer than expected race. Ironically, Sean Patrick Maloney is the only New York Democrat in a competitive race losing right now. However, yeah, okay. These numbers are actually okay. Westchester will save Maloney, but his numbers in the rest of the district are crap.
Well, didn't all the rabbis endorse Maloney
at the last minute? But I still think it's kind of like Lakewood. The VOD may have endorsed Murphy, but most of the Republican Jewish voters in Lakewood, despite the VOD endorsement, backed Citarelli anyway.
Right, yeah. It was the same with Eric Adams in New York City. Oh, DDHQ called it for Marcy Kaptur. Holy crap.
Yeah. Majewski's done. You can stick a fork in him.
Well, now he can collaborate with Kanye. I'm sure he'll have time.
And the race is honestly not even looking particularly close because of Lucas, so I don't even think it's going to be single digit anymore. I mean, this is just carnage. In fact, I have to go update my priors on the race margin there now.
Yeah, no, most of the votes left in the 3rd should be very Republican.
Can I please quote tweet data for progress?
Yeah, go for
it. Those guys gave me so much shit the entire time I built the aggregator. Every day, Ethan Winter would just do a quote tweet being like, this wasn't methodologically wise. You really shouldn't be throwing out Republican data like that and Democratic data like that. And I'm like, Okay, but like, explain to me what world Herschel Walker is getting 22% of the black vote. When you do that, I'll take it seriously. Oh man. Okay. Also, I've had a Democratic pollster describe data for progress to me as blue Trafalgar. So I am absolutely taking a victory lap on them because this is hilarious.
Oh my God.
Guys.
Yes.
I can't express how badly J.R. Majewski is going to lose now looking at these results.
He's going to lose by double digits, right?
It could be by 20 points. The only county that's outstanding is Lucas. And
oh God.
And it was Biden plus 17, but Capter is winning it by 30 now. 40, actually. Sorry, 40.
God.
So, and there are 40% of the votes
Eric.
reporting.
Glad to see you.
Eventually.
Yeah. Okay. I need to look at the county map for this. This is.
I have to put up a tweet. I'm putting a fork in Majewski. He's done. I was a Majewski whisperer, but no more.
No, I mean honestly, like we believed in Majewski, but you just didn't have it. Okay, now apparently Nebraska's House races might be close.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I should have moved Nebraska 1 to likely.
1 and 2, by the way, not just a second.
I was debating moving 1 to likely, and I decided not to. That was a bad call. I should have moved it to likely. Also, listen, you can blame me for predicting Majewski, but you can't blame me for predicting. Nobody predicted Capter to win by 15, 20 points.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
She's violating the rules of realignment nonsense.
What? She's winning Westmoreland?
Crossover. Immense crossover. Polarization.
Trump summer leave voters. Dear God.
Hey, if we start to see a revival of some of this crossover support post-Trump, I'd actually like that because that's
that would be cool.
From a coalition standpoint, it'd be fascinating. Well, I guess I have to go to tell Yesh Ginsburg because he said Ohio 9 was safe D from the beginning. Looks like he's going to be right. He's a genius.
How is New Jersey 7 shaking up now?
I'm about to talk about it. It's going to be really close, though.
Wait,
Lakshya, what's happening in Pennsylvania? Is there something new?
Oh no, they're done. Republicans. This is just embarrassing at this point. It's so I would say this. Okay, Fetterman looks on track to win by about 3, for my eye, assuming that he underruns Biden in the suburbs like I expect. He's beating Biden in the rurals by like 7 to 8 points. And frankly, like I think the way I would look at this is there's not too much, there's not too many positives for Oz there. I mean, his path to victory largely lies in the Philly ballot dump, getting bad margins for Democrats.
Yeah,
but
you actually want to hear something that you'll love. So we just got the first results out of Utah from rural Beaver County, which is the most Q county in the state of Utah, and McMullen is at 17% of the vote. It's tiny as hell, but the point is that something's in the water.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
If McMullen actually won, this site would just explode. But I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to win.
God, Miles is gonna never let this one die.
What? What do you do?
Majewski.
Oh,
It's hilarious. First, it was Cawthorn because I said Cawthorn would win by a point, and he said you spoke too soon. Well, this is like next level. Spoke too soon. But also, I mean, again, in a Trump plus 3 district, if she wins by 15 points, that's just fascinating.
yeah. I mean, the elite's just breaking hard against Majewski probably just put a fork in his campaign more than we would think.
Mervan's on track for a modest victory right now, too. I have to write an update about that race. And
Yeah, I'll take back what I quoted about without the early vote in Lake County.
And the New Hampshire races, appears they're counting. It's down to Pappas plus 10. So maybe we're expecting.
I think Custer can win by she can theoretically get double digits.
Yeah, Custer at this point in this, with how the environment's shaping up now, I'd say, yeah, she probably wins by double digits.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dems probably sweep the competitive. So Pennsylvania 7's in that category with Virginia and with Virginia 2 and Iowa 3. I think Republicans still could win those seats, be consistent with like a slight majority. When I say slight, I mean slight, like literally like 220 or something like that. I haven't done the exact math yet, but I've been adding up the numbers with these called seats. It's not going to be some compelling, God bless Speaker McCarthy majority like we were predicting.
Right.
That said, despite some embarrassing misses like Majewski, I am satisfied with the fact that we predicted on the lower end.
I'm just trying to figure out what the path is for Oz at this moment. Because
Is there a path for Oz?
Es gibt kein
Is there?
Weg.
is there a path for Oz? This is like
I mean, unless we're unless the New York Times is misrepresenting the amount of votes that's left, the path for Oz runs through New Jersey.
For Oz, because I the path for Oz runs through New Jersey. That's amazing.
I love that, Marvin.
Barnes is going to be very, very close, by the way.
What is?
Mandela Barnes is going to be very
yeah.
close.
Yeah,
There's
guys.
not
Go
there's
ahead.
not too much difference between his vote share and Evers, like you would expect, you know. Sorry, what were you saying, Harrison?
I'm saying that it looks like Bo Hines is going to lose tonight. If I had to extrapolate forward, because and here's my reasoning. Johnston right now is 95% reporting. Only Wake County is left. Nickel leads by 37 in Wake, 63% in. Everything else is in, and he's up 52-48. So Bo Hines is done. Looks like he's done. And again, when I say seems to be done, you can guess what I'm implying.
Man, why did I move New Hampshire to lean Democratic?
Well, we were just getting. I mean, there might have been some truth to the flooding the zone theory that went on.
We were bombarded with garbage polls. That's what happened.
Well, yeah, I was told today by a certain Republican whom you all know and regard with some degree of infamy that the Republican trackers had Bolduc up by 1 this morning.
Oh, yeah, that's ridiculous. That was always ridiculous.
And yeah, naturally, under your tutelage, I did not believe a word of any of that.
Oh, but St. Anselm was the best.
Okay, St. Anselm. St. Anselm is has a 3-year-old track record of polling.
Thank you. I got shit on for crosstab digging in that poll, and it's like they only got 2 races.
Yeah, like graduate students for Bolduc, all 2 of them.
Listen, I knew there was something fishy with that poll when it was showing Levitt within that close to winning. Because honestly, my priors never had, or the fundamentals never really had Levitt that close to actually winning in my mind.
Ooh, this will be a good fodder for does the World Series affect turnout? Because now I have Cleveland in 2016 and Phillies during early vote in 2022.
Yeah, I still don't get why this random independent dude is doing better than the Democrat in a bunch of counties. In North Dakota, that is.
Okay, now Libertarians hitting 2% in vote share. This is going to a runoff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Wiley, however
Nickel?
you say his last name. Yeah, Wiley Nickel is outrunning Joe Biden in Wake County by 15 points right now.
Containment area for relocated Yankees, right?
Yeah, get that right.
Maloney is in trouble in New York.
No, Westchester will save him.
Westchester should all bail him out, yeah.
$48. There's a Biden plus 22.
We're not staying up for Alaska, are we?
No.
We're going to literally sleep on Alaska?
You know,
the ranked choice is just there.
Dude, Peltola might get over 50.
Well, yeah. I mean, she might have. Even in an R+2, she might have.
Peltola might win outright. That's correct.
Like, yeah, Ivan Moore's polls had her at like 49. It's not that crazy to see her get 50.02 or something in the first round. Yeah, pro fish. You got to be pro fish if you want to win.
Got to be pro fish.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw some fish in the oven later tonight. So,
why does the New York Times have Herschel Walker's projected vote share hitting 49.8% as the estimate? I really don't think that's right. I don't know. I really feel like this race is just going to go to a runoff. The Libertarians hitting 2% in vote share. Do we really think Walker gets 50 and Warnock gets 48? Given the votes that are remaining, I'm not sure, because the rural areas have all but exhausted everything. All that's left now is DeKalb and Fulton.
Yeah.
I am very skeptical of this. I don't expect Walker to gain much more from here. I would say that if we're on track for 5 million votes, I don't see the math for Walker to hit 50. I also think Evers is favored.
Yeah, that one, I screwed that one up.
It looks like might be.
No, Armin, I told you to pick Evers too, so.
Michaels, yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to pick Evers. I had a gut feeling he was going to pull it out. And I went with,
at least I made you pick Kotek.
Well, yeah, I went with the secret Republican ghost army theory of all these like low trust Republicans coming out that no one had heard of before. But turns out polls can be off in both directions, people.
Indeed.
Yeah. How badly is Doug Mastriano doing now?
I haven't even looked. I've been late.
Don't even bother.
Oh, he's down by 12. This is.
Yeah,
well,
I'm gonna look.
Hopefully, now he's got some money to go buy a hot and ready pizza from Little Caesars.
I'm planning on looking at Senate and governor results tomorrow, but I'm just too much house stuff right now. Worry about the rest later.
Yeah.
New Mexico 3, one of our likely Democratic seats, has been called for Teresa Leguera Fernandez. So just so you guys know.
Yeah, she's the results are very early in northern New Mexico, but she's holding up very well.
Yeah, that's the rationale behind New York Times calling the race there.
Yeah, Evers is outperforming considerably more than I thought he would have. Like,
Guys,
he legitimately could win.
at this rate, I'm comfortable saying that Harrell probably going to lose. If I had to reevaluate my gut feelings, that's what I would say.
So I meant to text my friend, let's go. And then I accidentally texted a candidate for Congress. Oops.
Which one?
It was Christy Smith.
And now she's calling you.
No, that's my sister.
Well, to be fair, Lakshya, Christy Smith very well went.
If these results correlate to California, Christy Smith is winning.
Yeah, they hold up across the country.
Yeah. Sykes wins.
Weirdest
Decision Desk HQ has called Ohio
Sykes
13
wins.
for Sykes.
And with that, Democrats sweep the competitive Ohio House districts.
Okay, these results are narrowing some more in the third.
And New York Times has officially called Rhode Island 2 and Virginia 7. We knew both of those, of course, but just things getting assured. There goes Ohio 9, projected as well. And I'm sure the New York Times will be projecting Ohio 13 shortly.
Wait, apparently now the New Hampshire State House might flip.
Oh, wow.
Because that chamber is the... I mean, what did you say, Lakshya, about how New Hampshire was bipolar?
Did I?
Or no, there was Nevada that was bipolar.
I didn't say anything like that.
You definitely did.
You're just thinking of random things that Lakshya has never said.
I've never said that.
I feel like Lakshya doing so many wonderful displaying his wonderful sense of humor to you, Armin. You've just started to imagine things that Lakshya has said, even though he has said nothing of the sort.
Like, to be fair, I think the best analogy that I used was I would trust Blake Masters less than I would trust a 6-year-old with a cleaver on an electric eel.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, that. No. The eel was something about butchering.
No. The eel, I remember what it was because I sent that guy who was like butchering the crystal balls standard for Virginia 2, 7, and 10, and then Lakshya said that.
Yeah, the butchering of the eel was great because like I used to be a big sushi guy back when I was a kid, and that just brought me right back there.
So I'm looking into New Mexico 3 some more, and holy crap!
¿Qué pasó?
Hold on a second. I have to do some math. Yeah, wow. So 92% in Santa Fe, the biggest county in the district. And it was Biden plus 59. It's currently Fernandez plus 66.
65.
60, yeah. Although, interestingly, San Juan County is redder.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, so one of the things that I want to point out is take a look at Arizona's first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close.
Jevin Hodge is doing really well. I am very surprised, but I think he might actually win this race.
I haven't looked at Arizona yet, but I'm not going to doubt you, Lakshya.
Halloran is only down by 2 points right now. And
no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Given Bobert's underperforming, Majewski's underperforming, these candidates.
I mean, there's a good bit left in Coconino County.
They're paying more penalty than we thought for being mediocre candidates.
Yeah, I mean, O'Halloran's getting 43 in Yavapai County with 2/3 in, which is that's really good. Like if that margin holds and the rest of this comes in, he could legitimately actually somehow win.
Yep, I'm getting to those districts. I'll be into Arizona soon. I'm just wrapping up some stuff on the East Coast here.
Okay, so back
Mervan got it. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say back on over to Wisconsin. God, this is a little bit closer, I think, than the New York Times estimates. I think clearly Johnson has it. I don't know if he wins by 3 points. I think Johnson will win. I just happen to think Johnson will probably win by 2.
Yeah, which means Evers wins, I think.
Evers wins, I think. I think Evers wins. Okay, so vibe check on the Senate right now. So here's where we are. Georgia, the Republicans I'm talking to at the moment who actually poll Georgia actively, they're the ones telling me, right, like the Walker's not winning outright tonight. It's a question of whether he goes to a runoff or not. I personally think it's more likely he goes to a runoff. Let's see. Pennsylvania, the less said for Republicans, the better. This is an outright embarrassment. It's looking more likely to me that Fetterman wins by 5 than it is that he loses. It's just downright bad. Arizona looks closer than that. Arizona, I think, is at a place where I would rather be Mark Kelly, and I would quite clearly rather be Mark Kelly, but he's going to end up winning by about a similar margin to 2020. All of that means if Pennsylvania goes Democratic, Arizona goes Democratic, Georgia goes to a runoff, all that means that Democrats have definitely not lost the Senate tonight if those results hold. Where we're at then is waiting for Nevada. There is an outside chance that by the end of this week, Democrats could have actually won the Senate and maybe on track to pick up a seat. So what this means is basically this: Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, more demographically similar than not. Where this ends up then is, firstly, we can probably eliminate the scenario in which Catherine Cortez Masto loses independence by more than 10. That's not happening, probably. Each state is different, but it's hard to see a scenario in which Democrats are doing this in New Mexico and losing independence by 10 in Nevada. So where it comes down to then is, how does she do with independence and how much Clark turnout was there? Turnout seems fine for Democrats across the board this year. Harrison, I'd say that's a fair point, right?
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Lakshya, I'd say that tonight in the House is looking like a great night for Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll still lose the chamber, but it'll be very close. And then I think Arizona is at a place where Dems will probably be up and win by 2. What I'd say for Nevada, that means is Cortez Masto probably wins by 1, I want to say, if we can look at these correlates accurately. But again, too close to call. We won't know Nevada's winner for a while. Hop on over to the House again for a second. And Alex just pointed out something interesting that I think we should look at, which is that Cindy Axne is actually still up. And I think Axne might very well win.
Yep, we'll see.
I mean, at this point, then we have to evaluate what is the chance the Democrats somehow keep the House.
There's a very good chance given the results right now. Also, Luria's race, she conceded, but it ended up being at 4 points, so pretty much exactly what I was predicting earlier. Looks like where it's going to finish. And Mervan got the numbers he needed, up by 12 in Lake, so he got the double-digit margin he needed to win. So Indiana won, and oh crap! Wait, I have to repost that.
Another owl for party insiders predicting the vibe accurately. Every single cycle we listen to them, they end up being wrong.
Right.
Except on Ohio 9.
Yeah.
Well, the one district.
Well, that was the party leaders setting the vibe because they were just like, we don't want anything to do with Majewski. I mean, one of the other guys, Gavarone or whatever. Oh, we have votes in Oregon.
Yep. Oh, boy.
But finish your point, Lakshya. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh, no. All I was saying was that personally, to me, it seems a little bit less likely that it just seems a little bit less likely that, like, Democrats end up cratering now in Nevada, et cetera. That's all.
Yeah, it looks like Ralston's record is going to be upheld.
Well, I don't know. Sisolak could win.
Oh, I meant for the Senate. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people would care way less if he got the Senate right and governor wrong than governor right and Senate wrong.
Yeah. People care more about the Senate.
Hey, Armin, by the way, you're doing Senate next cycle. I'm sorry. I cannot bother watching another round of Republican debates. This is insane.
I mean, I'll just live tweet it with some Kraken rum or something.
Let's see once it finishes.
Wait, you know what's funny though? Since I'm always looking forward, when I'm looking forward now to 2024 for doing the House ratings for us, I was thinking we'd have so many wave babies, and it looks like we aren't. So they're just not going to be elected in the first place, which gives Democrats.
Well, no, then you'll see Democrats actually trying to win.
The important thing is this gives Democrats an excellent shot at winning back the House in 2024.
If they don't keep it right now, which is looking kind of dicey. I mean,
we'll see. I just don't know yet. Too many seats out. But what with these Oregon votes, Armin? Armin?
Oh. Armin appears to have gone as quiet as the Republican consultants in Pennsylvania. It's okay.
Oh my God.
Now the law says you're allowed to underestimate Republicans by about as much as you can ask your professor to round your grade before he gets a little bit annoyed. So % or 2, that's all right. But you start getting 6%, 7%, and then that just ends up as a problem. It's that simple.
All right. Ooh, we have California in, but let's look at Oregon first.
Hey, Donald Trump should announce soon.
So Betsy Johnson is at 23 in Clatsop County, which makes sense because she's like from that area. But yeah, no, picking Kotek seems like the right call that we did.
Indeed. So, guys, New Hampshire 1, in my opinion, is going to end up being like a 4-ish point race. That's my guess. Because it's at 10 right now with about half the vote in. And I'd expect, given the trend we've seen, it to go down a little bit more. As for Maine's 2nd district, I was joking earlier about the possibility of Golden potentially managing to get close to 50, and he's at 48 right now at 57% in. So even if he doesn't actually make it to 50, we're looking at someone finishing very close to 50, to the point where even if the majority of Tiffany Bond's voters broke against him, which they did not in 2018, he would win anyway in the reallocation. Armin, we have news for you.
Okay.
They added a go section.
I just saw this, which is very helpful. Yeah, Pennsylvania is embarrassing right now. Wait, hold up. Josh Shapiro, with 93% of the vote in here, is at 48 in Washington County. That's like horrible.
Okay, so if I use this handy House majority tracker that Ethan made, I can actually start seeing, based off of the projections that have been made officially and the ones that I've basically made on the timeline, I can start actually plotting out where the parties are going to end up in the House. So I will start doing that now, and I'll have a number back for you guys shortly.
Okay. In the meantime, let me track a couple more things. So, like we mentioned, Tony Evers on track to win. I don't think even Republicans are seeing a path for McHale's right now. I think we can already conclude Wyden's going to win, so that's not really a question for Oregon. Now, One thing that I think we should look at is Arizona governor, because Katie Hobbs might win this thing.
Yeah, let me check the counties.
Let me explain why I think that. So Mark Kelly is at 58-40 over Blake Masters, and Katie Hobbs is 57-43. So that split, if Kelly wins by about 2, then Hobbs probably wins. So it's all about Kelly's margin right now. The level of ticket splitting we're seeing in Arizona is not nearly the level that was predicted in polling. So once again, we are at the point where Katie Hobbs could very, very well win, despite being written off by basically everyone for no reason. We actually said in our preview that Hobbs had a good chance. I think, Armin, you mentioned, right?
Yeah, I mean, we said that she's still getting 48, 49 in polling. It's just Lake is pretty consistently getting 49, 50.
Exactly, right? But like Hobbs was written off for no good reason. At this point, it's tough. If you ask me who I would rather be, I'd probably rather be Lake by like just a hair, but it's not at all clear to me that you know,
Colorado 7 and New Jersey 3 have both gone Democratic. We overestimated Republicans in both seats, but still picked Democrats to win. So you guys know. So that's Andy Kim winning, and Brittany Pedersen replaces Ed Perlmutter.
Right.
More votes in from Georgia. Walker is up by 0.6%, but still at 49.3. I wonder whether he gets. The problem is that most of these votes to come are still from Fulton and DeKalb. That's. I think again, a lot of this will be. What New York Times seems to be doing is like taking the taking the current margin and then just estimating that as a margin to go. I am unsure that that's the best way to do it, but I mean, they're the ones who have built probably the best data journalism tool in the last 15 years. So I'll defer to them. I tend to think they're slightly overshooting Herschel Walker's margin a little. But anyways, so let's take a look at a fantastic county name. It's called Butts County in Georgia.
Yes, Butts County. They have just one precinct.
Trump won this by 44 points. And actually, Herschel Walker is up by 42 in it.
And Kemp is up by 50.
Right. So once again, we're seeing this consistent thing of Walker just performing embarrassingly bad in a lot of these places. Like take a look at Rabin County, northwest of Georgia, northeast of Georgia, right? That was Trump plus 53. Or was it? No, this is Walker plus 53 right now. And Trump won that by 58. So like, again, this is the type of thing that it's just consistent underperformances across the board for Walker. And the Republicans I talked to basically said he's not winning outright. Let's see, probably goes to a runoff because of the Libertarian. If it wasn't for the Libertarian, though, Walker probably would have won this thing. That's the thing.
Right, yeah.
I just want to shout out Galen for being pretty much right about the House. Good job.
Yeah,
good job. I gave him a like and a retweet, but Galen did something very hard this cycle, going against the grain, using valid evidence to do it, and he got a lot of heat, but he ended up more or less being more accurate than most of us. So good job, Galen.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Oh, Lee versus McMullen, 60-37. All right, let's check out that. Yeah, so with that, none of the actually pro-McMullen areas are really in. So if you look at like Davis County it's 71% in. Lee is up by 9. That's pretty bad. That's actually really bad for Lee. What did Davis County go for Trump? Let me just see.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling some of these races for the Dems.
Yeah, so Davis was Trump plus 27, right? And here Lee is winning it. He's winning it by single digits. Now, granted, even with a little bit of redshift and whatnot, I don't see how you match Trump's margin there. So I'll take that as a dub for split tickets predictions about the Utah race in the Wasatch Range. So,
hey guys,
yeah.
So this might sound weird, but Pat Ryan could actually be in trouble.
What?
He's up by 0.4% with 91% reporting, but the only county that is has substantial votes outstanding, or that is not above 95% in, is Orange, and Colin Schmidt's winning it by 10 points, and it is the reddest part of the district. So I would be careful. I'm going to put out a tweet putting it on upset watch there. But yeah, we'll have to see.
So, I don't. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Actually, I don't want to say anything just yet. But all right, go and take a look at Oregon governor. Are we sure that what's the lane here for Drazen? Because
let me see. 45, 44. So Multnomah is only half in.
Yeah,
Washington, Clackamas. I mean, these are going to get more Democratic, and most of the militia counties are fully in. So
I think Drazen's done. I don't see how she gets the votes here because, yeah, I think Drazen's done here. I mean, I can't say that because there's not enough data to project it, but just looking at the rest of these splits, I don't see a path for Drazen to win this thing because she needs to start winning. Like, she needs to be up here. It's not as if late mail has.
And she needs to be winning Clackamas by more than 4.
She's what?
She needs to be winning Clackamas by more than 4.
And she's not.
Yeah.
Okay. Pivot to Arizona for a second. Looking again more confident in my estimates of a Kelly win. Not really super sure what happens in governor. The late vote should favor Blake Masters by a fair bit. I just don't know how much.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, with Colorado 3, we might not know for a bit because Pueblo's clerk Bo Ortiz is known for his very slow counting. So, the NJ Globe projected that Kane won.
I'm not projecting that.
Yeah.
Yet. I want to look at the race again.
That one was one of the dangerously early calls last time. Do you remember? They called that for Malinowski. Yeah. They called it way too early for him. He ended up hanging on, but just barely.
Yeah, that's the thing. Some of these races that have been called are going to change, which is I'm going to put out an article later this week about what's not called by the time that this crap's done.
Okay, so, I don't want our account to get suspended, so we shouldn't do this. But
no, don't project. I don't think
we're not projecting anything. I'm saying that's why we shouldn't do it. Okay. I'm just saying that at this point, I don't see what the path is for Oz.
Maybe you could put it out on your Lakshya account.
I already said that.
Oh, okay. So the silver lining for Ryan is that the outstanding vote in Orange, I don't know for sure, but it could be mail. And if that is true, then he will win re-election. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay.
So Fox is called Michigan for Whitmer.
Yeah, that was never really in doubt.
Yeah.
It looks like JD Vance just got projected.
Also, holy crap, Hochul is doing horribly.
Yeah, but she'll win quite easily.
I mean, she'll win, but this is still like pretty. This is not.
Is it that horrible?
Why are we having a
by 11? The rest of the vote to come is much more blue. She'll end up winning by 15.
Guys, could I say, why are we repeating 2014 in New York's 25th district in Rochester, where the Republican is leading with 70% reporting and a Biden plus 20 seat?
I would wait on that. I really would wait on that.
I know, but in 2014, Schlatter won by less than expected. I think Morelli will pull it off. I'm not saying that he's going to lose, but I'm going to talk about why it looks weird.
So I really hope that New York Times has already called Colorado, because I really do not see a path.
Armin, what is it looking like? I didn't check yet.
Okay, good. No, they called Colorado for Bennett. Then they called New Hampshire, I think. No, they didn't call New Hampshire. They really should.
New Hampshire, I think it's because there's just so much not reported yet. It's like 55, I think, for House.
Yeah. Walker, runoff. Cortez, Masto, who the fuck knows? Arizona, Kelly should win, I think. Again, that's tough. Kelly's race is giving me a little bit of pause right now. I don't think he's in danger of losing. I just don't know how much he wins by. I think he might underrun his 2020 margin by just a shade. I don't think he will, to be clear. I think he wins by a bit more, but I don't think we can rule that out right now. Which would be extremely funny if Blake Masters turned out to be a better person than Martha McSally. Okay. Let's take a look at California's House results now.
I haven't looked at them yet. Let me check.
Okay. Let me try pulling some up.
Oh, so
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
it's great for Democrats overall.
Oh, geez. Hey, look at 41.
Where shit, what column is that in? Oh, here we go. Well, I can't say I'm surprised, Lakshya.
I told you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I believed you that it was
I know.
like maybe like 70-30 chance, but yeah, I'd be curious to see where it's coming from if I could break into the Riverside precinct reporting. Maybe I'll work on that.
Jason says, when referring to candidates, can you please remind us who these people are, where they are, and what their party is? Yes, Jason. Sorry, we'll do.
Yeah.
Will Rollins is a Democrat running in California against Ken Calvert, the Republican. Calvert happened to be considered safe uniformly everywhere. We started him out as likely R, then we moved him to leans R, and then most people moved him as the cycle went on to leans R. We actually said that, like, at this point in the cycle, Calvert losing, when we were predicting an R+2, we said Calvert could still lose because he was just that bad of a candidate. And so I think, to my eye, Calvert should hang on. I think the math is not as good for Rollins as it needs to be. I would have wanted it to see him up by about 3 points more, but a lot more difficult to confidently project that right now.
I will say, just to reiterate what Lakshya is saying, my exact words in the article, we're using Virginia 7 as a caveat for if the environment was redder than we thought. Obviously, it stuck with Spanberger. But I was basically like, well, we're rating the race lean. So my reasoning was Calvert does have a realistic shot of losing, even in a neutral Republican environment. So, we kept it at leans Democratic. We felt a bit more confident in that, and we still do, than we do as someone like Boebert, per se, which is why that race is likely Republican. But it's looking like more of a leans R toss-up race now based off of the margin. And most people expected it to be An easy victory. So again, definitely a shout out to Galen and Armin there for convincing me to move the race to likely. And Laksha, also, thank you for your suggestions in California 41 because you helped convince me that this really was a competitive race earlier in the cycle.
I'm glad that I was able to be of some help there. I don't know the house nearly as well as you guys, but one thing's for sure, I am absolutely never handling the house ratings. God, I am terrible at that. Too many districts to keep track of, too many people. In your case, Harrison, your call in Molinaro looks pretty good. Molinaro's almost certain to win at this point.
Yeah. It was kind of what I was thinking. And it's the same thing with Colin Schmidt, actually, giving Ryan a much closer race than expected. Because even if the outstanding ballots in orange are mail-ins and break Democratic, you're still going to have like a 2-point win. It'll be close. And he's outrunning the top of the ticket.
They're back.
Yeah, he's outrunning the top of the ticket pretty significantly in Duchess. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
So it looks like in Assembly District 59 in California, Leon is at 32%, which is honestly pretty good for a shoestring campaign. Yeah, Weber is an underperformance for what's it called? Lee as well. Let's see.
Okay. What an awesome election. It's fascinating. I mean, the results, I can't get over how interesting they are.
Oh, never mind. Looks like Polish actually very narrowly lost Caneos by like 38 votes. Mules. Por ganar.
How do you say them in Spanish?
Oh, mules is just mulas.
Okay. Where are we at?
Well, it's looking good for Democrats. I'd say the best case for Republicans at this point is a very small majority, like low 220s, 220 maybe. In fact, let me go plug in the numbers real quick. Take a quick break from projecting these races. So Alaska, we can assume Peltola wins, possibly outright. I was doing that. So
wait, Joe Kent is underperforming in Cowlitz County?
Yeah.
Oh my God. If Marie Glusenkamp Perez actually wins, there's just so much about this election that just it's going to be so bizarre to look at after the fact. I mean, yeah, he's only up by 4 in Cowlitz. Okay, so Utah County is at 36% McMullen, with half the vote in. Pretty consistent with a 10-point loss, thereabouts.
Sorry, Armin, can you repeat what you just said?
Utah County in Utah is only leapless 24.
Oh, wow. Well, early numbers looking good for the Democrats in Washington's 8th, but also Washington's 3rd. So, And coincidentally, we moved Washington's 3rd from likely to leans Republican. So I'm glad that we got that sneak in there along with Colorado 3. Is Montana 1 in play? Given how the environment's gone, I'm glad we moved that one to leans Republican too, because realistically, I could see it also being in play. We'll see. I think it still goes for the Republicans. I think Washington 3, Colorado 3, Montana 1 stick with the Republicans, but in close races. That's my guess.
We have California 27 results. Christy Smith is up by 8. I mean, the ratings we made sense for an R+2 environment. They don't for whatever the heck this is.
Okay, Washington 3. That's right. Is it raining in Massachusetts?
I don't think so. No, it's just dark here right now.
Cowlitz, he's only winning by 4.
Yeah, if he wins, if Cowlitz ends up being only R+4, he loses.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Bobert race is going to end up being like R+1 or something absolutely nuts like that.
Yeah, in my tweet that you saw, I was basically like, it's going to be pretty damn close, maybe by like two points or so.
Yeah, let me see what Utah County, Utah was in 2020. It was definitely not 36%. Yeah, it was 68 to 27. Jeez.
Okay.
Oh, holy crap. Salt Lake just dropped its initial batch, and McMullen's up by 22. That's a bomb right there.
Well, I'm glad the Molinaro call turned out to be correct in New York's 19th district. And North Carolina 13, we already called that. Armin, you want to answer this question and plug your Jacob Raw article?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm tweeting. What is it saying? Is that Salt Lake? Oh, that's really good for him. Biden won Salt Lake by 14 or by 11 or 12. So he's getting twice the raw percentage. Does it hold? It depends, because the southern part of Salt Lake County is very Mormon and, for lack of a better word, the most Trumpy area. So, I think we're on track for a high single-digit lead win, which is still the best thing that anything other than a Republican has done federally in Utah since the 1970s. Now, Boebert likely win despite Frisch being up. So Frisch is up now, but that's because a lot of the ballots that have been counted in the mail are Democratic leaning. But the Republicans really closed the gap in the last couple of days, and so those late ballots are going to really lean heavily to the Republicans. Oh, Suffolk? Yeah, Suffolk's BOE is a royal mess. They need to be impounded. Okay, Grant County is in, and not much of a swing in Moab. But still interesting.
Columbia was Biden plus 16.7, and it is only Riley plus 8. So, yeah, Molinaro is getting those ticket splitters. Yeah. Okay, so Molinaro holds. Okay, let me go. So let me work on this for you real quick before I project any more races. Let me run through the districts and I'll get you guys a number for the House. Yeah, I just put up on my feed New York 19. So I'm taking a temporary. I just want to shout out my friend, good friend from Nevada is here. Ryan, welcome. Okay, so 7. Okay, guys, so give me 2 minutes or so, and I'm going to run through and calculate where we're at right now with the total House of Representatives composition for Republicans and Democrats based off of our projections. And then I'll get back to chugging the numbers in the uncalled seats. So in the meantime, Armin can entertain you all with something.
Yeah. Let's see. What are some of your questions? Pennsylvania 1, Pennsylvania 10. Let's take a look here.
Well, don't say anything about those yet, actually, because I was about to tweet about them.
Okay, wait. Which one is? Oh, Pennsylvania 10 is still. I mean, they're closer than expected. The Republicans should still win because, the Democrats didn't really put that much effort into those particular House races.
Well, Armin, let's not sugarcoat it. The Democrats put no effort into Pennsylvania 10.
Well, and Pennsylvania 1 as well.
No problem, Ryan. And Washington 3, Dems are up right now because Cowlitz margins for the Republicans are in the toilet quite significantly. Okay, so let's see which races we called officially, and then I'll go and start calling some new ones. So first off, Connecticut 2, I feel comfortable calling it for Joe Courtney, even though it's only 53% in.
Oh, what's the margin there?
He's up 56 to 42. And I don't even think New London's reporting yet. Yeah, no, it's not even reporting yet. And neither is Mansfield.
Oh, yeah. No, the Yukon has got mules.
Yeah, no. If Courtney's already up by, he's done. He's going to win by like close to 20. All right, so I'll put up Connecticut 2 on the projections. Or since I'm not directly projecting the race, the seems on track to blank is the cop out there.
San Juan County in Utah is genuinely very interesting.
That is
Because,
correct. California 40 is not safe R, so I have it at likely R.
well, what do we have the margin there at?
It's closer than likely R, but I didn't want to put it off the board. But continue
Okay.
talking about San Juan County real quick.
So, okay, first you want to answer what causes Florida to be so much further right? Basically, right, self-selection is very much a thing. And people who just identify as conservative are just more likely to go to Florida because they want to be around people who are like them. And so you see places like Georgia and you see places like Pennsylvania that are more amenable to Democrats, but a lot of the people that are making Florida really red came from states like that. And so, drawn by DeSantis's marketing of the state as a libertarian freedom paradise, it's definitely what's causing a lot of the stuff. Now, do we know where the remaining vote is in Iowa 3? So the New York Times, we can find out exactly where that is.
There's a lot of races. I'm trying, guys, to get to all of them.
Don't you worry. I mean, most of it seems to be in. I mean, this district is just Polk County
Iowa 3 real quick
versus everything else.
When I looked at it earlier, it looked like Zach Nunn. Obviously, it's too close to call right now, but I think I'm going to put out a tweet saying that I would rather be Zach Nunn.
I think Nunn's got it. Yeah, New York Times thinks there's a decent bit of Montgomery County votes that should nuke anything left in Polk.
Yeah, and you have to remember he's slightly outrunning Trump's floor in Polk, and he is outrunning by about 2 points Trump's floor in Dallas. So he is getting the crossover he needs, or rather overperforming where he needs to win. So I'm comfortable saying, let me see here. Yeah, there's some more rule votes out, and Montgomery is not even reporting yet. So yeah, I think Nunn has got this. I'm going to put up a I would rather be Nunn tweet. Okay, so Courtney is projected to win, or I shouldn't say projected to win. I would do my wink, wink, basically, and say, yeah, he's got it, but I can't. We don't want to officially project anything from Split Ticket. Okay, Iowa 3 is up. Obviously too close to call, but I make clear in that sorry, 1 second. Someone sent me something. Sorry, I make clear in that tweet that even though I would rather be Zach Nunn, it's still too close to call. But as Armin says, with Montgomery County being out, that's enough to make up a tight margin in this race. 150. What is the exact margin right now? Let me go calculate that. 153, 376, 152, 689. So 687 votes right now. Can you go confirm that with your mental math brain, Armin?
Sorry, what did you say?
Go to Iowa 3 and just check it. I think it's 687 votes. If that looks correct at your glance, then I'll
What
post
the margin is right now? Yeah, that looks right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Anything new in Colorado 3? Nope, nothing. Yeah, margin is holding steady. Yeah, it really just comes down to what we get in Mesa. It's just basically the battle of Tina Peters versus Bo Ortiz.
Montgomery was Trump plus 39. So yeah, I'm tweeting that to my reasoning. Okay. All righty. So Iowa 3, for all intents and purposes, we can consider that in the Republican camp, albeit narrowly, in there with Virginia 2. And it seems like Virginia 2 is indeed to the right of the other seats that would be placed in that gimme category, like Pennsylvania 7. So, in
Wait,
fact,
Adam Frisch wins Alamosa County. I think he could do this.
You think he could win?
I think he legitimately could win. Alamosa is usually a very good bellwether for how Southern Colorado goes, and
I see.
We'll see.
Okay, let's go see. So Pennsylvania 7 has stalled at 77% reporting. Democrats up by 2 points. Carbon County, though, is 77% in. In fact, no, sorry. Carbon 77% in, but you still have a lot out in Lehigh and even in Northampton, which is breaking for Scheller. So I would not count Scheller out of it yet. Scheller, but I meant to say Wild. I would not count Susan Wild out of this race. In fact, we might have to have Lakshya send Susan Wild an apology note on behalf of my predicting.
Oh my goodness. Susan actually DM'd me the day of the election saying, I think we win. And I was like, what?
Yeah,
wait, Fetterman was plus 9 in Erie County?
That race is over. Fetterman's won. That race is done.
I want to honestly, though, if I'm wrong, I want to apologize to Wild because I feel bad. I'm like, sorry. But it was not personal. None of these ratings were personal, of course. All right. Okay. So 7 toss up. Pennsylvania 8 is looking good for Cartwright. In fact, Democrats look pretty good in both Pennsylvania 8 and Pennsylvania 17. Particularly in Pennsylvania 8, the portion of Luzerne County that's in the 8th district voted for Trump by 10 points in 2020, and Cartwright's winning it by 4 right now, in addition to a lopsided margin in Lackawanna. So looking very, very good right now for Cartwright. And as a result of that, I can get you guys an estimate of the total standings for House seats right now on Ethan's tracker. Go ahead and do that. Best estimate. And I can adjust this as we go along. Again, looks like none is going to narrowly win. I'm going to assume that Peltola in this environment wins outright. I think it's reasonable to assume. Assume Eli Crane narrowly wins. Lakshya, I don't know if you heard, but Armin brought up as well that Alamosa County actually voted for Frisch, and we're starting to think that Frisch might actually have a serious shot of pulling an upset.
Yeah, I saw. I am gobsmacked.
Well, because among Colorado Dems, he was widely regarded as not that good of a candidate.
Yeah.
16-point shift in the Bronx rightward for Hochul. Oh God.
I'm not too surprised about Colorado.
How's Vargas looking, by the way? Nebraska second. Is Bacon?
Oh,
I haven't followed it.
He's so Bacon has retaken the lead, and I would rather be Bacon in the end because he's still outrunning the partisan baselines in Douglas, as you'd expect, and he's shaved the Douglas lead down. It was Vargas +4. It's down to Vargas +1.7. 82% reporting in Douglas, and the rest of the votes are in Sarpy and Saunders. So he's going to have a closer race than he did in 2020, obviously, but I think that Bacon has got this. Yeah. Personally, I would be comfortable giving it to him. Let's see what this spits out. So we assume Golden wins ranked choice. We assume
and Charles Graham lost Robson County by 5.
Yeah.
He did not get 400 loveys to surround David Rouser. And I just got a text from State Representative Donald Valdez. He thinks that Adam Frisch wins, but remains to be seen.
Yeah. Also, I'm comfortable saying now Ron Johnson will win that race, but this will end up being
close, right?
Very close. So I know what it says. My thing is, I'm pretty sure that Ron Johnson ends up winning by like 15,000 votes.
Okay, so at the moment, guys, and this is an estimate, so it's not exact, but at the moment, we have Democrats at 205 seats, Republicans at 202. I'll have another estimate after we call a few more. But again, that's already showing Democrats over our 201 threshold there. So just thought you guys would be interested in that little house estimate there.
On the other hand, the Dark Brandon memes will be hilarious tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I really wanted to try polling at Split Ticket, but it looks like we'll just have to settle for modeling next cycle. Because this is the state of polls, or if this is how partisan polls look, I'm not really interested in, adding to the noise because I don't know if I'll do any better. Johnson outperforming Biden and Dane, yes, but Johnson isn't exactly doing too hot in the rest of the state. And remember, Biden still won that state.
I will say if there's one spot where our House ratings were actually accurate tonight, it would be New York's 19th district. Split Ticket, talking about ticket splitting, was pretty much spot on there for Molinaro. So ironically, yeah, looks like Ryan and Molinaro will be serving in the House together, assuming the Orange County mail-ins break for, assuming they are mail-ins, and then they would break for Ryan.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick comparison to Wisconsin because I feel like I'm talking to Barnes's guys and they think he's done. So that's how I'm confident that Barnes is gonna end up losing. Mm-hmm. All right. So I think the funniest thing of tonight is that Sean Patrick Maloney might very well lose. Despite Dems overperforming across the board. I gotta tell you, if it wasn't, I'm a Democrat. If it wasn't for the fact that we'd be losing the House still, I would be really happy with Maloney losing. But we need every seat we can get. With that said, where we're at right now, I'm in for about a long period of hell because Georgia is going to go to a runoff in all likelihood, and that sucks.
Well, we'll help you build the runoff
The
model.
runoff model.
Man, yeah. Wisconsin is surprisingly close. It is going to come down to less than 1%. And my best estimate is that Johnson will take this by about 0.5 percentage point, maybe 1%. Now, Pennsylvania is all but done. You can, if you have better things to do in your life, you should go do them. Watching this race is not at all fun. I've stopped doing it. I mean, like, as fun as it is to look at Mr. Fast for 40 Days lose by 15 and Crew Today's lose by 5, I feel like we all already know what's happening there. So North Carolina, as I mentioned, that's already done. Ohio is already done. But key thing to watch here in the environment overall is consistently we're seeing independents break for Democrats at a much higher rate than any of us thought.
That tracks.
And in any case, extremism is really going down tonight. That's the thing.
Definitely.
Anyways, I feel very comfortable saying that the House is still in play for both parties.
Yeah, it's a 50-50, yeah.
It's close enough.
I think the House is absolutely in play. I think the Democrats actually could retain their trifecta, which is weird. I didn't think I'd be saying that, but here we are. I think the Times needle is a little bit bearish on Kelly. I think Kelly's outperforming a little bit more than this. Because if we're seeing erosion with the GOP base nationwide, right? Like we clearly see that like Democrats are absolutely not getting pummeled with independents in either North Carolina, Ohio, in the House races. It's just, it's tough for me to see Kelly losing in that environment. I think he's firmly favored.
I would say, I agree with you. This is actually on a different note, but addressing the Times needle. I've had to say I would rather be a candidate tonight, multiple candidates, in fact, that have gone against the Times needle. In some districts, it's being swayed by, as you said, Florida.
I think it's pretty safe to say Shabbat's done, right?
Yeah.
I said he was done an hour ago.
Okay, good. Sorry, I wasn't here.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just putting up New Jersey 7 now. Kane is fine.
What do you think about Wild's seat right now? I still think she loses.
I think she's narrowly going to lose, but there are a lot of votes that are out still in Lehigh, so it's going to be really tight because there are more votes out in Lehigh than in Carbon, and Lehigh also has more people, more voters. So you will see. I am confident, though, that Democrats win 8 and 17. 7 is the one that's in doubt at this point because the cycle as a whole, or rather the results, are to the left of what our expectations were going in. So that's why.
So apparently McMullen is basically crushing it in the bellwether precincts in Provo. So this is going to be fun to watch.
I've never seen something this bad for a Midwestern Republican Party since retrospectively looking at 2006. Holy shit.
What are we talking about? Oz?
This is, I'm telling you, this is worse than 2008 for Pennsylvania Republicans. That's how bad this is. I know that sounds like No, I know that sounds like hyperbole. I am dead serious. This result tonight, Shapiro is blowing Mastriano out of the water in a way that no one thought possible in a Midwestern state for Democrats any longer. This is the type of performance that basically is like Bob Casey level.
We should have
And-
moved it to Save Democrat.
No, don't do that.
No,
That was never really something we were gonna do.
no.
But I will say, right, like 2018, yeah, okay, Casey won by 18, but that was a little bit of a different environment, number one. And number two, the Pennsylvania GP didn't try it. They put in a boatload of money into Oz's race and they got clobbered. I'm talking Bob Casey Jr., not senior.
Right. Well, Bob Casey Sr. would have tanked in a post-Dobbs environment.
All right. My dad is asking me to explain to him what's going on with the election, so I'll be right back.
Maryland 6. Okay, Republicans are still winning New York's 25th district. So did someone? Rochester has practically been nuked, I suppose. If Republicans win New York's 25th district, I'm not. I'm mostly joking here. I don't expect them to actually win it, but yeah. Also, the Westmoreland numbers have come in, and Wild is not Wild. I'm tired. Lee is starting to underperform. So, whew, my God, lopsided. Whew. Westmoreland is Ed Durr, Armin, at this point officially.
Yeah.
It was Trump plus 28. It's Doyle plus 36.
And it looks like the abortion bill in Michigan has passed.
Yep. Yet Republicans are still holding up fine in Michigan's 7th district. So okay, so Pennsylvania 12. I just put up a tweet. Likely, it was a likely D sleeper seat, but looks like Lee is going to win by about 10 points. So that's an underperformance, which we expected. But yeah, not bad. And we'll be able to make some more calls here soon. Connecticut 5, still very close. Colorado's 8th, too early to call.
Wait, let me look at Connecticut 5.
Connecticut 5 is only D plus 2 or D plus 1.8.
Okay, I got to check the margins there. By now, we should have New Britain results. So Johanna Hayes, George Logan. Newtown is only D plus 0.01. Yeah, that's it's not good. But wait, 39 in New Britain? Yeah, dude, Logan could legitimately win.
I know, that's why I've been saying. Also, dude, go look at
70 in Welkett? Yeah, this is not good. The Italian X are not friends. Although Thomaston being that pro Hayes is interesting.
Yeah. So Michigan, you're seeing a bit of a mirage right now, but once all the mail-ins are counted, it's going to be a game over for the Republicans in every seat except possibly 7, which is going to looks like it's going to be quite the nail biter. And yeah, I feel confident at this point projecting both Texas 34 and Texas 28 for the Democrats. Why do the Texas 34 results keep disappearing?
Wait, Jim Bonnier is losing by 8?
Yep, he's done. Luzerne was Trump plus 10 and it's voting for the Democrat.
Wait, is Shapiro carrying Luzerne?
I haven't checked a single senator gubernatorial race. That's how
Let me
busy I've
see.
been.
Oh my God, he's carrying it by 10.
I know. He's full on exceeding his.
Josh Shapiro is the GOAT, like the actual GOAT of Pennsylvania elections. And it narrowly flipped to Oz, Luzerne.
Cuellar's got this in the bag. And holy shit, Cuellar is outrunning Biden by still like 30 points in Webb. Thank goodness we went with Cuellar. That would have been so embarrassing if we had picked against Cuellar.
What a weird ass set of projections all of this is. Let's see. We got some more votes in. McMullen is down by 12. Yeah, it's just going to be one interesting race.
Well, if you can take away anything from the cycle, frankly, it's that polls can
Expect the
overshoot.
unexpected.
Polls can overshoot Republicans too.
Yeah.
I guess that's
Yeah.
the simple, basic thing that was just right in our faces this whole time. Okay, so the board's starting to fill in. There are still some interesting results for Republicans, though. They're leading in New York 3 currently. They're also leading in New York's 17th district. So I'm going to take a look at those two races next. I'm not calling any Michigan races, even John James in Michigan's 10th, because of the mirage. I mean, we expect, again, Democratic mail-ins to play a role in influencing these results as we go forward. And so I do not feel comfortable calling any of the competitive congressional districts in Michigan, except maybe Michigan 3. I think it's pretty safe to say that John Gibbs is going to be done. I'm just waiting for more of the vote to come in. And yes, I think New Mexico 2 could be snagged. No, we haven't.
George Logan is now ahead in Connecticut 5.
Yeah, we have not called Minnesota 2. Way too early to call Minnesota 2. Yeah, Republicans looking like they could win New York's 17, New York's 3rd, and potentially Connecticut's 5th still, despite everything else that's going on tonight. And then Nevada is just forget it. We don't know anything in Nevada. We won't.
Yeah, with Colorado 3, we just have to wait on Bo Ortiz to cook the ballots.
So it looks like Republicans will maintain 4 seats in Iowa. Marionette Miller Meeks projected to beat Christina Bohannon, and we talked about that as one of our sleeper seats in this sleeper article. So nice.
Yeah, Logan's numbers are going to continue to climb. And these towns, the remaining towns that we have, so what Hayes has left that could basically save a bacon is Waterbury. And most of it is in 5. So a lot of Hispanic votes there. But again, the Hispanic vote we've seen, really hasn't had a lot of high turnout, especially in New Britain where there's a lot of Puerto Ricans. Like 11,000 votes is really anemic turnout. So
Yeah. Let's see. Let's take a look at New York's 17. Yeah, that's what I wanted to look at. New York 17 and New York 3. So it looks like Sean Patrick Maloney might actually be. No, actually, I wouldn't say that. There's still 64,000 votes. 43,000 votes in Westchester. I think that's enough to narrowly make it up. Looking at these numbers, I mean, let's see. He's down. It's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight, whatever it is. He's down by 6 points, and he's only winning Westchester by 10. So if you split the ballots that way, yeah, okay, he's at risk. Let me put out a tweet on that. It's going to be tight.
Hey boys, what did I miss?
I was just saying that despite what's going on nationally for Democrats, Republicans are still in a very good place to win Connecticut's 5th district, which we picked for them, actually. New York's 17th, actually, still. It's really a matter of so I just explained it, but Westchester is breaking for Maloney by 10 points. You have about 36% of votes outstanding there. He's down by 6. So it's going to be really tight. I think if he expands the Westchester margin with mail-in votes, it could be enough for Maloney to survive, but it's going to be very, very close. And then in New York 3, the Republicans are also winning. And they're close in New York 4. But again, these races, like the ones in Michigan, might be a bit of a mirage right now. We have a long way to go still.
So we just have a few precincts in, but it looks like Mark Hackle should win fairly easily.
Let me go update the house projections. See if we can get a more accurate forecast. Here we go. Okay. Oh, by the way, Laksha, Iowa won. One of the sleeper seats in the article ended up being closer than expected, but went to Miller Meeks by a couple points.
Oh, okay. But I mean, hey, like that was what we expected, right? I mean, it's just close. Bohannon put up a good fight.
Yeah, it was closer than I personally expected, but yes, you're right. More or less correct.
How did Hinson do?
Hinson's down by more. I think Hinson's down by crap, where is it? Sorry, my computer's frozen. 14. She's down by 14 right now. But that should be caveated. Actually, no, this is just bad. She's losing Lynn County, so yeah, no, Hinson's not doing too well. But could have a lot of outstanding Democratic votes in Lynn, so that one, not safe to call it yet.
Okay, so I'm going to pivot back over to Georgia just for a second. To my eye, Warnock does not have too much of a chance of winning outright. And the reason for that is because I don't think the splits are there in Atlanta for him, or the votes are left in Atlanta for him to do that. I mean, maybe that happens. I'm just a little bit more skeptical than not, you know. With that said, I think the New York Times is underestimating what Warnock would get in DeKalb County. They think that, like, you know, it's more 60 or 70-30 split. I happen to think it's going to be closer to an 80-20 split. That makes a lot of difference. I don't think it makes enough of a difference, however, to put Warnock over the top. So let's see. I think this time, what's weird about the Needle, and Armin Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Needle's projections don't seem to be as accurate as they were in 2020. And I think part of this is because of pricing and splits with independents that just aren't happening.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, we've had to call. I mean, the Needle was straight up just wrong in North Carolina 13. They had to completely go the opposite way.
Hey, did Hines lose?
Yeah, I projected that a while ago.
Dude, yeah, that was a guy I wanted the most to lose in the House. Like, he was just a disgrace. It's just a fucking disgrace. I'm so glad that guy lost. Okay, so governor, Oregon, I'm pretty comfortable saying Kotek's on track to win. I think Hobbs is on track to win in Arizona. I think Kelly's going to win in Arizona as well. All comes down to Cortez Masto in Nevada. I gotta say, I don't know what's happening there.
Oh, by the way, Republicans are also ahead in New York's 22nd, which we called for them. So that one could also go like New York 19. The Republicans might actually end up having, again, very much cautionary because we have outstanding ballots and mail-ins and so forth. But they could. Molinaro is the one I'm most confident about, but they could end up having a much better night than I wouldn't say a much better night than we would now expect in upstate New York, but about in line with expectations going into the election. Ralston just tweeted this, but there's a possibility that Nevada's House seats decide control of the chamber.
So are we certain that the House is still leaning Republican? I don't think so.
No, it's not leaning Republican anymore. We can't make that argument anymore. The Democrats are winning a lot of seats that were supposed to be comfortable, mild wins for the GOP. No, the House is a pure toss-up now. I'm comfortable saying that with the uncertainty we have. If I had to pick, I'd probably still say Republicans get a slight majority.
That's what I'm thinking too. Like, my best guess is that this ends up 220, 215.
I know, but at the end of the day, a majority like that, as the Democrats found out after 2020, is not that functional.
Well, Democrats did a fine job with their majority. You really think Kevin McCarthy can wrangle Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor
I
Greene?
don't really care. I don't want to make subjective calls. Ultimately, Congress will do what Congress doesn't. So, Maloney. Tom Kaine's final margin is probably going to shrink a little bit more. I'm going to peg it at like R plus 2.5, R plus 3, probably on the lower end. Holy crap. Yeah, okay. So the Pennsylvania races aren't going to be called tonight, although I'd rather be Democrats in honestly all of them.
Would you rather be Wild? I think Wild might win.
I'd rather be Wild at this point, honestly. I mean, let me look. Okay, no, wait, never mind. I wouldn't be because Carbon County still has to count the rest of its ballots. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no. Pure toss-up in Pennsylvania 7. Even closer than Iowa 3. Because in Iowa 3, what's left distinctly, like, with a high degree of confidence, what's left is enough to put none over the line. But I cannot say the same thing about what's left in Pennsylvania 7 because there aren't enough ballots by themselves breaking in Carbon to make up that deficit. So 7, I'm going to hold off on issuing a final opinion on that one. New Mexico 2 is almost tied right now. Fascinating. Yeah, so honestly, my God, New Mexico 2 Lakshya is going to be really close.
I know. Hey, Emerson.
If I had to, though, I would go with Vasquez here, looking at what's left.
Me too.
I was told by New Mexico Dems that what's it called? Vasquez is narrowly ahead, and Speedster. I just got off the phone with Galen. So what Galen is doing is he is taking regressions of the Democratic vote share relative to his metrics about the turnout differentials, and he thinks that Mesa is underselling the Democratic vote. And so he basically thinks that Democrats are going to do better in Mesa than they currently are doing. Now, I personally disagree with that because Mesa is an extremely Republican county. Like 47% is only achievable when you win the third by 25 points. And Frisch is not going to be doing that. So what I'm going to do is I am going to wait for another drop of the ballots in Mesa, which, we might have to wait a little bit more. But as long as Frisch is above, say, 42 or so, I think he's going to win. But it has to. We'll have to see exactly where that ends up.
Hey, is O'Halloran going to win? By the way.
Well, last I checked, when what's it called? When I checked last, Apache County wasn't in, and he was only down by a point. So.
Alrighty, let me go check that race. I haven't looked at it yet. Arizona. That's another tight one. I don't feel it's still too early, but looking at these numbers, yeah, it's too early for me to say because there's still a decent amount out in Yavapai too, but half the vote is out. In fact, yeah. I'll have an answer for that in just a second. I want to run it through something.
And Joe Kent probably loses, right?
If he keeps underperforming by 12 points in Cowlitz, then yeah. Then yes, I think.
In what world are we going to end up with? I can't get over this. In what world are we going to end up with Maloney losing and Joe Kent losing?
That's a fascinating coalition. Having Mark Molinaro and then a Democrat in Colorado 3, like if elections keep going this way, I'll be all for it because it's more interesting. Armin, this is the reversal of Ed Durr.
Yeah, this is yeah.
Imagine if you had shown these results to.
All right, that's Miles.
Oh, we have Nevada numbers now, apparently.
God.
Hold on.
Holy, wait. Never mind. Wrong seat. Wait, no, right seat. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's keep looking here.
Now, keep in mind, Douglas, I didn't say Boebert will lose. I said Boebert's very favored to lose. But if there's another bad, okay, so something narrowed. Oh wait, no. Come on, please just send me. I need a big drop of the ballots here. 73. Okay, this is annoying. This is very annoying. How is the New York Times ahead of the state of Colorado's own report? Makes no sense.
So I just put out an update on Pennsylvania's 7th district, and Wild is 100% still in this. In fact, if I had a gun to my head, I might actually pick Wild, given the outstanding ballots and the fact that Democratic position in Pennsylvania could very well just improve over the next few days as outstanding VBMs are counted. Likewise, I feel pretty comfortable saying that Democrats are probably going to win Pennsylvania's 17th and potentially also the 8th, given what we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, wow. I mean, the fact that Luzerne has gone back in Bonnier's favor, but he's still underperforming Trump there. So that's why the race is tightened, but it looks like Cartwright in a bluer district is going to win by roughly the exact same margin that he did in his old seat. So Armin, if you don't mind, I'll be right back. I'm
No
just gonna
problem.
post,
I will take care of everything and answer some of the questions here.
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go post the Pennsylvania 17 projection now, and an update about Pennsylvania 8.
Yeah, no, Union. New York 3, the way they drew it, right? They had a lot of, wealthy suburbanites in Glen Cove and in North Hempstead who split their tickets, and then they went and down and took in North Massapequa, which is the worst place in law for Democrats. So if there was a time that, Ed Durr would have affected Democrats, it would be in that district the way they
drew it. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, Pennsylvania 17. Perfect. And when I get back, guys, I'll take a look at New York's 3rd district and also New York's 22nd district, because the Republicans are ahead there too, last I checked. So take a look at that. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to wait just a little bit longer to call 17 because no, actually, I don't think that that's necessary, because there are 13,000 raw vote estimated out of Allegheny, 18,000 in Beaver, and Deluzio's up by 4 points. So in my mind, that worked out to like a 2.5 point, 2-point win for the Democrats in the end. So I'll be right back.
Okay. When are we getting? So apparently, Eric, we're getting some of them right now. Except I'm one, too tired to go through them, and 2, the counting is extremely slow. So whatever you get's probably not going to be really useful. Honestly, you're better off just waiting until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and then figuring what the hell is going to happen. So. So if it's 2 to 3 seats, then the only thing that'll be safe is the popcorn industry, because of how much people are going to buy to watch the pissing contest at the GOP speakership nominations, and undoubtedly going to be. I suppose it could be McCarthy, but the far right Republicans, have really had knives out for him for quite a bit now. So. I bet you, whoever Marjorie Taylor Greene wants, she's going to have that block, there.
Oh, I'm back, everybody. All right. Time to go post updates on Pennsylvania's 8th and 17th. I would rather be Democrats in both districts, as I said, especially Pennsylvania 17. In fact, let me do a separate update here. Armin, I've basically gotten to the point where either Democrats hold the House outright or the Republicans have a majority that's so small that it's not effective.
So most of Mineral County, Nevada is in, and apparently CCM is getting exactly the same margin from the last bit. Also, what? O'Halloran is up? Oh,
Yep.
Good God. This is the Apache Mules for O'Halloran. Biggs? I don't know. Harrison, have you been following the Andy Biggs race at all?
No, I have not had a chance to look at it yet. Van Drew is a Republican, yes. Yeah, I'll touch on some of these other races because Morelli is up by 5. Yeah, upstate New York's whack. I have to touch on those in a second.
Wait, Hochul's lead is down to 6 points? Okay, so I guess I was right to move it to likely.
That's also why you're seeing this nonsense with the upstate. Not nonsense.
And Long Island as well. Yeah, I mean, these rurals in Pennsylvania just straight up aren't even that red.
I know. We overcooked the Oz rule performance stuff. Pennsylvania. Ethan's tracker sheet will come into great use once we get the gist of all these races by tomorrow, but they're too close to call. That's when it'll really come into its glory there. So Deluzio's matching Biden, Allegheny. Oh shit, yeah. The parts of Beaver that are okay, yeah. So he's done. So
Oh, CCM is ahead by 13 in Clark. If that number holds, she wins.
okay, Pennsylvania 17 is out a bit late, but better late than never. And Armin, how are the statewide races looking? I literally have not had a single chance to look at them yet.
For which state?
Just in general.
So far, fine, I think. I mean, in Connecticut, everything's a sweep. Yeah, I think Johanna Hayes is going to narrowly edge this one out. But it's going to be embarrassingly close. But I'm gonna take it as a dub for our prediction that Fung would do worse than Logan.
Yep, our gut feeling, Armin, proved to be correct, and we wrote it down too.
Few people understand New England on ET the way that our crew does. Wait, Sisolak is up by 11? Dude, if that number holds, he legitimately could win.
So with Cartwright, still a little bit uncertain for me. He's definitely outperforming Biden's baseline in Luzerne and Lackawanna, and he's also doing quite well in Monroe. I would go with him, but I want to be careful because there's still about 9,000 estimated votes remaining in Luzerne, and I don't think the margin's big enough to make it up. So I'm going to say that I'd rather be Cartwright right now, but I'm not as confident in Cartwright as I am in DeLuzio. So.
Wait, the New York Times just went from 76 to 78. They must realize they might not have as many votes out left. So Boebert plus 5 is what they currently have it at. I don't know. We'll see. Do they really think that she nets 12,000 votes from the rest of Mesa? I don't know. It's tough. NBC projects John Fetterman.
Yeah, I honestly, if I had to say, I think that just like Democrats took all 3 competitive House seats in Ohio, I think the same thing is going to be said of the competitive House seats in Pennsylvania when all is said and done. And New York 25, Morelli is on path to underperform, but he has retaken the lead in Monroe County, Rochester. He's up by a little bit shy of 6 points right now, and I expect his margin to grow, but like Summerlee, he's definitely going to underperform the partisan lean of his district, almost certainly at this point. Thank you guys for sticking with us through this.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Armin, what in the name of is that?
What?
This
Is what?
Look at the question I have up.
Ida?
Is that real?
I'm assuming.
I trust you, Alex. Just I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Idaho, I don't understand. It's Mormons versus German speakers. We're being polite.
German speakers.
Is the Attorney General must be some like actual. Okay, so it says that Labrador is up by 4, they're by 13. I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's just Ada County. Yeah, this isn't going to go anywhere because none of the North is up is out yet.
Unless they vote Democratic. Okay, Morelli is up right now. Closest race potentially in New York's 25th since Louise Slaughter beat Mark Assini by about 0.3%, very narrow margin in 2014. Turnout's obviously higher this time, although turnout in Rochester specifically, from what I heard earlier today, has been bad, especially with black voters, and that might have dented Morelli's margins. It is a Biden plus 20 seat, kind of like Pennsylvania 12, one that attracted late attention and is really, at the moment, competitive. But the advantage, I mean, again, clearly towards the Democrats here. 30K outstanding in Rochester. So that one will be closer than expected, but actually not really closer than expected. I mean, we had him at likely D for a reason. Looks like Don Bacon's got it up. Yeah, so as you guys can see, if you look at Michigan 7th, if you look at Minnesota's 2nd, you can see that as these Democratic VBMs and other ballots are being counted, the Republicans are declining in share, if you want to put it politely. So looks like tonight Democrats are going to hold Minnesota 2 and hold also Michigan 7th district. We rated the 2nd leans Democratic and the 7th leans Republican, but at the moment it looks like eventually, when all is said and done, Democrats will come out on top there. Now, we are going to have a few projections. In Michigan's 3rd, I think it's pretty safe to say that John Gibbs is going to be on the way out here. Yeah, he's done.
Even in an R+2 environment, when we were predicting,
we picked it anyway. Yeah, he's done because right now all the outstanding votes are more or less in Kent and Muskegon, and even though Muskegon is redder than Kent, so yeah.
Yeah, we won't hear anything from Utah for a couple more days, I don't think.
Yeah.
Damn, Blumenthal lost Windham County. Yeah, DDHQ is definitely wrong for Colorado 3. There's no way that this is 94% of the vote.
I'm just on times right now. What are they saying?
DHQ says it's 94% in. Time says 76. I think the 76 number is much more correct.
Yeah, I closed DDHQ because I don't know. It seemed like they were out of sync with the times. Yeah, at this point for Republicans in Minnesota and Michigan, it's really just only going to get worse as they continue to count outstanding ballots. So if a Republican like Gibbs is not up by now, or in his case down by like 10 points, then frankly he's done. You can put a fork in him, as they say. Okay. What else? So it turns out that the Siena poll was dead on in Kansas's 3rd district. So maybe we should have listened to good polls. It's my bad. I was so bought
How
into
is
it.
Derek Schmidt doing?
I have no idea, Armin. I've only been looking at House races.
Yeah, I've mostly been focused on Senate and House too. So let me check on some governor.
That's ironic considering you're supposed to be making our governor's ratings.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kelly's going to pull it out.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if she didn't pull it out, given how tonight is shaped out.
And once again, we were absolutely correct with saying, I mean, LePage is underperforming Trump, which is hilarious. And Madawaska, which is the super French area, is voting for Janet Mills by 7. Like, all in all, this is a really good performance from Mills. Okay, yeah, Staten Island is R plus 34. My God. Wait, this is going to be a 5-point race? I'm glad we moved this to likely.
So Sharice Davids has posted a comfortable re-election despite being in a redder seat and the fact that redistricting did not work in her favor.
Yeah, so basically each ballot drop, the New York Times estimate just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. So we just have to see what it is at now. I mean, there's still a good bit in La Plata County, a good bit in Garfield County as well. Although Garfield will get more Republican because all the Democratic ballots have been counted. So
David's up, and Kelly, no doubt, helping. What's Kelly at right now in Johnson County, Armin?
Let me see. Hold on. Johnson. D plus 20.
What's her vote share? Or rather,
59.
And is Schmidt below 30 or 40? Sorry.
Yeah, Schmidt's at 39. Dennis Pyle has 1%.
Yeah. So definitely Kelly helping out Davids in Johnson County.
Oh, the New York Times called it for Chris Pappas.
Yep. I'm going to post about New Hampshire next, actually.
Yeah, Laxalt is underperforming Trump 2020 in Esmeralda County.
Now people are gloating about was it a mistake to boost Gibbs in the primary.
If you're a partisan Democrat, no, it absolutely was not. Can you run through Oregon, New York, Washington, California?
I'm gonna do it in just a second, but you guys need to be patient with me on the West
Wait,
Coast.
there's an election day dump in Maricopa for governor. Also, Harrison, are you putting things on the split ticket account, or are we just talking through the projections?
No, because we don't want to put anything with projections on the split ticket account and then get suspended.
Right, with the new boss.
No, not even that. Just because that's what happened with Elections Daily.
Oh, yeah.
No, I am just talking about my predictions on our separate accounts, just like Lakshya was breaking down the Senate. But I'm not putting it on the split ticket account because it's not an actual projection. It's just who I would rather be, or whom I would rather be, I should say. But no, Speedster, I promise I'll take a look at the West Coast states in just a second. I want to talk about New Hampshire, Connecticut 5, and New York first because the races on the East Coast are much closer to finishing up than the ones on the West Coast. So I'll take a look at those next.
Yeah, so Waterbury dropped, and I think it should just be enough to save her.
I agree.
No, but honestly, like apart from the overall environment, like the directionality of our relative ratings, how they relate to each other, pretty spot on.
Yeah. Frankly, guys, there are a lot of these seats where we're just not going to know the outcome tonight. And I'm sure that was obvious to you all, but yeah. Like New Mexico too, we just probably not the type of race where we'll know. All right, New Hampshire 1. I think it's safe to say New Hampshire 2 is also staying with the Democrats, even though it hasn't been projected yet. Let me take a look at New Hampshire 2. Yeah, 64% in. I'd feel pretty confident giving that to. Yeah, there's no way that he can make that up. It's going to be difficult. But again, Republicans holding up very well in New York tonight, on the whole. I already said I'd rather be Molinaro in New York 19. It's going to be closer than New Jersey 7, but given what we're seeing now, I would still rather be Molinaro in that race. And Republicans are now up in New York 4 too, which is corresponding with a tightening in the gubernatorial race. So another race we had at least.
They haven't had those seats in a while, 3 and 4.
Nope, not since the 90s, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because Steve Israel had 3 before Swozey for a while, and you had Carolyn McCarthy before Kathleen Rice, and that goes back to 1996. So yeah, no, they haven't had those seats in a long time.
Yeah, these Asian. So I have there's a precinct map of the governor's race in New York City, and yeah, man, these Chinese American voters are Ed Durr.
I know, that's what I figure.
And the Russians are also Ed Durr. I mean,
Hey guys.
this is.
So
Oh, you're back.
Welcome back.
So what do we think is happening in Bobert's district? Because I saw Galen's thing about.
I that's premature. They should not have done that.
No, it's not. It's not a call. I think Bobert might actually lose, though.
I mean, I think she might lose, but I don't think you could have said it 30 minutes
we're
ago.
not going to know. Well, sorry, it already is tomorrow, so we're not going to know until later today.
Well, yeah, I don't know why Galen called that, though.
I will say, though, we are knowing right now that Republicans are, because of Zeldin doing well in New York right now.
So I think Boebert does end up going down, but until we get a substantial ballot drop from Mesa and or Pueblo, we won't be able to say it. And I mean that's how the district has been constructed since it was drawn this way in the 80s. Was Mesa was Republican and Pueblo at the time was very Democratic. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I mean, with each ballot drop, the New York Times' estimate basically just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So.
Oh yeah, Andy Biggs is underperforming bad. Didn't even bother to look. That seat was nowhere near the board. Wow. Nebraska 2, Bacon is going to win. to answer your question. And in addition to Biggs underperforming, Angie Craig is also looking like she has a win in the bag. And given how the trends are going with ballots in Michigan, we already called Michigan. Well, not called. We already talked about Michigan 3, but I'd rather be Slotkin in Michigan 7 and Keeley in Michigan 8. So Democrats are on track now, in addition to winning all 3 competitive seats in Ohio and Pennsylvania, if everything goes right for them in Pennsylvania, also potentially in Michigan. But I would expect them to take a narrow, close lead in Michigan 7th before the night is out. But it's going to be tight. That's going to be like Pennsylvania 7. But Ingham, Lansing, that's where most of the outstanding votes are. So I think it's pretty reasonable to say that given that and the late-breaking mail-ins, it's going to be enough for Democrats to win. Oh, Michigan's 10th district. Only 34% reporting there. My priors would say Republicans are going to win, but given how the night has gone, I'm not going to touch it. It's going to be close. I'm not going to touch it until more of the vote comes in to see how it reacts.
Wait a sec. What the?
I don't even know what Arizona's.
Okay, Moffitt is in 80-20. That's an overperformance for.
So, do you guys see any lane for Masters still?
I haven't. What are the results? I haven't seen them. Or rather, what share does Kelly have?
Kelly has 57 right now.
Holy crap. How much is out?
53% is in. Kelly's at 57.
Well, John Fetterman's victory has made the Norwegian news. I'm going to add Andy Biggs to the list of members underperforming as a result.
Harrison, can you imagine how fun the war model is going to be?
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a fun article to write with you.
Oh, my God. I cannot wait. Okay, now looking at the Atlanta votes, I don't think that Warnock is going to win outright tonight any longer. I never thought that. I said there was a chance. I think it's tougher. I think he'll come out in the lead, but I think when all is said and done, he will find himself like 0.2% short of a runoff or of winning outright. Cobb still has a few ballots. Fulton still has some, but there's not that many votes left.
Okay, looks like Mr. Weatherman Sorensen is going to win. Add that to the list. Oh, wait, Knox is out. No, I think he's going to be fine because there are more ballots in Winnebago and Peoria. Yeah, he'll be fine.
Funny thing is, if Zeldin basically just moderated on a few issues like guns and the election and whatnot, he probably would have won with how close it is now.
Well, I kind of foreshadowed this in our preview article, but he's lifted the floor enough. I'd have to look at what the final results for him are on these House seats, but
Like
he's
47% in New York is just Ed Durr outside of New York City.
Yeah, he's pulling him over the line.
Oh wait, Tim Michaels conceded? Oh my God.
What? What's Evers looking like there right now?
That's what I'm going to see. This
I should probably
election
look
is
at the Senate and governor results. I still haven't looked at them yet. I have no idea what's going on.
well. So Lakshya, you were right. Shapiro is going to win by double digits.
Shapiro's winning by 15, dude. This is hilarious.
Yeah. So
Shapiro's
Evers is up by
pulling
3 with 92% of the vote in. He's got La Mula. He's got the mules.
Okay, so let's see how many. Let's do the math on Georgia right now. So, how many votes are left? So about 3,855 or 3,855,000 votes have been cast. Okay. What is the Times estimate as the number of outstanding votes? There are about 66. Oh, geez. I really wish I built a scraper for this shit. Damn it. Okay. Does anyone have any idea how to get the number of outstanding votes from New York Times? I really don't want to build a scraper. I guess I could, but
I mean, you just take the percentage outstanding and just divide the number of ballots that are in by that, right?
My dude, it says greater than 95% reporting.
Oh, okay.
You can estimate.
How am I going to do that when in this, like, every single ballot matters?
That's true. I don't think you just won't be able to get an exact number then. You're going to have to try your best.
Evers won.
Look at the House. I'm just guessing. Or not guessing. I'm making very educated guesses based off of the remaining votes.
Okay, so Lakshya, in more making fun of Doug Mastriano, you're going to love to know that with 81% of the vote in, and with mostly males left, Shapiro is only down by 4 in Lancaster County.
Wait. Mastriano's down by 4 in Lancaster?
He's up by 4. Sorry, it's 130.
Okay.
It's 120.
Yeah,
That's still really bad.
See, the reason I think I'm less charitable towards the guys like David Shore and Data for Progress right now is just because they spent the last 6 months telling all of us that we were essentially like overstating the effect of Dobbs or whatever. And then I'm like, I understand that, but like the only thing we're saying is to be wary of uncertainty, right? Or be wary of certainty and accept uncertainty. Like we don't know shit, and that's okay. You don't go building models until 2032 and showing that like we're going to lose every race no matter what. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It's statistical malpractice. Armin, by the way, make sure you don't go to sleep. We have to do that Sirius radio spot soon.
Oh, are we doing that still? Fuck. Okay.
Yes. I mean, I can do it alone if you want. It's at 12 a.m. Pacific time.
No, I'll do it. I can stay up for another hour and change or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, Evers
All right.
got it.
Wait, it's at 12:30 p.m.
Johanna Hayes won.
Jahano Hayes, I think, won.
Yeah, 12:30 Pacific. Yeah. Yeah, Johanna Hayes has this. The Mules of Waterbury basically helped her out.
Democrats are winning. Democrats are winning seats faster than I can type them up. I'm getting there though.
I don't understand why the Times says
if they
that.
put all of Torrington into 5. Okay, so the state of Colorado is now ahead. Let's see. What are we dealing with here?
Leads in Dakota by 12.
And there's still more ballots to come from Eagle County as well, too. So, yeah, I mean, in 2 hours, I think we'd be able to know.
God, I'm gonna owe Ethan Chen so many dinners.
Okay, so they called it for Lee. Makes sense.
Okay, Minnesota 2, done. Illinois 17, done. Michigan 7, Michigan 8, soon to be done. Connecticut 5, done. So now I can focus on New York City and then shift my attention to the West. Yep, Torrington.
See, honestly, like the current map is a low-key Democratic gerrymander with respect to the 5th because if they put all of Torrington in, I mean, it would make sense from a COI point of view, but then the Republicans would have a unified base there, and they split Torrington between 5 and 1. I remember back when I was at Elections Daily, it was a fairly issue. It was a really big issue that it was debating.
Yo, can we all agree that elections forecasting based on vibes in the early vote is now some of the stupidest things anyone can do?
Yes.
Yeah. Polling has just gotten progressively shittier.
Wait, polling was fine this election, just if you knew the right polls to listen to.
Yeah, but the problem is
yeah.
overall it's become shittier because it's just full of so much noise that people forget the good stuff, including.
Now. Yeah, everybody should just listen to
Like,
Ticket's fucking aggregator.
I fully expected like a decent Republican night. I'm not gonna lie, obviously, but like I felt like the evidence was compelling at the time, even though now it's easy in hindsight to just be like, well, it was all nonsense. But yeah,
Ned Lamont is carrying Buchanan too. My God, realignment is a thing. He's actually holding up in Eastern Connecticut very well too. Not a lot of Ed Durr going on.
I mean, that's not what Ed Durr means.
It is what it means now.
No, I was just answering.
Guys, Jared Golden could get above 50%.
Hell yeah! Let's take a look at this.
He's at 48.6 with 20% out. It's possible that he gets close. He's been progressively turning.
Watkins won.
I think she's going to win. She's technically not leading yet, but I think that if you look at the trends, she's going to win. I would rather be her, and it's not even particularly contested, looking at the results. Because Ingham's got like 30K left, and it's only R+2. Did Arizona's Senate get called? Someone has a question there.
No, Arizona has not gotten called yet. Hey, Harrison, New Mexico's second. Can you take another look at it? And yes,
really, really tight. But I mean, if you look at the results as they're in now, so
Harrell's only up by less than Harrell's only up by 500 votes. She actually would lose this
potentially, but there are a lot of votes you have to average out, and the big problem for her is still Donna Anya, but Otero is also getting close to 95% in, so there's not much more she can get out of there. Democrats have Grant, Republicans have Valencia. If you average it all out, plus what's left in Bernalillo, I would honestly still rather be Vasquez, but I'm not going to make any I'd rather be judgments on this race now because it's too close. And I don't see it's too close right now. I'm not sure yet. But no, Michigan 7th definitely feels comfortable there. So if Jared Golden wins outright, or potentially what still appears more likely, winning in the ranked choice runoff, Democrats or Republicans rather will have no seats in New England. So, which tracks with how the night has gone for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, it does seem pretty dumb how much people have reacted to
fucking Dave Wasserman, man. He's such a smart guy. Why did he have to say that? Like, I don't get it. He was like, oh, I'm like leaning towards a red wave now or a red tsunami. And I'm like, Dave, what the hell?
Someone asked, if you look at the times, Slotkin is down 2.6%, and there are 32,000 outstanding ballots in Ingham, which is Slotkin plus 21. So if you average that in and you pull in the fact that Chiawasi has 8,000 votes left according to the Times, Barrett plus 18, yeah, I would still say that it goes to Slotkin, but it's going to be close. So I feel comfortable saying that still, whereas I don't feel comfortable making a judgment in New Mexico 2 yet. God, the war model is going to have Marcy Captor overperforming by like 25 points. Someone's asking for thoughts on Arizona Senate. Not sure if you have any extra things, Laksha.
Arizona Senate?
Yeah.
I would rather be Mark Kelly at this point. I think Blake Masters simply does not have enough of the vote that's currently in to win this race at the moment. It's going to be close. I think Kelly will end up winning by about 2.5. But I don't think Masters has enough here. What do you guys think?
I trust your judgment. I simply have not looked at the results enough to form a valid conclusion. So I trust you here.
So it looks like Beto did okay in the Rio Grande Valley.
Dems on the whole did fine in South Texas. Definitely.
Oh, we can stop listening to certain people now forever.
Yeah, forever, never again.
Yeah, the
Ever.
opinion of the one known as Die Ziege
It's
has
eager.
been vernichtet. AP called New York third for Santos.
Armin, is there any chance that I could talk on this podcast because the House is actually a toss-up now in case they ask about it?
Yeah, Harrison, we'll
That's
get you
Lakshya,
on.
yeah, absolutely.
I don't think there's a problem here.
All right, well, just let me know.
No, we'll get you on. Don't worry. I'll just say, with me right now is Harrison Lavelle. He's a house partner, and I think you guys would probably enjoy having him on. So it'll be a 15-minute spot.
That sounds good.
Kind of weird that we're on Sirius XM a year after forming this because we decided that we didn't.
It is. But it's also whack because I have a lot more fun stuff to write about now that the House is actually like legitimately a toss-up because everybody, including myself, had kind of stole it off going into the night. So yeah.
So I think Katie Hobbs is now the absolute firm favorite here.
Yeah.
Do you remember that Hey, hang on a sec. Take a look at Montana's first.
Yeah, I saw that. She's up.
I think Zink actually could lose. This is going to be close.
He could. I'm glad we moved that race to Lean Czar because the noise about that race actually turned out to be correct, exactly on the mark. Although the only thing I would caution against is Flathead is still out, and that's going to be Ed Durr for the Republicans. So it's not over yet. We're looking at maybe like a 2-point Zinke win because that's 45K. It's going to be close, but.
So we're not going to know who won the Senate by tonight. What I will say is that Democrats almost certainly will end up with 49 plus a runoff, plus maybe one more. The maybe is Nevada. So I think Cortez Masto is favored right now. And I think Cortez Masto is probably ahead because here's the thing. If she's getting these splits in Clark County, it means she's winning independents. But there was no credible analysis whatsoever that had her winning independents because no one thought that was possible. Yet the numbers here are only possible if she's either peeling away a lot of Republican voters or she's winning independents. So what I'm thinking here is Dems are probably favored in Nevada. We have to wait for the Clark mail. That'll come over the next 4 or 5 days. Kelly's race should be called either tonight or tomorrow morning, I think. I guess it really depends on a few different things. But Kelly's race should be called probably tomorrow. That will get Dems to 49. Fetterman's is already called. I don't think Warnock is going to pull this off. I think it's going to go to a runoff, which means, well, fuck my mental health because I got to model that one now. In other news, let's briefly take a look at some of the other races. Colorado, Michael Bennett is on track to win by about 13. I would say maybe 14. Washington was never going to be close. Murray will probably win by double digits. How much?
Are the Washington results in line with what we would have expected from the primary?
Definitely. Washington's 8th. Sorry to interrupt, but the 8th district dead on, pretty much. In fact, better than primary would have predicted. I have to check.
The question is, how do you even model a runoff? Well, what you can do is you can take the election day splits, and then you can basically like apply like a regression of sorts to get like the early voting turnout ratio per and the racial turnout ratios for each demographic in each party, and then you can kind of go from there. Okay. Anyways, I really hope Warnock pulls this off tonight because I do not want to build that.
Yeah.
Let's see. The problem for Warnock. Well, let me first go to the other races and I'll come back to this. I don't think anyone cares too much more about Washington, and frankly, I don't either. We all knew what was happening in that race from the start. New Hampshire will end up probably with about a 9 to 10 point Hassan win. New York is hilarious because I think Schumer might win by under 20, which I don't know if that's going to happen, but if it does, I'm going to laugh so hard. And yes, Minnesota second is over. To Douglas on the chat, yes, Minnesota second is over.
Yeah, I posted about that just a couple minutes ago, actually.
Yeah. Thoughts on Wisconsin Senate. Wisconsin Senate's going to go to Johnson. The lane for Barnes is done. His team knows he's lost. It's over.
Okay. Updating the House predictor forecast here. Let's look at some of the Arizona races. Arizona 1, still a lot of uncertainty, but Hodge maintains the exact same lead. And Democrats didn't spend a nickel in this race, so. But forgetting spending for a second, I mean, the sheer fact that it is a Biden seat and Schweikert, as Lakshya's 2 WAR models for the site show, is a serial underperformer. Not surprising to me that, once again, he's at risk of losing this seat, which was rated leans Republican. But too early there, so we'll leave Arizona 1 blank. Arizona 2 is very, very close, but as I expected, Eli Crane is taking the lead as more of Yavapai County has come in, but still too close. If Republicans increase their Pinal County margin and the rest of Yavapai comes in, Nino, Navajo, I'm still saying narrow Crane victory in the end. I think that O'Halloran will join Luria and Axne in going down, but it's too early to say that with certainty. So we'll leave that one blank for now. Sanford Bishop winning exactly by the partisanship of his district. Literally dead on.
Hey, I'm curious, how did Iowa's auditor look?
That's a good one.
Let's see if Rob held on.
What about Miller?
Well, I know Tom Miller lost.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
He lost. Yeah.
Really? By how much?
Lost by like 4.
I mean, I guess
that's Ed Durr.
Polarization is still
Rob Sand is in a race that's going to be decided by less than 3,000 votes. Oh boy!
Wait, Rob Sand outran Miller?
Yeah,
apparently.
How's La Follette doing in Wisconsin? There's no way he loses now. Not with Evers winning.
How's what?
I said there's no way that La Follette in Wisconsin is losing if Evers is winning. I haven't checked. Yeah. Also, Armin, how badly did Diego Morales do in the Indiana SOS race?
Let's see. But my
he
guess
was underperforming Todd Young pretty badly.
Okay, well, Todd Young is over. I mean, okay, so Todd Young is going to win by like 21. Indiana 1 looks like it's Mervan. Yeah, Morales plus 14.
Okay, but given how well the Democrats have done nationally, plus 6 in Indiana 1 still shows you that, again, long term, that seat is actually gone. It's going to be difficult.
Oh yeah,
for Republicans.
Yeah. In the next Democratic midterm, we won't be so lucky.
Yeah. I mean, again, all things considered, we'll see what the WAR model says, but either way.
Okay, so Diego Morales is probably the first Republican to get less than 50% in Hamilton County, who's winning in over like 80 years straight up.
Oh God.
And he's losing Lake by 9. What? And yeah, Switzerland County is
now.
Well, yeah, it's like the when Lakshya types all the question marks. That's just me right now because my brain's
also brief update for you guys. It's still early. Arizona 6, 53% in. but that's another one I put your eyes to because Juan Ciscomani was one of the GOP's top recruits, and right now he's down. He could very well still win. It's pretty early, but he needs to tighten up the Pima County margin because right now the Democrats are winning Pima County by 22 points, and it only voted for Biden by a little under 9. So that one's another one to watch. But it's possible if things go badly for Republicans that they only win District 1 or even maybe lose all of the competitive seats. Sorry, win District 2 with Crane or lose all the competitive seats. We'll see. So Arizona 6 is unknown. California 3 is all of California is too early to put on the list. But I think it's safe to say Dems are holding districts 9, 13, 25, 26. I think Dems hold 47 and 49. But it's too early. I mean, it's still early, but I think so. I'm just going to ignore California for now until we get more votes. Colorado 8. That one's still in play. So, in Colorado's 8th, yeah, no, this is a pure toss-up because there's so much out still in Adams and Weld. And both of them are close to the presidential margins in those portions of the district. Yeah, Colorado 8 is just pure toss-up then.
Wait, Fox 31 and the AP called for Carveo?
Hey, hold on a sec. I'm not sure about Wisconsin anymore.
You think Barnes could do it?
Oh, geez, dude, this is going to be so tight. Oh, God.
Armin, what do you mean they called for Caraveo? You can't call for her yet. Too many boundaries.
I didn't call for her. Apparently, some Wisconsin news organization.
Wait, I'm going to try to get a more updated count. 1 second. Because... Geez, there is no way this happens. If Mandela Barnes pulls this off, it would be probably the biggest Senate upset since Russ Feingold lost to Ron Johnson.
Yeah, let's track this.
He is currently within 8,000 votes. Yeah, he's currently within 8,000 votes. Milwaukee is only 50% in.
How much of the rest of the state is out?
96% of the votes are in. There's no way that Milwaukee number is right. There's no way that Milwaukee number is right. I'm sorry. DDHQ has got to be wrong here. There's no way there's only 50% of votes from Milwaukee.
No, New York Times has 87.
Yeah. The DDHQ
okay, but even if there's only 87% of votes from Milwaukee, Barnes could win this.
Yes, he could. He could.
I think he loses still. I think he's just out of juice. But let's see. Oh, times count just updated for me. Damn it. All right. Unfortunately, the times count just updated for me now to take Johnson to about a 40,000 vote lead. That's going to be tough for Barnes to overcome. Milwaukee will probably come in with about another 30,000 votes for Johnson, 20,000 votes for Johnson, but he'll end up losing, or for Barnes, but he'll end up losing still. I will say it's not over yet, though. There are some votes from couple of votes from Madison, couple of votes from, or a good amount of votes from Milwaukee. He will get very close to Johnson, but yeah. I think at the end, my eyeball estimate here is that Johnson will hang on by about 15,000 votes.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, God.
Yeah, okay. So Zinke, I would still rather be Zinke just because Flathead is going to outvote the crap out of everything else, even if Trinnell is outrunning Biden's floor. But it's going to be close. I think if I had a gun to my head, I would say that Republicans end up narrowly winning Colorado 3, Montana 1, and Washington's 3rd. But it's too early to say that about Colorado's 3rd. And frankly, the other seats too. Maybe by some miracle, Trinnell will massively trim the Flathead margin for ours, but judging by some of these other margins, like Mineral, for example, or those counties have no people in them. I guess Rivali is the only one that has a decently sized population, 36. Yeah, so okay, so this could be close. If there's a 10-point swing away from the Trump floor, then we could be looking at like a really tight race in Montana. Or slight.
Yeah, this is going to be close in Montana. I also think Boebert is now in even more danger of going down. I'm just looking at the vote counts here, and I think, I don't know, I would say Frisch is favored at this point. What about you?
I would be, I don't know.
Something else come in?
I think a couple of votes just dropped, but I don't know from where.
We're at 82%, right?
It got down to like D+2 now, but it's just a battle now between Pueblo
and Mesa. You just have to wait for Mesa.
Yeah, there are still votes out. I mean, like, it's just a massive game of adding up all the numbers properly and trying to think about what these estimated remaining votes actually mean. But yeah, I think I wouldn't say I'd rather be Boebert, but if I had to pick, I guess I'd choose Boebert. We'll see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why would you?
I think it's a 1-point race either way.
I feel like there's still enough for Frisch here because I think you guys are overestimating the splits Boebert's going to get with the outstanding vote. Right? Because here's the thing. I feel like you're applying 2020 partisanship or 2020 results for Boebert onto the outstanding vote, but that's not the case. She's slipping a lot with independents.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean,
yeah. I don't know. This is the same thing I'm noticing with the Times Needle, right? Like the reason it's underestimated Democrats the entire time tonight. I think that's why.
If you look at where the votes are outstanding in the 3rd, though, it's going to be really, really close, whichever way it goes. Because if you combine Montrose, Delta, Montezuma, throw them in.
Montezuma is actually, Frisch is doing very well in Montezuma.
He's doing yeah, he is. It's half the margin of Montrose and Delta, but we also don't know for sure how the ballots are going to lean as they come out of these counties. So,
yeah,
hey,
I wish we had.
Just want to give you guys an update. Pat Ryan's won. That race is over. His opponent, Colin Schmidt, called to concede, so that one's over. Maloney is going to be really close. I think Lawler takes it, but I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I was going to say that Schmidt definitely conceded because what's left in orange is all mail-ins.
Yeah, he's done.
Republicans win New York 3, probably New York 4. They won New York 19. 17?
Yeah, the AP called Carvale.
17, I think, based off of what's out, that God, that's going to be close. Even I don't know, Lakshya. I'm just willing to admit I don't know. The race is close enough, like New Mexico too, that it can go either way. Rochester got Maloney just shy of where he needs to be. Now the question is, can it get him over the line? I'm not sure yet, because there's still more votes combined out of Rockland and Putnam outstanding than in Westchester. So Yeah, I think Maloney could go down. Let me actually do some updates on the New York races. I haven't posted on them in a while. Colorado and Washington, and then the New York races. That's what I need to touch on. And then Oregon as well. Actually, Washington doesn't look like it's changed at all, so I'll wait a bit to talk about Washington. But at least we got the gist of Washington's 8th correct.
And keep in mind, guys, that the reason I'm also not giving up on Frisch is there's still some ballots left in Pitkin and Eagle counties too. And those guys are the opposite of Dark Maga. Honestly, props to you, Mich voter, and all the shit he did for the Michigan Democrats.
I think Michigan Dems are going to take the state Senate, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think
Do we know how
Kleinfeld's
Andrew's race has done?
I don't know. Does anyone know where to find that? Veronica Kleinfeld's race in Michigan's 11th?
Macomb elections. I can get you the Macomb portion. And just add a bunch of Democratic votes onto it.
Someone asked, Kelly looks far ahead, at least for now. When do you think that Senate seat will be called? So there's a different process here that they need to follow with the Arizona elections, right? So firstly, the election day votes will finish being counted at around 2 a.m. Arizona time. Not so a while from now, but it's still tonight. This isn't Clackamas. It's not Philadelphia. After that, they're going to tally off the drop-offs. And there's also a bit of an issue because some of the tabulators are broken today, as you might have seen on Twitter, and so that needed to be rectified. So those votes need to be counted too. My guess is this race isn't going to get a call anytime soon. With that said, I would much rather be much rather be Mark Kelly than Blake Masters. I don't think Masters has enough votes right now. He has way too big of a gap to close, and I don't think. The way I would say it is I think it will be close, but I think Kelly will take it by 2.
Right. Yeah, so for Veronica Kleinfeld, none of the blue areas are in, really, except Roseville, which looks pretty good for Veronica Kleinfeld. So I think she'll pull out a narrow win, but we'll have to see. Don Bacon wins re-election. Okay.
Yep. Okay, Colorado 3 is anyone's bet. Washington, I'll wait. That means we have Michigan's all called. New York. Time to tackle some of these New York races. Do updates. New York 18. Mail-ins will give that to Pat Ryan.
So big win for the New York Times. That
What did the
David's
New York
plus
Times
14 poll. Holy shit,
yeah.
turned out to be right on the money.
Yeah, I know. I tweeted about that earlier.
It's amazing.
It was exactly on point. In fact, I'm going to retweet that again because we should get a lot of credit.
Okay, so at this point, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying that barring something major with the outstanding vote that we don't know about in Wisconsin, Barnes is going to go down. Or rather, he's going to lose. I've checked out whatever vote is left. I don't think that there's enough out there to get him over the top against Ron Johnson. This kind of sucks if you're Barnes, but frankly, no one expected him to win at this point. So the fact that it was this close is really quite something. There's going to be a lot of Democrats talking about should they have spent more money or whatever. But when I spoke to the Senate Majority POC about this about a week ago, they were telling me 2 weeks ago, they were telling me that their internals always had Barnes close and that they were putting money in that race for that reason. Same thing with Beasley. Now, could more money have helped Barnes? I'm actually quite skeptical. I think that campaign had more than enough money. And I think, frankly, this is as good as you could have expected him to do against an incumbent. I would be rather surprised if Ron Johnson's ended up as an overperformer this cycle. With that said, it's not like this was an amazing cycle for Senate Republicans. Pretty universal underperformances across the board. Ohio, J.D. Vance only won by 6 in a Biden +9, or in a Trump +9 state, Trump +8 state. North Carolina, Bud's going to end up winning by 4 in a Trump +1.5 state. That's probably the most normal performance of the night. Frankly, the less said about Pennsylvania, the better for Republicans. And looks like Joe Pinion in New York is going to end up being one of the best candidates of the cycle.
How close is that race?
It's in 13 points.
Same reason that Democrats completely shit the bed in New York's 25th district.
Yeah, Schumer is just getting annihilated in upstate New York.
Well, no, remember, a lot of this is this is as a Republican as the vote's going to get in New York. It's going to end up becoming more Democratic.
What, you mean with mail and stuff?
Yes. This always happens in New York. Always.
Well, didn't they pre-process a bunch of ballots so that shit doesn't happen anymore?
Yes, but there's still some votes to count still. And I believe most of them are in New York City, actually.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in New York City, that makes sense. Yeah.
It will be,
I mean, in like...
You're right, Lakshya, but thankfully it will be a lot better than it was in 2020, and that these numbers won't change as much as we think because they thankfully changed the rules.
2020 was just disgraceful for counting votes.
Exactly, yeah. This will be a bit better. The margins we see here tomorrow morning or tonight, whatever time it is, are probably going to be pretty close to the final. So, like in 2020, if Molinaro had been up by 2, like he could have very well lost. But now I'd be pretty comfortable saying, yeah, he's probably gonna pull it out. New York,
California's 27th. In California's 27th, I actually think that that's not good if you're Mike Garcia.
I haven't looked at California yet, but given the top lines here, I would agree with you. I'll look at it in more detail. I'm going to finish looking at New York and then move west.
Yeah. Well, just to recap for people, right? Mike Garcia right now is up by 52-48 against Christy Smith. That's with I believe, California is a universal vote by mail state, but generally speaking, the later ballots tend to break more Democratic, although it depends on the area. Garcia being up by 4%, I mean, it's not over, obviously. It's really just a coin flip. I would just say that if Garcia is actually only up by 4, then he really better hope that what's being reported right now is more of the mail vote than anything, because God Almighty, that is looking ugly for him otherwise. At this point, I would rather be Smith.
I think both of them lose, Garcia and Valdeo.
I think Valadez is a little bit more precarious, but I think he also loses. I would say the one that I'm interested in watching, so Young Kim will win easily. That's never in question. Katie Porter is going to cruise. Mike Levine will be fine. Michelle Steele should be okay too. That race is probably a little bit closer than we thought it would be, but she'll win.
All of those races are going to be closer than we thought, or just closer in general than most people thought for the Republicans, particularly District 41, but also to a lesser extent 40 even.
Yeah, Nevada's districts are interesting for me because I didn't, I think by now it's probably safe to say Horsford is going to hang on.
Yeah,
well,
that was
not
even
Jack-
going into like a good R year. We were expecting that with that mindset.
Susie Lee, I think, holds on, and I think Titus, that's going to be the closest one.
I think they all hold on in the end.
Yeah, Nevada will probably end up being 3-1 Dem. Pennsylvania, I don't know why they haven't called Summer Lee's race yet. I think Deluzio is.
We called that already.
Yeah. I think Houlihan's got this, so is Cartwright. Now, Wild, that is one where I think now I'm pretty comfortable saying she's going to win.
Yeah, I said that. I think about an hour ago we said that we were feeling better on Wild, so I stand by that.
Yeah, I think it's not just feeling better at this point. I would be very surprised if she loses. Right now, what's the remaining is not good for her.
No, yeah, that's what I said. I think Dems are going to take all three competitive in Pennsylvania, 3 of the 4 in Michigan, and all 3 in Ohio. We know they took, so yeah. New York is their rough patch. Honestly, we got dinged a lot for our New York calls. We pretty much gauged the state perfectly.
Yeah, no, I mean, my ratings like Wisconsin, Arizona, whatnot. I mean, I guess they weren't, right necessarily. That's because we thought we should have gone with Lakshya's ballot aggregation for what the environment was.
Really want to get more inside of Nevada right now because Cortez Masto is not safe still. Like, I think she's favored, but she's not safe.
Probably eat dinner.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish posting the updates about these New York races, and I'm going to take a quick break.
I think we should call a stream for a bit. I think for now we've probably done as much as we can because there's going to be there's just too many more votes.
Honestly, I kind of want to take a short nap too before the podcast. So
yeah. Well,
All right.
Thanks for watching, everyone. We hope you got some insight out of this.
Keep watching Twitter as well for updates.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Bye, everyone.
Bye.